There's something quietly satisfying, my potatoes, about writing a single line and knowing it has to be right the first time. No rush, no shortcuts, just ink, patience, and a steady hand. So I'm glad you're here to slow things down with me tonight and snooze and learn something cool. I will say, just to throw this out there, that this is a curated sleep experience, carefully researched and gently shaped to be as accurate as possible while still helping you unwind. With rain falling softly in the background, we're easing into the life of a calligrapher, the quiet discipline, the repetition, and the calm focus behind every carefully drawn letter. So if this slow, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. I always enjoy seeing where everyone is drifting off from. Now just let your head rest on that giant cloud we call a pillow, slow your breathing, and let the steady rhythm of the rain guide you gently into this masterpiece. Before alphabets were printed by machines or tapped onto glowing screens, human hands shaped every letter with deliberate care. You're about to step into the quiet world of those who turned writing into an art form that demanded years of practice and endless patience. The morning light filters through rice paper windows and touches your workspace. You have been awake since before dawn because the best hours for calligraphy arrive when the world is still half asleep. The stone on your desk waits for you to grind the ink stick against its smooth surface. This ritual never changes. You add a few drops of water and begin the circular motion that your teacher demonstrated 3,000 times until it became as natural as breathing. The grinding takes 7 minutes today. Sometimes it takes 10. You learned long ago that rushing this step produces ink that lacks depth and character. The friction between stone and stick creates a sound like distant waves on sand. Your wrist moves in steady circles while your mind empties itself of yesterday's concerns and tomorrow's obligations. Ink pools in the shallow well of the stone. You test its consistency by lifting the stick and watching how the liquid falls back into the reservoir. Too thin and your characters will look pale and uncertain. Too thick and the brush will drag across the paper like a reluctant mule. This particular darkness has the right weight. You set the stick aside and arrange your brushes in the order you will need them. The largest brush stands as tall as your hand. Its bristles come from the tail hairs of horses that grazed in mountain pastures where the grass grows tough and wiry. The medium brush holds badger fur known for its spring and resilience. The smallest brush tapers to a point finer than a single hair. You made this one yourself last winter after your old detail brush finally gave up its shape. Paper waits in neat stacks to your left. Each sheet cost more than a day's wages for an ordinary labourer. The papermaker who supplies you operates a small workshop on the edge of the city, where he follows recipes passed down through his family for 6 generations. He knows you by name and sets aside his finest sheets when you place an order. You do not think about cost often, because thinking about cost makes your hand tense. The moment you begin calculating the monetary value of each stroke, your brushwork suffers. The characters become tight and controlled in ways that look mechanical rather than alive. Better to forget the price and focus entirely on making each mark as perfect as possible. The paper comes from mulberry bark that was beaten and soaked and spread thin as butterfly wings. The process takes weeks from raw material to finished sheet. The bark must be harvested at the correct season when sap flow is optimal. It gets cleaned and boiled and beaten with wooden mallets until the fibres separate. These fibres then float in water and settle onto screens in thin layers that become paper after drying. Light passes through it when you hold it up to the window. Your first practice sheet goes down on the desk. You weight its corners with small stones worn smooth by a river that dried up 200 years ago. The stones carry a pleasant coolness that somehow makes your thoughts clearer. You dip the large brush into the ink and press it gently against the side of the stone to remove excess liquid. The first stroke of the day is always the hardest. Your arm feels stiff despite the stretching exercises you performed while the ink was grinding. You take 3 slow breaths and let the brush touch the paper. The character for Mountain begins with a strong vertical line. Your brush moves down with controlled pressure and the ink spreads into the fibres. Each stroke requires a different combination of speed and force. The second stroke angles to the left like a peak leaning into the wind. The third stroke mirrors it on the right side. You step back and examine your work. The character is acceptable but not inspired. The left peak looks slightly weak, as if the mountain might topple in a strong breeze. You try again on a fresh sheet. This time the strokes feel more balanced, but the vertical line wavers near the bottom. Mountains do not waver. They stand firm against centuries of storms and earthquakes. The third attempt pleases you more. The brush moved without hesitation, and the 3 strokes work together to suggest something solid and eternal. You hang this sheet on a line strung across the room where completed work dries in the morning air. By evening you will decide whether it deserves to be saved or recycled into practice paper. Your teacher would arrive at this point in the morning routine. He died 4 years ago, but you still sense his presence behind your left shoulder during these early hours. He would examine your mountain character and say nothing for a long moment. Then he might point to the way the brush left the paper after the final stroke. Too abrupt. The true master allows the brush to lift gradually, so the ending feels inevitable rather than chopped off like a conversation interrupted by a rude neighbour. You practice mountains for another 30 minutes. The character appears simple with only 3 strokes, but those strokes contain all the principles of good calligraphy: balance, rhythm, controlled energy, mindful completion. When you can write a mountain that captures the essence of mountains, you will be ready to tackle more complex characters. The sun climbs higher, and you switch to a different text. Today you're working on a passage from an ancient poem about autumn leaves falling on a forgotten path. The first character requires 11 strokes. Your hand traces the pattern in the air above the paper before committing ink to fibre. This helps your muscles remember the proper sequence and prevents you from having to stop mid-character to recall the next move. The brush touches down and begins its dance. Stroke 1 is a horizontal line that establishes the width of the character. Stroke 2 drops vertically from the left end. Stroke 3 hooks slightly at the bottom. By stroke 7, your mind has quieted enough that thinking stops, and the brush seems to move on its own. The remaining strokes flow naturally and the character appears complete on the page. This state of effortless concentration is what you practice for. It arrives unpredictably, like a bird landing on your windowsill. You cannot force it or summon it through willpower. The only path is through endless repetition until technique becomes invisible, and the barrier between your intention and the mark on paper dissolves. You finish the entire poem by mid-morning. 20 characters arranged in vertical columns that read from right to left. The text fills a scroll of paper that will eventually be mounted on silk backing and hung in the home of a merchant who commissioned this work 3 months ago. He wants the poem displayed in his reception room where visitors will see it while waiting for him to finish counting his money. The merchant has no deep appreciation for calligraphy. He simply knows that owning handwritten scrolls signals refinement and education. This bothers you less than it once did. Your teacher used to say that calligraphy serves many purposes. Sometimes it preserves sacred texts. Sometimes it decorates temples. Sometimes it helps merchants prove they have arrived at a certain level of social standing. All of these purposes are valid because they all require someone to dedicate their life to mastering the brush. You eat a simple lunch of cold rice and pickled vegetables. The food tastes of nothing in particular, which is exactly what you want. Strong flavours distract from the afternoon's work. You have a commission that requires copying an entire chapter from a philosophical text. The client wants 40 pages finished by the end of the month. You completed 12 pages last week and you will finish 8 more this week if your hand cooperates. Copying text is different from creating original compositions. Your creativity is limited to the quality of your strokes and the spacing of your characters. The words are fixed. The meaning is established. Your job is to render them clearly and beautifully so future readers can absorb the wisdom without struggling to decipher messy handwriting. This particular text discusses the nature of change and permanence. The philosopher argues that everything flows like water in a stream, and you never step into the same river twice. You have copied these words so many times that you have memorized entire passages. Sometimes while grinding ink you find yourself reciting paragraphs in your head. The irony does not escape you. Here you are copying thoughts about constant change using a skill that has remained essentially unchanged for over 1,000 years. Your ancestors in this profession used the same tools and followed the same principles. They ground ink on stones. They practiced characters until their hands cramped. They worried about the consistency of their brushwork and whether their vertical lines stood truly vertical. You arrange a fresh stack of paper and begin the afternoon's copying session. The first character is complicated with 17 strokes that weave together like basket reeds. You have written this character at least 500 times, but you still check your reference copy to make sure you remember the proper stroke order. Writing characters in the wrong sequence is considered a serious error, even if the final result looks acceptable. There is a correct way, and all other ways are wrong. Your brush moves through the complex pattern. Each stroke builds on the previous one, and the character gradually emerges like a landscape appearing through lifting fog. You finish and move to the next character, then the next, then the next. Time becomes elastic during these sessions. You might look up and discover that 2 hours have passed while your conscious mind was occupied with nothing more than the proper thickness of horizontal lines. The afternoon sun shifts across your workspace. You adjust your position slightly to keep the light falling on your paper at the correct angle. Shadows are the enemy of good calligraphy because they make it impossible to judge the true darkness of your ink. You need consistent lighting to maintain consistent quality across 40 pages of text. By late afternoon, your hand begins to tire. The small muscles in your palm and fingers are asking for rest. You complete one more page and then stop for the day. Pushing through fatigue leads to sloppy work that you will only have to redo tomorrow. Your teacher taught you to recognize the moment when continuing becomes counterproductive. You clean your brushes with care that borders on reverence. Each brush gets rinsed in clean water until no trace of ink remains in the bristles. Then you reshape the tip using your fingers and hang the brush to dry with the bristles pointing downward. This prevents water from seeping into the bamboo handle, where it might cause the wood to split. The inkstone requires scrubbing with a small stiff brush to remove dried residue. You add fresh water and work the brush in circles until the stone surface feels smooth again. Some calligraphers keep their stones spotless enough to serve food on. You're not quite that fastidious, but you do respect your tools as partners in your work. Your practice sheets go into a basket for recycling. The merchant's commissioned scroll gets carefully rolled and placed in a wooden tube to protect it from dust and moisture. The pages of philosophical text join a growing stack that you cover with a clean cloth. Everything has its proper place, and every evening ends with this same ritual of organisation and cleaning. You stretch your fingers and rotate your wrists to work out the stiffness. Some calligraphers develop permanent cramps and tremors after decades of this work. You have been lucky so far. Your hands remain steady, and your grip stays reliable. You attribute this partly to good fortune and partly to the finger exercises your teacher insisted you perform every morning. The evening meal is rice again with a bit of fish and some greens from your garden. You eat slowly and think about nothing in particular. Food is fuel for the body. You neither love it nor hate it. It simply is. This attitude toward food developed naturally over years of training when thinking too much about meals seemed like a waste of mental energy better spent on calligraphy. After dinner, you allow yourself one luxury. You bring out your collection of old scrolls purchased from various dealers over the years. Most of them are practice pieces or unsigned works that someone's descendants sold off when clearing out an estate. You study these scrolls not to copy them directly, but to absorb the different styles and approaches that other calligraphers brought to their work. Tonight you unroll a scroll that shows bamboo stalks bending in wind. The artist used very wet ink and quick strokes to suggest motion and flexibility. Each leaf is a single decisive mark. The entire composition probably took less than 10 minutes to complete, yet it captures something essential about bamboo that a more careful rendering might miss. You wonder about the person who created this. Were they young or old? Did they work quickly out of skill or impatience? Did they know this piece would still be studied 100 years after their death? These questions have no answers, but asking them feels important somehow. The scroll goes back into its protective box and you prepare for sleep. Tomorrow will be another day of grinding ink and practicing strokes. The day after that will be the same. The day after that too. This repetition might seem tedious to someone outside your profession, but you find comfort in the predictability. Each day offers another chance to improve by small increments that accumulate over years into something approaching mastery. You lie down on your sleeping mat and close your eyes. The smell of ink still lingers on your fingers despite washing them twice. This scent has become so familiar that you barely notice it anymore. It is simply the smell of your life. Your training began when you were 12 years old. Your parents brought you to the master's studio on a cold morning when frost made patterns on the windows. You remember feeling terrified of the old man who barely looked up from his work when you were introduced. He asked you to write your name using the brush and ink he provided. Your hand shook so badly that the characters came out twisted and uneven. The master studied your attempt for a long moment and then nodded once. He told your parents to return in a week. If you survived that week without running away, you could stay and learn. The first week consisted entirely of grinding ink. You ground ink for the master and for his 3 senior students who barely acknowledged your existence. You ground ink until your arm burned and your fingers blistered. You ground ink in the morning and in the afternoon, and sometimes late into the evening when the master decided he needed especially fine ink for a special commission. No one explained why this was necessary. No one told you how long this phase would last. You simply ground ink and watched the senior students work and tried not to cry from boredom and frustration. On the 4th day you made the ink too thin, and the master slapped your hand with a bamboo stick. The blow was not hard enough to cause real injury, but it stung both your palm and your pride. On the 7th day, the master handed you a brush for the first time. It was an old brush with bristles that no longer held their shape properly. He told you to practice vertical lines on cheap paper for the next month. You were not to attempt any characters or creative work, just vertical lines, thousands of vertical lines. You drew lines until they haunted your dreams, straight lines, thick lines, thin lines. Lines that started with confidence and ended with a whisper. Lines that began tentatively and grew bolder toward the bottom. Each line required complete attention despite the apparent simplicity of drawing a straight mark. The challenge was maintaining consistent pressure throughout the entire stroke. Beginners tend to press harder at the start and lighten toward the end, or they begin lightly and press down as they gain confidence. Either pattern produces lines with uneven width that reveal uncertainty in the hand. The master would occasionally glance at your work and grunt non-committally before returning to his own projects. These grunts contained no information you could decode. You learned to ignore them and focus solely on the quality of the lines you were producing. Seeking approval from each glance would have driven you mad within a week. After the month of lines, you graduated to horizontal strokes, then diagonal strokes, then curves and hooks. Each type of stroke required weeks of practice before you could move on to the next. By the time you were allowed to attempt actual characters, 8 months had passed and your understanding of what calligraphy required had fundamentally changed. You used to think it was about making pretty letters. You now understood it was about training your hand and mind to work together with such precision that nothing was left to chance or accident. Every movement needed to be intentional and controlled. Spontaneity would come later after technique became instinctive. Your first character was the numeral one, a single horizontal line. You had practiced horizontal lines for weeks, so this should have been easy. But writing a line that was meant to be a character, rather than just a practice stroke, added pressure that made your hand tense. The line came out wobbly and uneven. The master made you write the numeral 1 500 times over the next 3 days. By the end you could do it with your eyes closed. The line flowed from your brush with consistent width and proper slight taper at the ends. You felt proud until the master pointed out that 1 was the simplest character in existence, and you still had thousands more to learn. Years passed in this way. You progressed from simple characters to complex ones. You learned the classical texts that every educated person was expected to know. You memorized poems and philosophical writings. You studied the great calligraphers of the past and tried to understand what made their work transcendent rather than merely competent. The master rarely praised you. Mostly he pointed out errors and areas for improvement. Your verticals leaned too far to the left. Your hooks lacked crispness. Your spacing between characters felt cramped. On the rare occasions when he said your work showed promise, you felt like you had won an imperial prize. Other students came and went during your training. Some lacked dedication and left after a few months of grinding ink. Others showed talent but could not accept the endless repetition that mastery required. One student stayed for 2 years before deciding to become a merchant instead. He told you that making money seemed more practical than perfecting brushstrokes. You understood his reasoning but never seriously considered leaving. Something about the work satisfied a need in you that had no name. The focused concentration, the visible improvement over time, the sense that you were participating in a tradition that stretched back centuries. These things mattered more than wealth or social status. By your 22nd birthday you had become the senior student. 2 younger students now ground ink for the master, while you worked on commissions that paid actual money. The master took a percentage of your earnings, but you accepted this arrangement without resentment. He had given you a skill that would support you for life. The master died on a spring morning when cherry blossoms were falling like pink snow. You found him at his desk with a brush still in his hand. He had been writing a character that was never finished. You completed the stroke according to what you believed his intention had been. Then you wrapped his body and notified his family and disciples. The funeral drew calligraphers from across the region. They came to pay respects and to view the master's final works displayed in his studio. You stood in the corner and listened to them discuss his technique and his influence on the art form. Some of them recognized you as his senior student and offered condolences mixed with subtle questions about whether you would continue operating the studio. You inherited the studio because the master had no children and his family had no interest in calligraphy. His widow gave you the space and the tools and the reputation attached to his name. In exchange, you promised to maintain the standards he had established and to train students who showed genuine promise. That was 4 years ago. You now occupy the position your master once held. You have 2 students of your own who grind ink and practice basic strokes, and probably wonder if they will ever create real calligraphy. You try to be more encouraging than your master was while maintaining the same rigorous standards. Teaching has given you new appreciation for how difficult the master's job was. Watching students make the same mistakes repeatedly requires patience you did not know you possessed. Explaining concepts that seem obvious to you after years of practice tests your ability to remember what it felt like to be a beginner. Your younger student struggles with consistency. Her strokes vary in thickness even when she is trying to maintain uniform width. You have told her 100 times to keep steady pressure on the brush, but the correction never seems to stick. Yesterday you finally understood that she's gripping the brush too tightly. Tension in her fingers transfers to the bristles and causes unpredictable ink flow. You showed her how to hold the brush with relaxed fingers while still maintaining control. The demonstration took 5 minutes, but the lesson required 3 months of watching her work before you could diagnose the root problem. Your master probably knew what was wrong from the beginning, but he waited for you to discover it yourself through continued practice. This is how the tradition passes down through generations. Each master teaches students who become masters who teach students. The methods barely change because they work. Innovations happen slowly and only after much debate and consideration. Calligraphy is conservative by nature because it values preservation over novelty. Sometimes you wonder what your master would think of your work now. Would he approve of the commissions you accept? Would he criticize your technique or praise your development? These questions remain theoretical because dead teachers cannot offer opinions. You must judge yourself using the standards he instilled during those years of training. Most days you feel you are meeting those standards. Some days you fall short and you know exactly where and why. The character's balance is off. The stroke lacks energy. The composition feels cramped. You can see the problems clearly, which means you have internalized the critical eye your master possessed. On very rare days, you create something that surprises you. A character appears on the paper that seems better than your current skill level should allow. These moments feel like gifts from somewhere beyond your conscious control. You hang these pieces on your wall until familiarity makes them ordinary again. The workshop where you make your own brushes sits in a corner of the studio that catches afternoon light. Making brushes is not your primary skill, but every calligrapher needs to understand how their tools are constructed. You cannot use a brush effectively without knowing what happens inside the metal ferrule where bristles are bound together. The process begins with sorting animal hair. You have several bundles of horsetail hair that you purchased from a farmer who raises mountain ponies. The hair must be cleaned thoroughly to remove oils and dirt. You soak it in a solution of water and ash for several days and then rinse it repeatedly until the water runs clear. Once clean, the hair gets sorted by length and texture. The longest hairs will form the outer layer of the brush tip. Shorter hairs go into the core where they provide structure and spring. You arrange the hairs on your workbench and begin the delicate process of bundling them together. This step requires more patience than almost any other aspect of calligraphy. You must align hundreds of individual hairs so their tips form a perfect point. Each hair has a slightly different length and thickness. They want to stick together in clumps or splay outward at odd angles. You coax them into submission using a mixture of gentle pressure and stubborn persistence. The bundle slowly takes shape. You tie the base with strong thread to hold everything in place. The thread must wrap tightly enough to compress the hairs into a unified mass, but not so tight that it cuts through individual strands. You learned this balance through trial and error after ruining several bundles by pulling the thread with excessive force. Then you insert the bundle into a bamboo handle that you carved and sanded last week. The bamboo came from a grove 3 days' journey from the city where the plants grow straight and true. You selected this particular section because the nodes were evenly spaced, and the walls had consistent thickness. Irregularities in the bamboo translate to irregularities in how the brush feels during use. The fit must be snug enough that the bristles will not work loose during use, but not so tight that you crush the ferrule. You test the fit multiple times before committing to the final assembly. Each test insertion reveals whether you need to sand the inside of the handle slightly more or trim a few hairs from the bundle. You mix a glue from fish bladder and carefully coat the base of the bristles before seating them permanently in the handle. The glue recipe came from your master who learned it from his master, in an unbroken chain reaching back generations. The proportions must be exact, or the glue will either remain tacky forever or become so brittle that it cracks under normal use. The glue takes 3 days to cure completely. During this time, you must resist the temptation to test the brush. Premature use will compromise the bond, and the brush will fail within weeks. You have made this mistake before in your eagerness to try a newly completed tool. The bristles worked loose after just a few uses, and you had to discard hours of careful work. When the glue is set, you trim any stray hairs that stick out from the main body of the brush. This trimming requires steady hands and sharp scissors. One wrong cut can ruin hours of work. You cut with tiny snips and constantly check the symmetry of the brush tip. The finished brush gets tested on practice paper. You dip it in ink and make a series of strokes to evaluate its performance. Does it hold enough ink for a full character? Do the bristles spring back to their original shape after being pressed against the paper? Does the tip maintain its point, or does it split into multiple paths? This particular brush passes all the tests. The tip feels responsive and the bristles have good spring. You add it to your collection with a small sense of pride. Making a brush from raw materials connects you to the physical reality of your craft in a way that simply buying brushes from a shop never could. Not all your brushes come from your own hands. You also buy from professional brush makers who have perfected their art over generations. The best brushes cost as much as a month's rent. You own 3 such brushes that you use only for final copies of important commissions. These brushes are treasures that will outlast you if properly maintained. The economics of calligraphy rarely make anyone wealthy. Your income comes from commissions that pay modest fees for substantial work. A scroll requires days or weeks to complete, but sells for an amount that a merchant makes in a single afternoon. You accept this disparity because you chose this profession knowing its limitations. Some calligraphers supplement their income by teaching, or by working as scribes for government offices. You have considered both options, but ultimately decided to focus on pure calligraphy. Teaching your 2 students provides some additional income, and scribal work feels too much like copying without the artistic element that makes the copying worthwhile. Your clients come from various backgrounds. Merchants want scrolls to impress their business associates. Scholars commission copies of rare texts that exist in only a few locations. Temples hire you to create religious inscriptions. Families ask for commemorative pieces marking births or deaths or marriages. Each commission requires you to adjust your style to match the client's needs and expectations. A temple inscription demands formality and perfect execution. A personal scroll for a family can afford slightly more expressive brushwork. A text for a scholar must be readable above all else, with any flourishes kept minimal. You dislike commissions that demand overly decorative calligraphy, where the visual impact matters more than the meaning of the text. Some wealthy patrons want their scrolls to look impressive, even if the actual characters become illegible under layers of artistic elaboration. These projects feel like betrayals of the form's fundamental purpose, which is to communicate clearly through beautiful writing. Your favourite commissions involve classical poetry. The rhythms of ancient poems naturally lend themselves to calligraphic interpretation. Each line contains a thought that deserves to be rendered with appropriate weight and energy. You can vary your brushwork to reflect the mood of the verse, without violating the principles of clarity and balance. Last month you completed a series of 4 scrolls featuring poems about the changing seasons. The spring poem used lighter ink and flowing strokes to suggest new growth and gentle rain. The summer poem required bold, dark characters that evoked heat and intensity. Autumn brought thinner lines and careful spacing to reflect the sense of things passing away. Winter demanded stark simplicity and strong contrasts. The client was pleased enough to recommend you to his friends. This kind of word-of-mouth recommendation is how you build your reputation. There are no advertisements for calligraphers. You either become known for quality work, or you struggle to find enough commissions to support yourself. Competition exists, but feels less cutthroat than in other professions. Most calligraphers recognise that the market is limited, and that survival depends on maintaining high standards across the entire field. A calligrapher who produces shoddy work damages the reputation of all calligraphers. An unspoken agreement exists to police quality through subtle social pressure. You have seen calligraphers who cut corners by using inferior materials or rushing their work to accept more commissions. These people rarely last more than a few years before their reputations collapse. Clients eventually notice when the ink fades prematurely, or when characters show evidence of haste. Word spreads and the commissions dry up. Your approach is the opposite. You work slowly and carefully, and turn down projects when your schedule is too full to give them proper attention. This sometimes means losing income in the short term, but it protects your long-term reputation. Your master taught you that a calligrapher's name is their most valuable asset, and that protecting that asset requires constant vigilance. The studio where you work was built specifically for calligraphy. The previous master who occupied it before your master designed the space with large windows facing north to provide consistent light throughout the day. The walls are bare except for a few hanging scrolls that rotate seasonally. The floor is wood kept meticulously clean because dust on paper can interfere with ink adhesion. Everything in the studio serves a purpose. There is no decoration for decoration's sake. The aesthetic is one of refined simplicity where the focus remains entirely on the work. Visitors often comment on how peaceful the space feels. You have become so accustomed to it that you barely notice the atmosphere anymore. Your two students share a workspace at the opposite end of the studio. You can observe them without being intrusive. They practice basic strokes for hours while you work on commissions. Sometimes you call them over to demonstrate a technique or to correct an error you have noticed from across the room. The older student shows promise but lacks the obsessive dedication that true mastery requires. He produces competent work and will probably make a decent living as a calligrapher. But he will never be great. Greatness requires a willingness to sacrifice everything else in pursuit of incremental improvement. He is not willing to make that sacrifice, and you do not judge him for it. The younger student might become great if she continues for another decade. She has the dedication and the ability to focus for hours without distraction. Her technique still needs refinement, but technique can be taught. The deeper qualities that separate masters from journeymen are either present or absent from the beginning. You sometimes wonder if your master saw that quality in you during those early years of grinding ink and practicing basic strokes. Did he know you would eventually succeed him? Or was he simply training students with no particular expectation that any of them would reach the highest levels of the art? These questions have no definite answers. Your master never explained his thinking or revealed his assessments of individual students. He taught everyone the same way and let time sort out who would persist and who would quit. This approach seems harsh, but it works better than trying to predict potential based on early signs. The afternoon stretches toward evening. You complete another page of the philosophical text and add it to the growing stack. Tomorrow you will finish 2 more pages and the next day another 2. The work proceeds at its own steady pace, neither rushed nor delayed. Outside your windows, the city continues its daily business. People buy and sell goods. Children play in the streets. Officials conduct government affairs. Musicians perform in tea houses. All of this activity happens in a world that you inhabit only peripherally. Your real life occurs in this studio where the only things that matter are ink and paper and brush. This isolation might seem lonely to an outsider, but you do not experience it that way. The work itself provides companionship. Each character is a small challenge to be solved. Each scroll is a conversation with the author of the text you are rendering. The great calligraphers of the past feel present in spirit if not in body. You lock the studio door as the sun sets. Tomorrow will begin with grinding ink and stretching fingers. The day will unfold according to patterns established over centuries of tradition, and you will spend those hours pursuing a perfection that remains always slightly out of reach. The history of your profession stretches back to the moment when humans first pressed reeds into wet clay to make marks that represented words. Those early scribes in Mesopotamia were record keepers rather than artists, but they established the fundamental connection between writing and permanence. In Egypt, scribes held privileged positions in society because literacy was rare and powerful. They recorded taxes and religious texts. They documented treaties and property transfers. Their tools were different from yours, but their role was similar. They made language visible and durable. The alphabet you use evolved over thousands of years as different cultures borrowed and modified writing systems from their neighbours. Phoenician traders spread their script around the Mediterranean. Greeks adapted it and added vowels. Romans simplified it further and carried it across their empire. Each writing system developed its own aesthetic traditions. Arabic calligraphy grew elaborate and geometric. Chinese characters became standardized but retained their pictographic origins. Sanskrit scripts flowed with curves that suggested spiritual concepts. Hebrew letters acquired mystical significance beyond their phonetic values. Your own tradition combines indigenous practices with influences absorbed from neighbouring regions over centuries of cultural exchange. The result is a style that feels both ancient and specific to this time and place. Future calligraphers will probably modify it further according to changing tastes and technologies. Before paper existed, calligraphers wrote on materials that modern practitioners would find challenging. Palm leaves required special cutting tools and ink that would not cause the leaves to crack. Birch bark had to be prepared carefully to create a smooth writing surface. Animal skins needed processing to remove hair and fat. The invention of paper revolutionized writing in ways that are difficult to fully appreciate from this side of history. Suddenly, scribes had access to a material that was relatively cheap and portable, and could be produced in large quantities. The spread of knowledge accelerated as texts became easier to copy and distribute. Your paper comes from workshops where artisans follow techniques that have not changed substantially in 500 years. They soak tree bark until it breaks down into fibres. They spread the pulp on screens and press out the water. They dry the sheets in controlled conditions to prevent warping or cracking. The best paper has a slight texture that catches the brush and allows the ink to spread in controlled ways. Poor quality paper either absorbs too much ink, making the characters bleed into fuzzy shapes, or repels ink, leaving streaky, inconsistent strokes. You can tell the quality of paper by touch before you ever apply a brush to it. Ink itself has its own complex history. Ancient Chinese calligraphers made ink from pine soot mixed with animal glue. Japanese ink makers experimented with different soot sources to achieve various black tones. Some regions added perfumes to their ink to make writing a more sensory experience. The ink you use comes in solid sticks that look like small blocks of polished stone. Creating these sticks requires collecting soot from controlled fires, where specific woods or oils are burned. Different fuel sources produce different qualities of black. Pine wood creates soot with a slightly warm tone. Vegetable oil produces soot that yields a cooler black. The soot gets mixed with glue and moulded into sticks that are dried and aged sometimes for years before being sold. The drying process alone takes months. The sticks must lose moisture gradually, or they will crack and become useless. Craftsmen monitor humidity levels constantly and rotate the sticks to ensure even drying. Some workshops dry their sticks in caves where temperature and moisture remain stable throughout the year. Fresh ink does not have the depth and character of aged ink. Something about the chemical changes that occur over time improves the way ink flows and bonds with paper. The molecules apparently reorganize themselves into more stable configurations. The result is ink that grinds more smoothly and produces more consistent darkness on paper. Calligraphers debate the ideal aging period, with some claiming 3 years produces optimal results while others insist on 10. Your own experiment suggests that 5 years represents a sweet spot where the improvement from aging plateaus. Ink older than 5 years costs significantly more but performs only marginally better in your experience. Your own collection includes ink sticks of various ages and qualities. You save your oldest and finest ink for special commissions where the client will appreciate the difference. Most everyday work uses younger ink that performs adequately without depleting your precious aged supplies. The relationship between calligrapher and brushmaker is often close and long-lasting. You have bought brushes from the same craftsman for 8 years. He knows your preferences and can recommend specific brushes for particular projects. When you need something custom-made, he understands your requirements without lengthy explanations. Brushmaking is its own specialised profession requiring years of training. The best brushmakers can feel the quality of animal hair by running it between their fingers. They know which combinations of hair types produce specific performance characteristics. They understand how to balance spring and flexibility and ink retention in a single tool. Some regions are famous for producing brushes of exceptional quality. Calligraphers will travel for days to purchase brushes from these renowned workshops. The brushes become treasured possessions passed down through generations. Stories circulate about ancient brushes that still perform flawlessly after hundreds of years of use. Your 3 finest brushes came from different sources. One was a gift from your master on the day you completed your training. Another you purchased after receiving payment for an especially lucrative commission. The third belonged to a calligrapher whose estate was sold after his death. Each brush has its own personality and quirks that you have learned through extensive use. The social status of calligraphers has varied throughout history, depending on the value different cultures placed on literacy and artistic expression. In some eras, calligraphers enjoyed prestige and wealth. In other periods, they barely survived on meagre fees paid by the few clients who wanted handwritten texts. Currently, you occupy a middle position in society. You are neither wealthy nor impoverished. You are respected but not celebrated. People recognize calligraphy as a legitimate profession, but few truly understand the skill required to practice it well. This suits you fine because you never sought fame or fortune. The greatest historical calligraphers achieved legendary status. Their works are preserved in museums and private collections. Scholars study their techniques and try to understand what made their brushwork transcendent. These masters set standards that contemporary calligraphers still measure themselves against. You have seen some of these masterworks during trips to the capital, where museums display ancient scrolls behind glass. Standing before these pieces creates a mixture of inspiration and humiliation. Inspiration because they prove what is possible. Humiliation because the gap between their skill and yours seems impossibly wide. Your master used to say that comparing yourself to the greatest masters is both necessary and dangerous. Necessary because you need models of excellence to guide your development. Dangerous because the comparison can become paralysing if you focus on the distance rather than the direction of improvement. You try to maintain this balance by studying historical masters while also accepting your own limitations. You will probably never achieve their level of skill. but you can still create work that serves its purpose and brings satisfaction to yourself and your clients. That is enough. The techniques you use vary depending on the specific requirements of each project. A religious text demands different brushwork than a personal letter. A formal proclamation follows rules that do not apply to a casual poem. Your training included learning when to apply which approach. The most formal style requires absolute precision. Each stroke must be executed with careful control. The characters maintain uniform size and spacing. The ink is consistently dark. Any variation suggests lack of discipline or mastery. This style is difficult to sustain for long periods, because it allows no room for spontaneity or relaxation. Semi-formal styles permit more individual expression, while still maintaining clear structure. You can vary stroke thickness for emphasis. Character sizes might shift slightly to create visual interest. The overall effect balances readability with artistic personality. Most of your commissions fall into this category. Cursive styles break many rules in pursuit of speed and expressive energy. Strokes connect in ways that would be forbidden in formal writing. Characters become abbreviated or simplified. The brush never fully lifts from the paper between strokes. This style requires deep knowledge of standard forms because the abbreviations and connections only work if the viewer can mentally reconstruct the proper characters. You practice all three styles regularly to maintain flexibility. Some days you work in formal mode for clients who want traditional appearance. Other days you experiment with cursive techniques in personal pieces that no one else will ever see. This variety prevents you from becoming rigid in your approach. The process of writing a single character involves more physical awareness than most people realise. Your posture affects the quality of your brushwork. Tension in your shoulders transfers down your arm and into your hand. Even your breathing pattern influences how smoothly the brush moves across the paper. You stand while working on large characters that require bold, energetic strokes. The standing position allows you to use your whole body to generate momentum. Your weight shifts from one foot to the other as the brush sweeps across the paper. The motion resembles a martial arts form where physical power combines with mental focus. Smaller characters demand a seated position, where your forearm rests on the desk for stability. Your wrist provides most of the movement while your fingers make tiny adjustments to control the brush tip. This position allows precision, but limits the range of motion available for dynamic strokes. Your breathing syncs with your brushwork in ways that developed unconsciously over years of practice. You inhale during pauses when considering the next stroke. The breath fills your lungs completely and your ribcage expands. This expansion creates a momentary stability that helps you prepare mentally for the coming movement. You exhale as the brush moves across the paper. The outward breath coincides with the outward extension of your arm. This synchronization happened naturally without anyone teaching you the pattern. Your body discovered it through thousands of repetitions until breathing and brushwork became inseparable. The rhythm of breathing and writing becomes unified until they feel like a single continuous action. On good days, you can work for hours without consciously thinking about breathing at all. The breath simply happens in perfect coordination with every stroke. On difficult days, the coordination breaks down and you must deliberately re-establish the pattern through focused attention. Temperature and humidity affect your work in subtle but important ways. In summer, the ink dries too quickly, and you must work faster to maintain fluid connections between strokes. In winter, the ink thickens and requires longer grinding to achieve proper consistency. Humid days cause paper to absorb ink differently than dry days. You have learned to adjust your technique according to these environmental variables. You cannot control the weather, but you can modify how much water you add to the ink or how long you pause between strokes. These small adjustments accumulate into the difference between work that looks effortless and work that shows signs of struggle. The mental state required for good calligraphy is difficult to describe to people who have never experienced it. You must be simultaneously relaxed and alert. Your mind needs to be empty of distracting thoughts, but also fully engaged with the immediate task. This paradoxical combination develops through practice but cannot be forced. Some days you sit down to work and the proper mental state arrives within minutes. The world narrows to the paper and the brush. Thoughts quiet. Time loses its usual quality. You enter a flow where decisions happen without deliberation, and every stroke emerges exactly as intended. Other days, the mental state refuses to appear, no matter how long you sit or how many breathing exercises you perform. Your mind races with concerns about money or health or relationships. The brush feels clumsy and foreign in your hand. Every stroke looks wrong and requires correction. On these days, you eventually give up and turn to other tasks like cleaning tools or organising supplies. You cannot predict which type of day you will have when you wake up in the morning. External circumstances do not reliably determine internal states. You might feel anxious about a major commission but still produce excellent work. You might have no particular worries but find yourself unable to concentrate. Your master taught you not to judge these fluctuations too harshly. All calligraphers experience good days and bad days. The key is to keep showing up and doing the work regardless of how it feels in the moment. Over time, the good days outnumber the bad days, and the overall trajectory moves toward improvement. This lesson took years to truly accept. Early in your training, you would become frustrated on bad days and convinced that you lacked the necessary talent. You would compare your worst work to other students' best work and conclude you were falling behind. Your master would occasionally notice these spirals of negative thinking and redirect your attention to the simple task of grinding ink or cleaning brushes. The work itself eventually taught you that consistency matters more than intermittent brilliance. The calligrapher who practices every day for 10 years will surpass the talented beginner who only works when inspiration strikes. This truth applies to most skills, but feels especially relevant to calligraphy, where incremental improvements accumulate into mastery. You now try to pass this lesson to your students, though they will probably need years to fully internalize it. You can tell them that bad days are normal and temporary. You can demonstrate that even masters produce mediocre work sometimes. But understanding intellectually differs from accepting emotionally. They will learn through experience, or they will quit before learning occurs. The philosophical dimensions of calligraphy interest you more now than they did during your training years. Back then you focused almost entirely on technique and skill development. You wanted to make beautiful characters and earn your master's approval. The deeper meanings remained abstract concepts without personal relevance. Now you recognize calligraphy as a form of meditation, where the goal is not to achieve anything, but simply to be present with each stroke. The characters you create matter less than the quality of attention you bring to creating them. This realization paradoxically improved your technical work, because trying too hard produces tension that degrades quality. You have read texts written by monk calligraphers who used writing as spiritual practice. They described calligraphy as a way to empty the mind and connect with something larger than the individual self. You're not particularly religious, but you understand what they meant. The experience of losing yourself in the work feels like touching something eternal. These moments of transcendence arrive unpredictably and depart just as suddenly. You might be in the middle of a routine commission when suddenly everything clicks, and you see each stroke with perfect clarity. Or you might finish an entire scroll without experiencing anything special, but then look at the completed work and recognize that something extraordinary happened without your conscious awareness. You do not discuss these experiences with many people because they sound pretentious when described in words. How do you explain to a merchant that writing his poem felt like touching the void? How do you tell your students that the highest achievement in calligraphy is to forget you are doing calligraphy? These truths can only be discovered through personal experience. Different cultures develop distinct calligraphic traditions based on their unique writing systems and aesthetic values. The Chinese tradition emphasized balance and harmony with characters arranged in precise grids. The Arabic tradition created flowing geometric patterns, where text became architectural ornament. The Latin tradition in medieval Europe illuminated manuscripts with gold leaf and elaborate decorative flourishes. You have studied examples from many traditions, though your own work remains rooted in your native style. Seeing how other cultures approach the same fundamental challenge of making language visible and beautiful has expanded your understanding of what calligraphy can be. Chinese calligraphy influenced your tradition significantly. The tools and many techniques came from China along with Buddhism and Confucian philosophy. But over centuries, local preferences and innovations created a distinctly regional style. Characters became slightly more angular. The balance between thick and thin strokes shifted. New conventions developed for spacing and composition. The 5 major scripts in Chinese calligraphy represent different points on the spectrum between formal and casual. Seal script preserved ancient forms used on official seals and monuments. Clerical script developed for administrative efficiency. Regular script became the standard for printed texts and formal documents. Running script increased speed while maintaining readability. Cursive script prioritized expressiveness over clarity. You practice primarily in regular and running scripts depending on the needs of your commissions. Seal script appears too archaic for most contemporary purposes. Clerical script has a historical association with bureaucracy that clients prefer to avoid. Cursive script requires such specialized knowledge to read that it limits your potential audience. Arabic calligraphy takes a different approach because the Arabic script connects letters within words. This creates opportunities for flowing composition that your isolated character system cannot replicate. Arabic calligraphers developed styles where entire verses of poetry become unified visual compositions resembling abstract art. The religious prohibition against depicting living beings in Islamic art elevated calligraphy to central importance in mosque decoration. Sacred texts became the primary subject for artistic expression. Calligraphers achieved the status of artists whose work was collected and celebrated. This tradition continues today with contemporary Arabic calligraphers pushing boundaries while respecting classical foundations. European medieval manuscripts represent yet another approach, where calligraphy merged with illustration. Scribes spent months creating single books with elaborate initial letters containing miniature paintings. Gold and lapis lazuli decorated the pages. The books were treasures that signalled wealth and devotion. The invention of the printing press transformed European calligraphy from a practical necessity into an artistic specialty. Suddenly books could be mass-produced and handwritten text became luxury items. Calligraphers adapted by focusing on ceremonial documents and special commissions, where handwork justified the extra expense. Your own culture experienced similar changes when printing technology arrived. The initial impact devastated the professional calligraphy community. Many calligraphers lost their livelihoods as printed text replaced handwritten books. The survivors adapted by emphasizing the artistic and spiritual dimensions of handwork that machines could not replicate. Today, calligraphy occupies a niche position where it serves ceremonial and aesthetic purposes rather than utilitarian communication. No one needs handwritten letters when printed forms are faster and cheaper, but people still value the personal touch and artistic quality that only a skilled calligrapher can provide. You sometimes wonder if future generations will continue practicing calligraphy, or if the tradition will fade as digital communication dominates all aspects of life. Young people rarely see handwriting anymore. They type on keyboards or tap on screens. The physical experience of making marks on paper feels increasingly foreign to them. Your two students represent a small rebellion against this trend. They chose to study an ancient art form that has little practical application in the modern world. Their reasons vary, but both express a hunger for something tangible and slow in a culture that increasingly values speed and efficiency. The younger student told you she was attracted to calligraphy because it requires presence. You cannot text and write calligraphy simultaneously. You cannot think about tomorrow while forming characters. The work demands complete attention in the present moment. This quality feels rare and precious in her daily life. The older student came to calligraphy through frustration with his previous career in commerce. He spent years negotiating trades and managing shipments. The work paid well, but felt empty. He wanted to create something with his own hands that would outlast him. Calligraphy offered that possibility. You understand both motivations, though. Your own path to this profession was less philosophical. You became a calligrapher because your parents arranged an apprenticeship, and you discovered you had aptitude for the work. The deeper meanings emerged later after technique had become unconscious. Different materials create different calligraphic effects. Stone requires chisels and hammers. Metal accepts engraved characters. Wood burns under heated tools. Clay softens to impressions. Each material has its own logic and constraints that shape how writing appears. Your own work uses brush and ink on paper, which allows the most fluid and expressive approach. The brush bends and flexes under pressure. The ink spreads into paper fibres in organic patterns. The resulting characters contain life and movement that carved or stamped text cannot match. Some contemporary calligraphers experiment with unconventional materials. They write on glass or fabric or ceramic. They use tools other than brushes to create unexpected textures. They combine calligraphy with painting or sculpture. These innovations expand the definition of what calligraphy can be. You respect these experiments without feeling called to pursue them yourself. Your interest lies in mastering the traditional approach, rather than inventing new approaches. Perhaps this makes you conservative, but you believe that tradition deserves preservation even as some people push boundaries. The role of technology in calligraphy remains controversial. Some calligraphers use digital tools to design compositions before executing them on paper. Others photograph their work and make prints for clients who want multiple copies. Purists argue that digital intervention corrupts the essential handmade nature of the art form. You occupy a middle position. You occasionally photograph your work for documentation, but you do not create digital versions for sale. Each piece you make exists as a unique physical object. The slight variations between supposedly identical characters reveal the human hand behind them. This unrepeatable quality seems fundamental to what calligraphy is. The future of traditional calligraphy probably involves a small community of dedicated practitioners serving a niche market that values handcraft and historical continuity. Mass culture will continue moving toward digital efficiency, but there will always be people who want something made slowly, by hand, using methods that connect to the past. You hope your students will continue practicing after they complete their training, but you also know that many factors influence whether someone commits to a difficult profession with limited financial rewards. You can teach them technique and share the philosophical dimensions. Whether they choose to build lives around calligraphy depends on circumstances beyond your control. The rhythm of your days follows patterns established by generations of calligraphers. You wake before dawn and grind ink while the world is still quiet. You practice basic strokes to warm up your hand and center your mind. You work on commissions during the hours when your energy and focus are strongest. You clean your tools as the day ends and prepare for tomorrow. This routine might seem monotonous to someone who craves variety and excitement. For you, it provides structure that makes sustained excellence possible. The consistency removes decision fatigue and allows you to direct all your mental energy toward the actual work of calligraphy. You no longer wonder if you made the right career choice. Those questions belong to your youth when other paths still seemed possible. Now, calligraphy is simply what you do. It defines how you spend your time and how you understand yourself. Removing calligraphy from your life would be like removing your skeleton. The structure that holds everything else together would collapse. The money you earn supports a modest lifestyle. You rent this studio and a small room where you sleep. You eat simple food and wear plain clothes. You own few possessions beyond your tools and a small collection of books and scrolls. This simplicity is partly necessity and partly choice. Desire for luxury goods would create pressure to accept more commissions and work faster. Your quality would inevitably decline under that pressure. Better to live simply and maintain standards than to grow wealthy while producing inferior work. Your master lived this way, and you see no reason to live differently. Some calligraphers marry and raise families. You have chosen not to. The demands of family life would conflict with the focused dedication that calligraphy requires. You do not judge colleagues who manage both, but you know your own limitations. Divided attention produces divided results. Your relationships exist primarily within the calligraphy community. You know other calligraphers around the city and occasionally visit their studios to examine their work and discuss technical challenges. These conversations are the closest thing you have to a social life. The isolation rarely bothers you because the work itself provides fulfillment that relationships might offer others. Each completed commission gives satisfaction. Each improvement in technique brings quiet joy. Each moment of perfect concentration feels like communion with something larger than yourself. You sometimes imagine your master watching you work, not judging or criticizing, but simply observing with the neutral attention he brought to everything. This imagined presence comforts you during difficult projects or when doubt creeps in about your abilities. The scrolls hanging in your studio rotate seasonally. Spring brings poems about renewal and growth. Summer displays bold, energetic calligraphy. Autumn features contemplative texts. Winter shows stark, minimal compositions. These rotations mark time's passage in a life that otherwise contains few external markers. Your students will eventually leave to establish their own practices. New students will arrive to replace them. This cycle repeats endlessly, with each generation learning from the previous one and eventually teaching the next. You're simply one link in a chain that extends centuries into the past and hopefully centuries into the future. The scrolls you create will outlast you if they are properly cared for. Paper can survive hundreds of years in good conditions. Your characters will still be readable long after everyone who knew you has died. This form of immortality is modest, but real. You do not sign your work with elaborate flourishes or prominent seals. Your mark appears small and discreet in the corner of each piece. The work should speak for itself without requiring promotion of the maker's identity. This humility is traditional, though some contemporary calligraphers take a more individualistic approach. The discipline required for calligraphy shaped other aspects of your life. You approach most tasks with the same careful attention you bring to brushwork. You clean methodically, you organize systematically, you move deliberately rather than rushing. These habits develop through years of calligraphic training. Some people might describe you as slow or overly careful. You do not experience yourself that way. Moving at the proper speed for the task at hand feels natural. Rushing creates errors. Pausing allows consideration. The pace that looks slow to others is simply the pace that produces quality results. Your relationship with time has evolved through calligraphy practice. When you were young, time felt like an enemy that would run out before you achieved your goals. Now time feels more like a medium you move through. The future will arrive at its own pace regardless of your anxiety. The past is finished and cannot be changed. Only the present moment offers any real opportunity for action. This perspective does not prevent you from planning or learning from experience, but it reduces the tendency to live perpetually ahead of or behind the current moment. The brush moving across paper right now is all that really matters. Everything else is abstraction. The physical sensations of calligraphy ground you in concrete reality. The roughness of paper under your palm, the weight of the brush in your hand, the smell of ink, the slight ache in your shoulders after hours of work. These sensations anchor awareness in the body and prevent excessive mental wandering. You notice that younger people increasingly live in their heads. They think constantly about past and future. They experience the present moment through the filter of their mental commentary. Calligraphy offers an antidote to this tendency by demanding embodied participation. You cannot write well while lost in thought. Your daily practice serves no purpose beyond itself. You do not practice to prepare for anything specific. You practice because practice is the activity that calligraphy consists of. The doing is the point. Any results or accomplishments that emerge are byproducts rather than goals. This understanding took many years to develop. Early in your training, you practiced to improve and to earn approval, and to eventually make a living. These motivations were not wrong, but they kept you focused on outcomes rather than process. You measured progress by comparing today's work to yesterday's work, and feeling either satisfied or disappointed based on whether improvement was visible. When outcomes became less important than the quality of your attention during practice, your work paradoxically improved. Letting go of the need to achieve specific results freed you to fully inhabit each moment of practice. The strokes became more natural because you stopped trying to force them into predetermined shapes. Your hand learned to respond to the paper and ink without interference from anxious thoughts about whether the result would be good enough. The evening arrives and you finish cleaning your tools for the day. Tomorrow will bring new paper and fresh ink. The same characters will require the same careful attention. Nothing dramatic will happen. Progress, if it occurs, will be measured in tiny increments, invisible to casual observation. This is the life you chose and continue to choose with each morning's decision to grind ink and pick up the brush. The alternative of not doing calligraphy barely registers as a possibility anymore. The question is not whether to practice, but only what to practice and how to practice it slightly better than yesterday. You extinguish the lamps and lock the studio. Outside, the city continues its endless activity. Inside this space dedicated to an ancient art form, everything waits in stillness for tomorrow's renewal of effort. The brushes hang drying, the paper rests in its stacks, the inkstone sits clean and ready. You walk to your room thinking about nothing in particular. Dinner will be simple as always. Sleep will come easily after a day of focused work, and tomorrow you will return to the studio to begin again. This is how a calligrapher's life unfolds day after day, year after year, in the steady rhythm of practice and rest, in the gradual accumulation of skill, in the quiet satisfaction of work done well. Tonight, we're going to explore one of the most fascinating journeys in human history. It's a story that unfolds across every continent and every culture, revealing how people discovered, created, and understood the colours that paint our world. Close your eyes and imagine a time before synthetic dyes, before science could explain rainbows, when the only colours available were those you could dig from the earth or coax from plants and insects. Outside, the world is locked in ice. Mammoths trudge through snow that never fully melts. But here, in the flickering warmth of your fire, you've made a discovery that will echo through millennia. In your hand, you hold a piece of red ochre. It's a rock, really, iron oxide mixed with clay and sand. But when you rub it against the cave wall, it leaves a mark, a streak of rusty red that catches the firelight and seems almost alive. You've seen this colour before, of course, in blood, in the sunset, in the clay by the river after rain. But this is different. This colour belongs to you now. You can put it wherever you choose. The red ochre isn't just any rock you found lying around. You had to search for it. Some deposits are better than others. The really good stuff comes from places where iron-rich water has seeped through stone for thousands of years. You've learned to recognise the spots where the earth bleeds this particular shade of rust. Sometimes you have to dig. Sometimes you trade for it with people from other regions who know different sources. You grind the ochre into powder, mix it with animal fat or water. The consistency matters. Too thick and it clumps. Too thin and it runs down the wall before you can shape it into anything meaningful. You're developing chemistry without knowing the word exists. You're understanding binding agents and pigment suspension, through pure experimentation and careful observation of what works and what doesn't. The black comes from charcoal. That one's easier to make. Burn bones or wood until they're reduced to carbon. Grind them fine. Now you have two colours to work with, red and black. Later, you'll discover that certain types of clay produce yellow and white. Manganese dioxide gives you another kind of black, deeper than charcoal. But for now, red and black are your palette. You paint animals on the walls, horses, bison, the creatures you hunt and the creatures that hunt you. The red makes them look alive. The black gives them form and shadow. You're not entirely sure why you're doing this. Maybe it's magic, maybe it's memory. Maybe you just like the way it looks when firelight dances across the painted surface. What you don't realise is that you're beginning a relationship with colour that will define human culture for the next 30,000 years. You're learning that colour can be captured, controlled and transformed. You're discovering that the world's hues aren't fixed. They can be moved, mixed and made permanent. This knowledge will spread. Slowly at first, but it will spread. Other caves will fill with painted animals, other hands will grind ochre and mix it with fat. The techniques will improve. People will learn to blow pigment through hollow bones to create fine sprays of colour. They'll develop stenciling methods. They'll master the art of shading and depth. But it all starts here, with you, rubbing red rock against stone and watching colour bloom in the darkness. The funny thing about these early pigments is how limited they are and how much people do with them anyway. You can't make blue yet. Green is barely possible and highly unstable. Purple is completely beyond reach. But you don't miss what you've never seen created by human hands. The palette of earth tones feels complete because it's all you know. Red, black, yellow, white, and brown. These are the colours of the ground beneath your feet and the fire that keeps you warm. Time passes in this cave. Generations of people add their marks to the walls. Some paintings overlay others. It becomes a living canvas, constantly refreshed and renewed. The oldest images fade into the rock. New ones shine bright with fresh pigment. No one thinks about preservation or permanence. You paint because humans paint. It's becoming part of what your people do. You're in Egypt now. The year is approximately 3000 BCE. The pyramids don't exist yet, but something remarkable is happening with colour. You're working in a workshop that specialises in creating pigments for tomb paintings and decorative arts. The air smells of minerals and mysterious chemical reactions that you understand only through experience. Red is still easy. Egypt has plenty of iron oxide deposits. The desert provides endless variations of red ochre. But you've discovered something new. Something that would have amazed those cave painters from 27,000 years earlier. You've learned to make blue. True, vibrant, stable blue. The first synthetic pigment in human history. The recipe is complex. You take limestone and sand, add a copper compound, maybe some natron, the natural salt that's everywhere in Egypt. Heat the mixture to about 800 degrees Celsius. You have to maintain that temperature for hours. Get it wrong, and you end up with green, or nothing useful at all. Get it right, and you produce small crystals of a substance later ages will call Egyptian blue, or cuprorivite. The blue is stunning. Deeper than sky, richer than water. It's the colour of lapis lazuli, that impossibly expensive stone that comes from Afghanistan, but you've made it from common materials. Well, relatively common. The process still requires significant resources and expertise. Not everyone can make Egyptian blue. It's a specialised skill, and you're proud of your mastery. You grind the blue crystals into fine powder, mix them with egg white or plant gum to create paint. The consistency has to be perfect for applying to plastered walls. Too thick and it cracks as it dries. Too thin and the colour looks washed out and pale. You've done this thousands of times. Your hands know the right texture without thinking. The workshop has other pigments too. Yellow comes from orpiment, a sulfide of arsenic that's quite poisonous, but produces a colour like concentrated sunlight. You're careful not to breathe the dust when grinding it. Green is made from powdered malachite, a copper carbonate mineral that's softer and easier to work with than most stones. White is gypsum or chalk. Black is still good old carbon, though Egyptian black is finer and purer than anything earlier cultures achieved. What's interesting is how Egyptians think about these colours. Each one has meaning beyond mere decoration. Blue is the colour of the heavens and the Nile during flood season. It represents fertility, birth, and rebirth. Green symbolises growth and regeneration. Red can mean life and victory, but also chaos and destruction. Yellow is eternal and unchanging like the sun. White represents purity and sacredness. Black is the colour of fertile Nile mud, the source of life in the desert. You're painting a tomb wall today. The scene shows the deceased in the afterlife, surrounded by symbols of abundance and protection. The blue has to be perfect because it represents the sky under which this person will spend eternity. You apply it in thin, even layers. Each stroke matters. This painting will last thousands of years if you do your job properly. The hierarchy of Egyptian colour is partly practical and partly symbolic. Some pigments are expensive. Lapis lazuli costs a fortune because it has to be imported from so far away. Egyptian blue is cheaper but still requires skill and resources to produce. Red ochre is cheap and plentiful, so important people get painted with more expensive colours. But it's not just about cost. It's about what the colours mean and what they represent. The preparation of each pigment requires its own specific knowledge. Yellow or pigment must be ground in a well-ventilated area, because the arsenic fumes can sicken workers. You've learned to hold your breath at certain moments, to position yourself upwind of the grinding stone. The yellow powder is so fine it floats in the air like dust motes in sunlight, beautiful and deadly at once. Malachite for green comes in chunks of varying quality. The best pieces are deep, vibrant green with few impurities. Lesser grades contain more stone and less pure colour. You learn to judge quality by sight and touch. The stone should feel dense and heavy. The colour should be consistent throughout. Grinding malachite is easier than grinding most minerals because it's relatively soft. The powder has a slight texture that makes it bind well to plaster. The white gypsum comes from quarries in the desert. It arrives in large blocks that must be broken down before grinding. Pure white is surprisingly difficult to achieve. Most gypsum has slight colour variations, a hint of grey here, a touch of yellow there. You select the whitest pieces for important work. The lesser whites get used for underpainting or less visible areas. Black carbon is prepared fresh each day if possible. Old carbon can absorb moisture from the air and become clumpy. You burn bones from the kitchen waste. Cattle bones work best. They produce a deep, cool black. Charred wood makes a warmer black with brownish undertones. For the finest work, you want the bone black. The grinding takes time. Carbon is softer than minerals but has a tendency to smear rather than powder cleanly. Egyptian artists develop something that seems simple but is actually quite sophisticated. They create a standardised colour palette. Every workshop uses more or less the same shades. Red is always that particular red. Blue is always that particular blue. This consistency allows Egyptian art to develop a recognisable style that persists for thousands of years. You can look at a painting from any period of Egyptian history and immediately recognise it as Egyptian. The binding medium matters as much as the pigment itself. Most commonly you use a mixture of water and plant gum extracted from acacia trees. The gum has to be prepared carefully. Too much, and the paint becomes sticky and difficult to apply. Too little, and the pigment doesn't adhere properly to the wall. You've learned the right proportions through years of practice. Your hands can judge the consistency without measuring. Sometimes egg is added to the binding medium for certain applications. Egg white makes colours more luminous and slightly transparent. Egg yolk creates a richer, more opaque effect. The choice depends on what surface you're painting and what effect you want to achieve. Experimentation teaches you things that no master can fully explain in words. The process of creating pigments connects you to the earth in ways that feel almost mystical. You're taking rocks and minerals, transforming them through heat and grinding, turning them into something that captures light and meaning. It's practical work, but it's also magic in its way. You're giving permanence to colour, fixing it in place where it can survive the centuries. Working in the heat of an Egyptian workshop, sweat dripping as you grind minerals into powder, you sometimes think about how these colours will outlast you. The painting you're working on today might be visible thousands of years from now. The blue you're applying to this particular piece of plaster might be seen by people you can't even imagine. Your hands are creating something that transcends your own brief existence. That thought makes the repetitive work feel meaningful. You're in ancient Greece now, around 800 BCE. Something strange is happening with how people talk about colour. You're listening to someone recite verses from the Iliad, that great epic poem about the war at Troy. The descriptions are beautiful and vivid, but something seems odd if you're used to how modern people describe the world. The sea, Homer says, is wine dark. Wine dark. Not blue, not green, not even blue-green or teal or any of the words you might expect. The sea is compared to the colour of wine, which is generally understood to be dark red or deep purple. This seems bizarre until you start noticing other things. The sky is rarely described as blue in early Greek texts. Bronze is sometimes described with the same word used for the sea. Honey is described as green. Sheep are violet. The more you pay attention, the more you realise that ancient Greek colour vocabulary doesn't map neatly onto modern colour categories. They had words for colours, certainly. But those words carved up the spectrum differently than you might expect. Greek had clear terms for white and black. It had a word that covered the range from red through purple through violet. It had a word that covered yellow and green, and sometimes blue. But specific colour distinctions that seem obvious to modern eyes apparently weren't as important to ancient Greeks. They seemed to care more about whether something was light or dark, bright or dull, than about its specific hue. This isn't because Greeks were colourblind or couldn't perceive blue. They could see blue just fine. The Mediterranean sky was just as blue then as it is now. But the way they thought about and categorised colours emphasised different qualities. The brightness and saturation mattered more than the specific wavelength. Other ancient languages show similar patterns. The Hebrew Bible rarely mentions blue, though it does describe the sky. Early Hindu texts have elaborate colour vocabulary for red, yellow and white. But blue appears late in the linguistic record. Chinese colour terms evolved over time, with some colours gaining specific names centuries after others. Researchers eventually notice a pattern. Across many different cultures and languages, colour terms seem to emerge in a fairly consistent order. If a language has only 2 colour terms, they'll be black and white or dark and light. If it has 3, the third will be red. If 4, then either green or yellow appears. Blue comes relatively late in this sequence. Purple and brown come even later. Orange, pink and grey are often among the last to get dedicated terms. This doesn't mean people couldn't see these colours before they had words for them, but it suggests that having a dedicated word for a colour affects how easily people can think about and communicate about that colour. Language shapes perception in subtle ways. When your language doesn't have a word that distinguishes blue from green, you might genuinely be slower to notice the difference or care about it, even though your eyes register the distinction just fine. You're sitting with a Greek painter now. He's mixing pigments to paint a vase. He has access to red ochre, yellow ochre, white clay, and black. With these 4 colours, he can create an astonishing range of images. Figures in action, scenes from mythology, geometric patterns of incredible complexity. He never complains about not having blue or green. Those colours aren't part of his artistic vocabulary. The vases he paints will be traded across the Mediterranean. They'll influence artistic styles in dozens of cultures, and the colour palette will remain consistent. Red figures on black backgrounds, black figures on red backgrounds, sometimes white added for detail. This limited palette becomes a defining characteristic of Greek ceramic art. Not because other colours are impossible to create, but because these colours form a complete system for what Greek artists want to express. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, different colour vocabularies are developing. Some languages will end up with dozens of specific colour terms. Others will maintain broader, less specific categories for much longer. The diversity is fascinating. It suggests that colour perception isn't just about biology. It's also about culture, language, and what a particular society decides is worth paying attention to. You're in the ancient city of Tyre on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean. The year is roughly 1500 BCE. You work in one of the most valuable and prestigious industries in the ancient world. You're a purple dye maker. The smell is absolutely horrific. The purple doesn't come from minerals or plants, it comes from sea snails, specifically species of murex snails that live in shallow Mediterranean waters. Each snail produces only a tiny amount of dye from a gland in its body. To get enough purple dye to colour a single toga, you need thousands upon thousands of snails. The math is brutal, and the process is worse. First, you have to collect the snails. Divers bring them up in baskets. Then you have to extract the dye gland. This is delicate work. Break it wrong, and you contaminate the dye. Get it right, and you have a tiny bit of yellowish secretion that doesn't look purple at all, not yet. The secretions go into vats. They ferment for days. The smell of rotting shellfish fills the entire district. Other industries won't locate anywhere near the purple dye works because the stench is so overwhelming. People can smell it from miles away. But the smell means money. It means you're creating something so valuable that only the wealthiest people in the known world can afford it. As the mixture ferments and is exposed to sunlight and air, something remarkable happens. The yellowish goo transforms. It shifts through green, then blue, then finally settles into deep, glorious purple. Not lavender, not mauve, a rich, saturated purple that doesn't fade. It's colour-fast in ways that most ancient dyes can only dream of being. Wash the fabric 100 times, and the purple remains vivid. The exact shade varies depending on the snail species and the processing method. Some batches turn out more reddish, others are more bluish. The most prized shade is a deep reddish purple that becomes known as Tyrian purple. It's the colour of royalty, literally. Laws will be passed restricting who can wear it. Emperors will claim it as their exclusive right. The colour purple becomes synonymous with power and wealth. You're calculating the economics in your head as you work. Each snail provides maybe 1 drop of dye. A pound of dyed wool requires about 12,000 snails. The labour involved is immense. The final product costs more than its weight in gold, sometimes significantly more. A single purple-dyed garment can represent years of work and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of sea creatures, but the demand never stops. Every ruler wants purple. Every wealthy merchant wants to display their status with at least a purple stripe on their toga. Phoenician traders sell Tyrian purple across the known world. It becomes one of the most valuable trade goods in ancient commerce. Cities grow wealthy from the purple trade. Wars are fought partly over access to the best snail beds. The funny part is that the colour itself isn't even all that different from what you could achieve by mixing red and blue dyes. But those mixed purples fade. They wash out. They're not real purple, not Tyrian purple, not the colour made from tens of thousands of snails through processes that take months, and fill entire neighbourhoods with smell so bad that even you, who work here every day, sometimes have to step outside for fresh air. The purple workshops develop their own culture and traditions. Knowledge passes from master to apprentice. There are secrets about fermentation times, about how much salt to add, about which snails from which locations produce the best colour. Some of these secrets will be lost when the industry eventually collapses. Modern chemists will have to work hard to recreate the exact ancient process. In some ways, the purple trade is absurd. It's an incredibly inefficient way to colour fabric. But efficiency isn't the point. Rarity is the point. Difficulty is the point. The fact that it takes thousands of snails and months of labour to create something beautiful and permanent is exactly what makes it valuable. The purple isn't just a colour. It's proof of wealth, power, and the ability to command vast resources for something as ephemeral as appearance. The purple industry creates entire economies. Coastal cities build their prosperity on murex shells and dye vats. The divers who collect snails develop their own specialised knowledge. They know which reefs produce the best specimens. They understand the seasonal patterns. In spring, the snails are most active and easier to find. In winter, they burrow deeper and require more effort to harvest. Some divers work in relatively shallow water, wading in and plucking snails from rocks. Others dive deep, holding their breath for minutes at a time while gathering shells in weighted baskets. The work is dangerous. Drowning is a constant risk. Sharp rocks and strong currents claim lives regularly. But the pay is better than most other work available to common labourers. The snail processors have their own hierarchy. At the bottom are the workers who crack open shells and extract the tiny glands. This is tedious, repetitive work that stains hands and clothes permanently purple. The smell clings to workers even when they go home. Families of purple workers can often be identified by the faint aroma of rotting shellfish that never quite washes away. Higher in the hierarchy are the fermentation specialists who manage the vats. They understand the complex chemistry happening in those stinking pools. They know when to add salt or adjust temperature. They can judge by smell and appearance when the fermentation is proceeding correctly. If a batch goes wrong, months of work and thousands of snails are wasted. The pressure to get it right is intense. At the top are the master dyers who control the final stages. They determine the exact moment to remove fabric from the dye bath. Too soon and the colour is weak. Too long and it becomes too dark or develops unwanted undertones. They understand how different fabrics take the dye differently. Wool absorbs colour more readily than linen. Silk requires special treatment. The master dyers guard their knowledge jealously and pass it only to trusted apprentices. The economic impact of the purple trade extends beyond the immediate industry. The wealth generated by purple dye supports other businesses. Potters make the vats and containers. Weavers produce the fabric to be dyed. Merchants transport the finished product. Bankers finance the operations. The colour purple creates jobs and trade networks across the Mediterranean world. Wars are fought partly over control of the best snail beds. Treaties include clauses about fishing rights in waters known for murex populations. Piracy targets ships carrying purple-dyed goods because the cargo is so valuable. The geopolitics of colour become surprisingly complex and consequential. Meanwhile, the snails themselves are being harvested faster than they can reproduce. In some areas, populations crash from overharvesting. This drives prices even higher and pushes the industry to seek new sources. Remote coastlines that were previously ignored become valuable for their murex beds. The expansion of the purple trade follows the expansion of accessible snail populations. You sometimes wonder what happens to all those empty shells. Millions upon millions of them, piled up near the dye works. They create literal mountains of discarded murex shells. These shell middens become landmarks. Future archaeologists will use them to map the extent and intensity of the ancient purple industry. The waste products of colour production become historical evidence. The social meaning of purple deepens over time. It's not just expensive, it becomes associated with specific types of power and authority. Roman senators wear togas with purple stripes. The width of the stripe indicates rank. Emperors eventually claim exclusive rights to certain shades of purple. Wearing imperial purple if you're not the emperor can be punishable by death. The colour becomes literally illegal for common people. This legal restriction of colour seems absurd from a modern perspective. How can you make a colour illegal? But in the ancient world it makes perfect sense. Purple represents power. Controlling who can wear purple is controlling who can display the symbols of authority. It's about maintaining social hierarchies through visible markers that everyone can understand at a glance. You're travelling now, moving east along trade routes that connect the Mediterranean to China. The year is somewhere around 200 BCE. In your pack, you carry samples of dyes and pigments from a dozen different cultures. You're a trader, and colour is your business. You've just left India, where you acquired something precious. Cakes of indigo, a blue dye made from the leaves of the indigofera plant. The process of making indigo is almost as complicated as making Tyrian purple, but the results are completely different. This blue is clear and bright, like a piece of sky compressed into solid form. The indigo makers showed you their process. They harvest the plants at exactly the right time, when the leaves contain the maximum concentration of the chemical that will become blue. They steep the leaves in water for hours until the liquid turns greenish. Then comes the strange part. They agitate the water vigorously, beating it with sticks, splashing it around. The water needs to absorb oxygen from the air. As oxygen mixes with the green liquid, blue precipitates out. Actual blue particles form and sink to the bottom of the vat. It looks like magic, this transformation from green to blue, triggered by nothing more than air and vigorous stirring. The blue sediment is collected, formed into cakes, and dried. These cakes can be transported anywhere. Mix them with water when you're ready to dye fabric, and you have blue. Indigo blue is different from Egyptian blue. Egyptian blue is a pigment for painting. Indigo is a dye that penetrates fabric. The blue soaks into wool, cotton or silk and stays there. It's not perfectly colour fast. It will fade eventually with washing and sunlight. But it's good enough for practical use, and it produces a blue more vibrant than most alternatives. You've also picked up cochineal from the Americas, though this is much later in history now. The timeline is flexible in this journey through colour. Cochineal is another insect-based dye, like Tyrian purple, but it produces brilliant red instead. The dye comes from tiny scale insects that live on cactus plants. You harvest the insects, dry them, and grind them into powder. The resulting red is so intense it almost hurts to look at. Different regions specialise in different colours based on what resources are available locally. Madder root produces red in Europe and Asia. Weld creates yellow. Woad makes blue, though not as nice a blue as indigo. The knowledge of which plants produce which colours spreads slowly along trade routes. Recipes are hoarded as valuable secrets. Fortunes are made and lost over access to the best dye sources. The madder plant requires specific growing conditions. It thrives in certain soils and climates but fails in others. Regions with successful madder cultivation become economically important. The roots must grow for at least 3 years before harvesting. Younger roots produce weak, pale dye. Older roots, sometimes left in the ground for 5 or 7 years, yield the deepest, most permanent reds. Farmers must be patient and plan years ahead. Harvesting madder is labour intensive. The roots grow deep and must be carefully excavated without damage. After harvest, they're dried and then ground into powder. The powder has an earthy smell, not unpleasant but distinctive. Mixed with the right mordant, usually alum, madder produces colours ranging from pale pink to deep burgundy, depending on the proportions and techniques used. Weld is a different kind of plant entirely. It grows as a tall stalk covered in small yellow flowers. The entire plant above ground is harvested and dried. Unlike madder, which takes years, weld grows in a single season. This makes it more accessible but also less prestigious. The yellow it produces is bright and cheerful, though not as permanent as some dyers would like. Weld yellow fades somewhat with washing and sun exposure. Still, it's widely used because it's affordable and the colour is lovely while it lasts. Woad presents its own challenges. The leaves contain the same chemical compound as indigo, but in lower concentrations. Growing woad and processing it into usable dye requires knowledge and careful timing. The leaves must be harvested at the right stage of growth. Too young and they lack sufficient dye content. Too old and the quality deteriorates. The woad leaves are crushed and formed into balls that ferment and dry. These balls can be stored and transported. When needed, they're broken up and subjected to a fermentation process similar to indigo. The smell is terrible, somewhat like indigo, but worse if that's possible. Woad dye works better than people expect, but never quite matches the quality of true indigo. Still, in regions where indigo isn't available or is prohibitively expensive, woad serves admirably. You're in a market now, somewhere in Central Asia. Around you, merchants display fabrics dyed in every colour imaginable. The reds range from brick to blood to rose. The yellows span from pale cream to deep gold. Blues go from soft sky to intense navy. Some fabrics are dyed multiple times to achieve complex colours. Purple comes from over-dyeing blue on red, orange from red on yellow, green from yellow on blue. The traders here speak multiple languages: Persian, Arabic, Chinese, and various dialects you can't identify. They're haggling over bolts of cloth and bags of dye powder. A merchant from Damascus is trying to sell Syrian purple to a Chinese buyer. A Persian trader offers saffron, which produces a yellow so expensive it's used sparingly and only for the most luxurious textiles. An Indian merchant displays his indigo cakes like precious gems. The cultural exchange happening in this market goes beyond commerce. Techniques are shared, sometimes deliberately and sometimes accidentally. A dyer observes how a foreign merchant tests fabric quality and adopts the method. A trader learns about a mordant he's never heard of and brings the information home. Knowledge spreads through observation, conversation, and the natural human tendency to improve processes through experimentation, you notice regional preferences emerging. The Chinese favour certain shades of red and yellow that look slightly different from Persian preferences. European merchants seek blues and greens in particular combinations. African traders want specific patterns of colour arrangement. These preferences aren't random. They reflect cultural aesthetics developed over centuries. They represent what each culture considers beautiful or appropriate or meaningful. The dyeing processes themselves are often unpleasant. Many dyes require mordants, chemicals that help the dye bind to the fabric. Common mordants include alum, iron, and tin compounds. Some are toxic. The dye workshops smell of metal and chemicals and wet wool. Workers' hands are permanently stained from years of handling dyed materials. The vats where fabric is dyed are impressive in their size and number. Large dye operations have dozens of vats, each containing a different colour or shade. The vats are made of wood or ceramic, or sometimes metal. They're heated over fires, and the temperature must be carefully controlled. Too hot and the fabric can be damaged. Too cool and the dye doesn't penetrate properly. Watching fabric being dyed is oddly mesmerising. The undyed cloth goes into the vat looking dull and lifeless. It emerges dripping with colour, transformed. The colour isn't always apparent immediately. Some dyes require exposure to air to develop their final hue. Indigo-dyed fabric comes out of the vat greenish, and only turns blue as oxygen reacts with the dye. This transformation seems magical even when you understand the chemistry. The economic calculations behind the dye trade are complex. Transport costs must be factored in. Tariffs and taxes at various borders eat into profits. The risk of theft or loss adds another layer of expense. Yet the trade continues because the demand never stops. People want coloured fabric. They want variety and beauty in their clothing and home textiles. This desire drives an industry that spans continents, but the results are worth it. A beautifully dyed fabric is a thing of joy. The colours catch light and seem to glow. People save for years to afford a single garment dyed in the finest colours. Weddings and festivals are opportunities to display these precious coloured textiles. The brightest colours signal celebration and abundance. And you notice that different cultures have different colour preferences. Some favour bold, saturated hues. Others prefer subtle, muted tones. The symbolism varies too. White might mean purity in one culture and death in another. Red can represent luck or danger. Blue might be sacred or profane depending on context. As colours travel along trade routes, so do these cultural associations, sometimes clashing and creating new meanings. The economics of the dye trade are complex. A good dye source can make a region wealthy. The collapse of a dye industry can devastate communities. Wars are fought over madder fields and indigo plantations. Trade agreements include clauses about dye exports. Colour has become a major factor in international relations. You're in Venice now. The year is 1450. The Renaissance is in full bloom, and something extraordinary is happening with colour in art. You're in the workshop of a master painter, and the range of pigments available is stunning compared to what earlier artists had to work with. The painter shows you his collection. There's still red ochre, of course. Some things never go out of style. But now there's also vermilion, a brilliant red made from mercury sulfide. It's toxic to produce, dangerous to handle, but the colour is unmatched. Bright and pure and permanent, it costs a fortune, so it's used sparingly, reserved for the most important elements of a painting. Blue has exploded into options. There's still Egyptian blue, though the recipe has been lost and rediscovered. There's azurite, a natural blue copper mineral that's less expensive than the alternative. And then there's ultramarine, the most expensive pigment in the world. More expensive than gold by weight. Ultramarine is made from lapis lazuli, that stone from Afghanistan that's been prized for millennia. But you can't just grind lapis and use it as paint. The stone contains other minerals that dilute the blue. The process of extracting pure blue from lapis is complicated and wasteful. You end up with a tiny amount of brilliant blue pigment from a large amount of expensive stone. The painter uses ultramarine only for the most sacred subjects. The Virgin Mary's robes are painted in ultramarine. It's a statement of devotion and wealth. Commissioning a painting with lots of ultramarine is a way of showing both piety and prosperity. Contracts for painting sometimes specify exactly how much ultramarine must be used. Green has improved too. Verdigris, made from copper exposed to acetic acid, produces a bright green that unfortunately isn't very stable. It can darken over time or react with other pigments, but when fresh, it's lovely. There's also green earth, a natural mineral pigment that's much more reliable but less vibrant. The funny thing about Renaissance painters is how much they care about subtle variations in colour. They're not satisfied with just red or just blue. They want warm reds and cool reds, sky blue and deep blue. They start mixing pigments in complex ways to achieve specific effects. The technique of layering transparent glazes of colour over opaque underpainting allows for effects impossible to achieve with flat colour. You watch as the painter prepares a flesh tone. It's not a single pigment. It's a careful mixture of white lead, red ochre, a touch of yellow, maybe a bit of black to mute it slightly. The exact proportions create skin that looks alive rather than painted. Add a glaze of red over the cheeks and the figure seems to blush. Renaissance painters are masters of making colour behave like light on actual surfaces. Oil paint has recently become popular. Earlier artists used egg tempera, where pigments were mixed with egg yolk. Oil paint, where pigments are suspended in linseed oil or walnut oil, allows for different effects. Colours can be blended more smoothly. Glazes become easier. The paint stays workable longer, allowing for adjustments and refinements. The downside is that oil paintings take much longer to dry. The workshop smells of oil and turpentine and pigment dust. It's not as bad as a purple dye works, but it's definitely a working space with its own distinctive aroma. Apprentices grind pigments on marble slabs. Each pigment has its own ideal consistency. Some are ground fine as flour, others work better slightly coarser. Too much grinding can actually damage certain pigments, changing their colour properties. There's a growing trade in artist materials. Merchants specialise in importing pigments from around the world. Shops sell prepared paints, though serious artists still prefer to prepare their own to ensure quality. Books are being written about painting techniques, though they often guard their secrets in coded language, or leave out crucial details to prevent competitors from learning too much. The colour theory is developing too. Artists are beginning to understand complementary colours, though they don't use that term yet. They notice that red next to green makes both colours look more vibrant. Blue and orange enhance each other. These discoveries are made through experimentation and observation, not scientific understanding. But they work. You're in England now. The year is 1666. A young man named Isaac Newton has just locked himself in a dark room. He's made a small hole in the window shutter, allowing a single beam of sunlight to enter. In the path of that beam, he's placed a glass prism. What happens next will change how humans understand colour forever. The white sunlight hits the prism and spreads into a spectrum. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The colours of the rainbow, separated and laid out in order. This isn't entirely new. People have known that prisms create rainbows for a while, but Newton is about to do something different. He takes a second prism and uses it to recombine the separated colours. The spectrum merges back into white light. Then he isolates a single colour from the first spectrum, say red, and passes only that red through another prism. The red doesn't spread into other colours, it stays red. Each colour in the spectrum is pure and can't be further divided. This is revolutionary. Before Newton, most people thought that prisms somehow coloured white light, adding something to it. Newton proved that white light is actually composed of all colours mixed together. The prism doesn't add colour. It separates colours that were already present. This seems simple now, but at the time it's a complete reversal of how people understood light and colour. Newton arranges the spectrum in a circle, creating the first colour wheel. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, arranged around a circle, with purple connecting violet back to red. This organisational system will influence how artists and scientists think about colour relationships for centuries. The number 7 is a bit arbitrary. Newton could have divided the spectrum into 6 colours or 8. He chose 7 partly because 7 was considered a mystical number, like the 7 notes in a musical scale or the 7 known planets. Indigo, that colour between blue and violet, is particularly questionable. Many people can't reliably distinguish indigo from either blue or violet, but 7 it is, and 7 it remains in popular understanding. Newton's work on colour is part of his broader investigations into optics and light. He's developing theories about how light travels, how it reflects and refracts, what it fundamentally is. The work on colour is almost a side project, but it ends up being one of his most influential contributions to human knowledge. You're watching him work. He's meticulous and systematic. He measures angles precisely. He records results carefully. When other scientists question his findings, he conducts more experiments to prove his points. The scientific method is coming into its own, and Newton is one of its greatest practitioners. The implications of Newton's discoveries spread slowly. Artists begin to understand colour mixing differently. If white light contains all colours, then white pigment should too, right? Well, no. Pigments work differently than light. Mixing all pigment colours together gives you brown or grey, not white. This confuses people for a while. The difference between additive and subtractive colour mixing takes time to understand. Light is additive. Mix all the colours of light together and you get white. Pigments are subtractive. They absorb certain wavelengths of light and reflect others. Mix all pigments together and they absorb most wavelengths, reflecting very little, resulting in dark, muddy colours. You're in an artist's studio now. The painter has heard about Newton's colour circle and is trying to apply it to paint mixing. He discovers that colours opposite each other on Newton's wheel, when mixed as pigments, create dull, neutral tones. Red and green make brownish grey. Blue and orange make greyish brown. This is useful information. If you want to mute a colour, mix it with its opposite. If you want bright, saturated colour, keep opposites separate. The relationship between scientific understanding and artistic practice is sometimes awkward. Scientists and artists are asking different questions about colour. Scientists want to understand the physics of light. Artists want to know how to make paintings look good. These goals overlap but aren't identical. Still, Newton's work provides a foundation that artists will build on. As colour theory develops over the next few centuries, you're in Germany in the early 1800s. The Industrial Revolution is changing everything, including colour. A chemist has just synthesized the first truly artificial dye, not a synthetic version of a natural pigment, like Egyptian blue, an entirely new colour that has never existed in nature. The chemical age of colour has begun. The first synthetic dye is mauve, created accidentally by a young chemist named William Perkin in 1856. He was trying to synthesize quinine, a medicine for malaria, from coal tar. Instead, he got a purplish residue. Most people would have thrown it away as a failed experiment. Perkin noticed that the residue dyed fabric a beautiful purple. Mauve isn't as saturated as Tyrian purple, but it's much cheaper and easier to produce. The colour becomes wildly fashionable. Queen Victoria wears a mauve dress to a royal wedding, and suddenly everyone wants mauve. The colour of the 1860s is this synthetic purple born from industrial chemistry and happy accidents. Other synthetic dyes follow quickly. Chemists discover they can create almost any colour from coal tar derivatives and other industrial byproducts. The dyes are bright, colour-fast, and inexpensive compared to natural alternatives. The entire textile industry transforms within a generation. You're in a factory now. The scale is astonishing compared to traditional dye works. Huge vats of chemicals produce thousands of pounds of dye powder daily. The colours are impossibly bright. Red's redder than cochineal. Blue's bluer than indigo. Yellows that practically glow. These synthetic dyes don't fade like natural dyes. They can withstand washing and sunlight without significant colour loss. The indigo industry collapses almost overnight. Why grow indigo plants, harvest them, process them through that complicated fermentation method, when you can synthesize indigo in a factory? The synthetic version is chemically identical to natural indigo but costs a fraction as much. Entire regions that depended on indigo cultivation fall into economic crisis. The collapse happens gradually at first. Then all at once, indigo farmers notice prices dropping. They think it's temporary, a market fluctuation that will correct itself. But the prices keep falling. Merchants stop buying because they can get cheaper synthetic indigo from Germany or England. The plantations that employed thousands of workers start laying people off. Within a generation, an industry that sustained entire economies is essentially gone. The same happens with other natural dyes. Madder root, once essential for red dye, becomes nearly obsolete. The cochineal industry survives only because some people prefer natural dyes for certain applications, and because cochineal produces a particular shade that's hard to match exactly with synthetics. The social disruption is enormous. Communities built around dye plants lose their economic foundation. Skills passed down through generations become obsolete. The knowledge of how to grow and process madder or indigo or weld stops being economically valuable. Some of this knowledge is lost entirely. Later generations trying to recreate historical dye processes have to rediscover techniques through experimentation because the living tradition died out. The environmental impact is mixed. On one hand, intensive cultivation of dye plants often degraded soil and required significant land use. The collapse of these industries allows land to recover or be used for other purposes. On the other hand, the synthetic dye factories create their own environmental problems. Chemical waste streams pollute rivers. Workers are exposed to toxic compounds. The old problems are replaced with new ones, not eliminated. The textile industry transforms completely. Suddenly, bright colours are affordable for everyone. Working class people can wear clothing dyed in shades that would have bankrupted them a generation earlier. The democratization of colour changes fashion and social signalling. When everyone can afford bright blue or deep red, those colours stop being markers of wealth and status. Fashion has to find new ways to indicate social position. Interestingly, this leads to increased interest in subtle, complex colours that are harder to achieve even with synthetic dyes. Rich people start favouring sophisticated greys and muted tones that require skill to produce. The aesthetics of wealth shift from bright, saturated colours to carefully calibrated, understated shades that signal taste rather than mere purchasing power. Paint pigments go through a similar evolution. New synthetic pigments offer colours that weren't possible before. Cadmium yellow is brighter than anything made from earth or plants. Chromium oxide green is stable and permanent. Cobalt blue is expensive but gorgeous. The artist's palette explodes with options. The chemistry behind these new pigments is sophisticated. Cadmium yellow comes from cadmium sulfide. The exact shade depends on the particle size and the precise manufacturing conditions. Smaller particles produce lighter yellows. Larger particles create deeper, more orange yellows. Manufacturers learn to control these variables, producing consistent colours that artists can rely on. Chromium oxide green is created by heating chromium salts. The resulting pigment is incredibly stable. It doesn't fade in sunlight. It doesn't react with other pigments. It's not toxic like some earlier green pigments. This stability makes it ideal for both artistic and industrial applications. Chromium oxide green ends up colouring everything from fine art to house paint to ceramics. The cobalt pigments include cobalt blue, cobalt violet, and cobalt green. Each requires specific chemical processes. Cobalt blue combines cobalt oxide with aluminum oxide at high temperatures. The resulting pigment is expensive because cobalt is a relatively rare metal, but the colour is stunning. Deep, saturated and permanent. Artists happily pay the premium for such reliable beauty. The funny part is that more choices don't always make things easier. Too many options can be paralysing. Some artists stick with traditional palettes out of habit or principle. Others embrace every new pigment that comes along. The debates about the merits of different colours become almost religious in their intensity. The Impressionists, for example, develop a distinctive palette built around the new bright synthetic colours. They use vivid blues and greens and yellows in ways that earlier artists couldn't have achieved even if they'd wanted to. The high chroma colours enable a new kind of painting that captures light and atmosphere with unprecedented immediacy. The availability of these colours doesn't just expand options, it enables entirely new aesthetic movements. Traditional artists sometimes complain that the new synthetic pigments are too bright, too crude, lacking the subtlety of earth pigments. They're not entirely wrong. Some synthetic colours have a harshness that can be difficult to modulate, but they also enable effects impossible with traditional materials. The debate between tradition and innovation plays out in paint mixing, just as it does in every other human endeavour. Photography arrives and complicates things further. Early photographs are black and white. Colour photography won't become practical for decades. But even black and white photography forces people to think about colour differently. How do you represent the world in shades of grey? Which colours photograph as similar tones? Artists and photographers develop new visual languages to work within these constraints. Understanding how colours translate to grayscale becomes essential for photographers. Red and green might look completely different to the eye, but photograph as similar shades of grey. Blue sky and white clouds need careful exposure to maintain distinction in black and white images. These technical constraints influence how photographers compose their work, and what subjects they choose to photograph. The science of colour vision advances too. Scientists discover that human eyes have 3 types of colour receptors, each sensitive to different wavelengths: red, green, and blue. All the colours we see are combinations detected by these 3 receptor types. This explains why RGB colour mixing works for light, and why certain colour blindness conditions exist. This understanding leads to new colour reproduction technologies. If human colour vision is based on 3 receptor types, then accurate colour reproduction only needs to match those 3 responses. This insight drives the development of colour photography, colour printing, and eventually colour television and computer displays. The biology of human vision becomes the foundation for colour technology. You're looking at a chemistry textbook now. The formulas for synthetic dyes are complex. Long chains of carbon atoms with various elements attached. The precision required to synthesize these compounds is remarkable. Get one step wrong, and you end up with a completely different colour or no colour at all. Chemistry has become an essential part of the colour industry. The synthesis of a simple dye might involve a dozen steps. Each step requires specific temperatures, pressures, and reaction times. The wrong catalyst ruins the whole batch. Contamination from trace impurities changes the final colour. Industrial chemistry requires control and precision that earlier dye makers would find almost incomprehensible. The transformation from artisanal craft to industrial science is complete. You're moving through time and space now. Different cultures, different eras, all understanding colour in their own ways. Colour meaning is never universal. It shifts and changes depending on context, history, and cultural values. In China, red is lucky and festive. It's the colour of weddings and New Year celebrations. Brides wear red. Red envelopes contain money gifts. Red lanterns decorate homes during festivals. But in some Western cultures, red can signal danger or aggression. Stop signs and warning labels are red. The difference isn't about the colour itself, but about what societies have decided the colour represents. White means purity in many Western traditions. Brides wear white, churches are white. But in parts of Asia, white is the colour of mourning and funerals. The same colour carries opposite meanings depending on cultural context. Neither interpretation is wrong. They're just different. You're at a funeral in Victorian England. Everyone wears black. Black signifies mourning and respect for the dead. The deeper the black, the more profound the grief. Widows might wear black for years after their husbands die. But in ancient Egypt, black was the colour of fertile Nile mud, a symbol of life and regeneration. The Nile Delta was called the Black Land as a term of praise. Purple has been associated with royalty for so long that the connection feels natural. But that association comes from the expense of Tyrian purple. When synthetic purple became cheap, it lost some of that regal mystique. Now purple can be playful or eccentric. The meaning shifted because the rarity disappeared. Blue has changed meanings dramatically over time. In ancient times, blue was rare and exotic. Then it became associated with the Virgin Mary in Christian art, taking on sacred connotations. Later, blue became the colour of sadness in Western culture. Feeling blue, the blues as a musical genre. But blue is also stable and trustworthy. Corporate blue for business suits and bank logos. The same colour spans from sacred to sad to professional. Green is nature and growth in most contexts. It's environmental movements and springtime. But green can also be poison. Green with envy. Sickly green. The Emerald City in Oz versus the green of decay. Context determines which association dominates. You're in an advertising agency in the 1950s. Colour psychologists are studying how different colours affect consumer behaviour. Red makes people hungry, supposedly, so it's good for restaurant branding. Blue is calming and trustworthy, perfect for banks and insurance companies. Yellow is cheerful and attention-grabbing. Every colour gets assigned psychological properties, some based on research, and some on pure speculation. The science behind colour psychology is mixed. Some effects are real and measurable. People do respond to colour in predictable ways under certain circumstances, but culture and personal experience matter enormously. A colour that's calming to one person might be agitating to another based on their associations and memories. You notice that colour meanings can be very specific. Sports teams adopt colours that become part of their identity. Wearing the wrong colours in certain neighbourhoods can signal gang affiliation. Military uniforms use colour to indicate rank and unit. The symbolic language of colour operates on many levels simultaneously. You're in the present now, looking at a computer screen that can display millions of colours. The technology that makes this possible would seem like magic to anyone from earlier eras. RGB pixels glowing in combinations that create any hue imaginable. Digital colour is fundamentally different from pigment colour. Screens emit light. They use additive colour mixing. Red, green and blue lights combine to create all other colours. Turn on all three at maximum intensity and you get white. Turn them all off and you get black. This is the opposite of how paint works, and it takes some getting used to. The precision is astonishing. Colours can be specified exactly using numeric codes. Hashtag FF 0000 is pure red. Hashtag 00FF00 is pure green. Hashtag 0000FF is pure blue. You can create and reproduce any colour exactly using these codes. The subjectivity of colour description finally has an objective measurement system. Except it's not quite that simple. Different screens display the same colour codes differently. The red on your phone might not match the red on your computer. Colour calibration becomes a whole industry. Designers agonise over whether their carefully chosen colours will look the same to everyone viewing their work. You're designing a website. You choose colours that look perfect on your monitor. Then you check them on a phone. The blues are too dark, the yellows are washed out. You try to compensate, but there's no perfect solution. Digital colour is simultaneously more precise and less controllable than traditional pigments. Printing adds another layer of complexity. Printers use CMYK colour. Cyan, magenta, yellow and black. Subtractive colour mixing like pigments. The colours you see on screen, created with RGB additive mixing, have to be converted to CMYK for printing. The conversion isn't perfect. Some screen colours can't be printed. Some printed colours can't be displayed on screens. It's frustrating but manageable. Emoji and digital communication create new colour associations. The yellow smiley face is so ubiquitous, it becomes a default for happiness. The red heart is digital love. The purple devil has implications. These simplified colour symbols work across language barriers, creating a kind of universal colour vocabulary that earlier cultures would have found useful but couldn't achieve. You're looking at colour trends online now. Designers declare colours of the year. Pantone announces that this year's colour is living coral, or classic blue, or whatever carefully named shade they've chosen. These pronouncements influence fashion, design and marketing worldwide. Colour trends spread faster than ever before thanks to digital communication and global connectivity. The accessibility of colour is unprecedented. Anyone with a computer can access millions of colours instantly. This democratization would have amazed Renaissance painters hoarding their ultramarine, but it also makes colour choices harder. When you can have any colour, which colour should you choose? The paralysis of infinite options is real. Digital tools let you manipulate colour in ways impossible with physical media. You can adjust hue, saturation, and brightness independently. You can apply filters that change entire colour palettes with a single click. You can colour correct photos to make the sky bluer or the grass greener. Reality becomes optional. Colour becomes whatever you want it to be. But something is lost too. The physical experience of mixing paint or grinding pigment, the smell of oil and turpentine, the texture of brush on canvas. Digital colour is clean and precise and a bit sterile. Some artists deliberately work with physical media to reclaim that tactile connection to colour. You're looking forward now, imagining where colour might go next. The possibilities are both exciting and a bit unsettling. Technology continues to advance. Understanding of colour perception deepens. New applications emerge. Scientists are developing new pigments that do things impossible with traditional colours. Structural colour, like butterfly wings, where the colour comes from microscopic surface patterns rather than pigment molecules. These colours can be incredibly vibrant and don't fade because there's no chemical to degrade. The colour is built into the physical structure. You're watching a fabric that changes colour based on temperature or light exposure. Smart textiles that shift from blue to red when you're hot. Buildings that change appearance throughout the day. The line between static colour and dynamic colour is blurring. Colour becomes responsive and interactive rather than fixed. Virtual reality creates entirely new possibilities for colour. In VR, colours don't have to follow physical rules. You can make objects glow with impossible shades. You can create colour combinations that couldn't exist in the real world. The experience of colour becomes decoupled from physical reality entirely. But questions arise. If we can create any colour in virtual spaces, does colour lose meaning? When everything can be any colour, does colour stop being special? Or does it become more meaningful because we have complete control over our colour environments? The cultural meanings of colour continue to evolve. Global communication means colour associations spread and merge across cultures. Red might mean both luck and danger simultaneously. The complexity of colour symbolism increases rather than simplifies. You notice that some people are pushing back against digital colour saturation. They're seeking out natural dyes again, learning traditional techniques for making pigments from earth and plants. There's a movement toward colour with history and process behind it. Colour that connects to place and tradition rather than just hexadecimal codes. The science of colour perception advances. Researchers discover that some people have 4 types of colour receptors instead of 3. These tetrachromats can theoretically see colours the rest of us can't even imagine. The variation in human colour perception is greater than previously thought. What you see as blue might be genuinely different from what someone else sees as blue. You're in a museum looking at ancient cave paintings. The red ochre has lasted 30,000 years. It's faded but still visible, still recognisable, still colour. You think about the continuity, from grinding rocks to digital pixels, from cave walls to glowing screens. The human relationship with colour spans all of it. The future of colour isn't really about technology or science. It's about what we choose to do with our ability to create, control and understand colour. Every new tool for working with colour opens new possibilities, but it also raises questions about meaning, authenticity and value. Will synthetic structural colours replace pigments entirely? Will everyone wear clothes that change colour based on mood or environment? Will virtual reality make physical colour seem dull and limited? Or will people value physical colour more precisely because it has constraints and history? You're back in the present, sitting quietly, thinking about everything you've learned on this journey through the history of colour, from cave walls to computer screens, from purple snails to digital RGB. The arc of colour history bends toward increasing control and understanding, but also toward complexity and questions. The earliest humans who ground red ochre and painted animals on cave walls were doing something fundamentally human. They were capturing the world and transforming it, making the ephemeral permanent, taking colour from nature and putting it where they chose. That impulse hasn't changed in 30,000 years. The tools are better, the palette is broader, but the drive to work with colour comes from the same place. Every culture that developed colour words was carving up the spectrum according to what mattered to them. Not randomly, not carelessly, but thoughtfully, based on their needs and values and environment. The Greeks with their wine-dark sea weren't wrong. They were just paying attention to different aspects of colour than we do now. The people who spent months extracting purple from thousands of snails weren't being inefficient. They were creating meaning through labour and rarity. The purple mattered because it was difficult, because it represented something beyond mere appearance. That's still true. We still assign meaning to colours based on more than just wavelength. The Renaissance painters mixing elaborate flesh tones and hoarding ultramarine were pursuing beauty and realism with the tools they had. The fact that we now have easier ways to achieve similar effect doesn't diminish their accomplishments. If anything, it makes us appreciate the skill required to create beauty with limited means. Newton separating white light into spectrum colours was revealing something that had always been there, but never understood. The colours were in sunlight all along. We just needed the right tools and questions to see them. How much else about colour are we still not seeing? What questions haven't we thought to ask yet? The synthetic dye revolution made colour accessible to everyone. That's both wonderful and a bit sad. Wonderful because beauty shouldn't be restricted to the wealthy. Sad because rarity and difficulty created value and meaning that mass production can't replicate. We gain something and lose something in every technological advance. You think about your own relationship with colour, the colours you're drawn to, the colours that make you feel certain ways, your favourite blue that's not quite sky, and not quite navy but somewhere perfectly between, the specific shade of green that reminds you of a forest you visited once, the red that looks like autumn leaves in late afternoon sun. And these personal connections to colour are part of the story too. The history of colour isn't just about pigments and dyes and scientific discoveries. It's about human beings responding to the beauty and variety of the visible spectrum, finding meaning in wavelengths of light, creating culture around something as simple and complex as colour. The future will bring new colours and new ways of working with them. New meanings will emerge. Old associations will fade or transform. The story of colour continues to unfold. But the core of it remains what it's always been. Humans finding ways to capture and control and understand the colours that surround us, making sense of the rainbow, finding beauty in the spectrum. You're getting drowsy now. The journey through colour history has been long and winding. You've travelled from prehistoric caves to digital futures. You've met dye makers and painters, chemists and scientists. You've learned about ochre and indigo, purple and blue, about how language shapes perception, and how culture creates meaning. The colours are still there when you close your eyes, red and yellow and blue, green and orange and purple, all the shades between, all the meanings layered on top of simple physics, light reflecting and refracting and being absorbed and re-emitted, photons striking your retina and triggering neural responses that your brain interprets as colour. But it's never just physics, it's also history and culture and personal memory. It's Egyptian blue and Tyrian purple, and mauve synthesized from coal tar. It's Newton's prism and digital RGB and structural colour that doesn't fade. It's every human who ever ground a pigment or mixed a dye or chose a colour because it meant something to them. The world is full of colour, always has been. But the human relationship with colour changes and grows and develops new dimensions. We're still learning to see the world, still discovering new ways to understand and work with colour, still finding meaning in the rainbow. The story isn't finished. It never will be. Colour is ongoing, always becoming, always new and always ancient at once. The cave painters who first ground red ochre would be amazed by synthetic pigments and digital displays, but they would recognise the impulse, the desire to capture colour and make it permanent, the need to transform the world through colour. That fundamental human drive connects us across millennia. We're all part of the same long story of learning to see and understand the colours that surround us. And with that thought, you drift into sleep. The colours of history swirling gently through your dreams. Red ochre on cave walls, blue from Afghanistan, purple from the sea, yellow from the earth, green from copper. All the colours humanity has ever created or discovered or understood. All of them part of the same long, beautiful story of learning to see. You're about to step into the daily rhythms of ancient Egypt, not the Egypt of temples and tombs, but the one where most people lived their entire lives. This is the world shaped by sunlight, river water, and the quiet repetition of work that sustained civilization for thousands of years. You wake when light begins filtering through the doorway of your home. There's no sudden alarm, no jolt into consciousness. Instead, you gradually become aware of the sounds around you. Footsteps on packed earth, the soft voices of neighbours already moving about, and the distant call of birds along the river. Your body knows the rhythm without needing to think about it. The sun rises, and so do you. The first task is always water. You take a clay vessel, worn smooth from years of use, and walk the familiar path toward the Nile. The ground beneath your feet is hard and warm already, even in the early morning. You pass the same houses you've passed every day of your life. Their mud brick walls the colour of the earth they came from. Some doorways are already open. Others remain dim inside, waiting for the heat of the day to pull people outdoors. At the river's edge, you crouch and dip the vessel into the current. The water is cool and brown with silt. You fill the jar carefully, knowing its weight when full, and carry it back the way you came. This journey repeats itself throughout the day in every season. Water for drinking, water for cooking, and water for mixing with clay, or wetting down the floor to settle dust. The Nile provides, and you carry what it offers. Your home is small and practical. The walls are thick mud brick, which keeps the interior cooler than the air outside. The floor is packed earth, sometimes covered with woven mats. There are no windows in the way you might imagine them, just small openings near the roof that let smoke escape and allow a little air to move through. Most of your life happens outside these walls. The house is for sleeping, for storage, and for shelter when the sun is too fierce or the rare rain comes. It's not where you spend your waking hours. You eat something simple in the morning. Bread, if there is bread. Perhaps an onion. Maybe a handful of dates if the season is right. You don't sit down for this meal in any formal way. You eat standing, or while preparing for the day's work, or while checking on what needs doing. Food is fuel, and the morning portion is just enough to begin. The work of the day depends on the season and the river. If the Nile is in flood, the fields are underwater and you do other things. You repair tools, weave mats, work on your house, or help with larger community projects. If the water has receded and planting time has come, you're in the fields from early morning until the heat makes it unwise to continue. If it's harvest season, the work is constant and shared among everyone who can help. The fields are not your own in the way you might think of ownership today. They belong to someone else, or to the temple, or to the state. You work them because that's the arrangement, and in return you keep a portion of what's grown. It's not a system you question. It's simply how things are and have always been. You walk to the fields with others from your village, carrying the tools you'll need. A hoe, perhaps, or a sickle. The tools are simple and heavy, made from wood and stone or sometimes bronze if you're fortunate. They've been used before and will be used again. You know their weight and balance as well as you know your own hands. In the field, you work in a rhythm that's almost meditative. Bend, strike the earth, move forward. Bend, cut the stalks, and gather them in your arm. The motions are the same every time. Your mind wanders while your body continues. You think about nothing in particular, or about everything. The other workers nearby, the quality of this year's crop, whether your child is helping at home or playing near the river, and what needs repairing before the next flood comes. The sun climbs higher. The air grows heavier. Sweat runs down your back and soaks into the simple linen you wear. You don't stop, but you slow down. Everyone slows. There's no point in pushing when the heat is at its peak. You'll only exhaust yourself and the work will still be there. When the sun is directly overhead, you stop. You find shade if there's any to be found. Under a tree, near a wall, anywhere the sun isn't touching directly. You sit down. You drink water from a shared jar. You might eat a little something, or you might just rest and wait for the worst of the heat to pass. This pause is expected. It's built into the day as surely as the sunrise. No one rushes through it. You sit with your neighbours, and sometimes you talk and sometimes you don't. The conversation, when it happens, is about ordinary things. Whose roof needs patching? How the bread turned out this morning? Whether the water level seems higher or lower than last year? After a while, you return to work. The sun is still fierce, but it's beginning its long arc downward. You can feel the difference, even if it's not cooler yet. You know the afternoon will eventually give way to evening, and that knowledge makes the work bearable. You continue until the light begins to soften. There's no precise end to the workday. You simply notice that others are gathering their tools, and you do the same. You walk back to the village together, tired in a way that feels familiar and not unpleasant. Your body aches, but it's supposed to. This is what work feels like. The village is stirring with a different kind of activity now. Smoke rises from cooking fires. Children who were occupied during the day are suddenly everywhere, playing in the narrow spaces between houses. You can hear their voices, high and quick, as they chase each other, or argue over something that won't matter tomorrow. You go to your own home and set down your tools. You check what needs checking, whether there's grain for tomorrow, whether the water jar is full, whether anything in the house has shifted or broken during the day. These small inspections happen without conscious thought. They're part of coming home. As evening arrives, you're aware of the temperature finally dropping. The air that was stifling all afternoon begins to move. You can breathe more easily. You sit outside your door or near it and watch the sky change colours. This is not leisure in any intentional sense. You're simply done with the day's labour, and there's nothing urgent left to do before dark. Other people are nearby doing the same thing, sitting, talking quietly, watching their children mending something small. The village settles into this in-between time when work is finished but sleep hasn't yet arrived. It's peaceful in an unremarkable way. You're not thinking about how peaceful it is. You're just there, part of it. The river is always present even when you can't see it. You hear it sometimes, a low constant sound beneath everything else. You smell the mud and vegetation that line its banks. Your whole life is oriented around it. When it floods, when it recedes, what it brings, and what it takes away. The Nile is the reason you're here at all, the reason anyone is here. But you don't think of it in grand terms. It's just the river doing what rivers do. When full darkness comes, you go inside. You lie down on your sleeping mat. The day is over, and tomorrow will be much the same. This sameness is not monotonous. It's reliable. It's the structure that holds your life in place. You sleep deeply, without worry about what's coming. You know what's coming. The sun will rise, you'll fetch water, you'll work, you'll rest when it's too hot. You'll return home when the light fades. The Nile will continue its cycle, and you'll continue yours, linked to it in ways so fundamental you never need to speak of them. Your house needs constant attention. The mud brick walls that keep you sheltered are made from the same earth you walk on, mixed with water and straw and dried in the sun. Over time they crack. Rain, rare as it is, softens them. The corners where walls meet begin to crumble. You repair these spots whenever you notice them, mixing fresh mud and pressing it into place with your hands. The process is straightforward. You gather earth from a spot near your home where it has the right consistency. You add water until the mixture is thick enough to hold together but wet enough to shape. You work in chopped straw, which keeps the mud from splitting as it dries. Then you press it into the damaged area, smoothing it with your palms. You leave it to harden in the sun, and in a day or two it's solid again, nearly indistinguishable from the rest of the wall. This kind of repair happens so often it barely registers as a task. You see a crack forming, and the next time you have a free moment you fix it. No one taught you this in a formal way. You watched others doing it when you were young, and eventually you did it yourself. That's how most skills pass from one person to another. The roof of your house is made from wooden beams covered with reeds and packed mud. It's flat, which makes it useful for drying things or storing items you don't need immediate access to. But it also means that any water that falls on it tends to pool, and over time this weakens the structure. You check the roof regularly, adding fresh mud where it's worn thin, replacing reeds that have rotted. Getting up onto the roof involves climbing the outside wall, using small irregularities in the brick as footholds. You've done this so many times that your hands and feet know where to go without looking. Once you're up there, you can see across the village, other flat roofs, narrow pathways between houses, the fields beyond, and in the distance the ribbon of green that marks the Nile. You spend time up here when repairs are needed, spreading mud evenly, pressing it down and making sure there are no gaps where water might seep through. It's hot work under the full sun, but it's necessary. A weak roof means a wet house when the rains come, and a wet house brings more problems than you want to deal with. Your tools are few, and you take care of them. A wooden hoe with a stone blade lashed to it with cord. A sickle is made the same way. A grinding stone for grain. A fire drill for starting flames. Each of these objects represents significant effort to make or acquire, so you don't treat them carelessly. When the binding on your hoe begins to loosen, you replace it. You soak strips of leather or twisted plant fibre until they're pliable, then wrap them tightly around the joint where wood meets stone. As they dry, they shrink and hold everything firmly in place. You test the tool by pressing it against the ground, putting weight on it, and making sure it won't come apart during use. If a tool breaks beyond simple repair, you have to make a new one or trade for it. Making one yourself means finding the right materials, wood that's strong enough but not too brittle, stone that can be shaped into a useful edge, fibre that can be twisted into sturdy cord. These materials aren't always easy to come by. You keep an eye out for them as you move through your daily routines, and when you find something suitable, you set it aside for when it's needed. Pottery is another constant effort. You use clay vessels for everything, storing grain, carrying water, cooking and serving food. They're fragile despite their thickness, and they crack or break regularly. You can patch small cracks with a paste made from finely ground clay and water, but a vessel that's broken in half is useless. When you need a new pot, you make it yourself if you know how, or you trade for one with someone who specialises in pottery. The process of making pottery is time-consuming. You dig clay from a spot where it's plentiful, clean out any stones or debris, and work it with your hands until it's smooth. Then you shape it, either by coiling long rolls of clay into a spiral that you smooth together, or by pressing the clay against a mould. Once shaped, the pot has to dry slowly in the shade. If it dries too quickly, it cracks. When it's fully dry, it goes into a fire to harden. You build the fire carefully, getting it hot enough to transform the clay, but not so hot that everything shatters. It takes experience to know when the temperature is right. Some pots survive this process, some don't. Weaving is work that happens in the small spaces of time between other tasks. You sit outside your door with a bundle of plant fibres, usually flax or reeds, and twist them together into cord or weave them into mats or baskets. Your hands move automatically, keeping tension even, creating a pattern that's both functional and familiar. Mats serve many purposes. They cover the floor of your house. They become bedding. You use them to sit on, to dry grain on, and to wrap things for storage. They wear out quickly with constant use, so you're always making more. The process is calming. You don't have to think about it much. Your fingers know what to do, and your mind drifts. Baskets are more structured and take longer. You weave them tight enough to hold small grains or dried goods. Larger, looser baskets can carry vegetables or tools. Each basket has a purpose, and you make them to fit that purpose. A shallow, wide basket for winnowing grain. A tall, narrow one for carrying loads on your head. A sturdy one with a flat bottom for setting down and filling. Clothing is simple and requires little maintenance. You wear a basic linen garment, usually just a length of fabric wrapped around your body. It gets dirty with sweat and dust, so you wash it when you can. Washing means taking it to the river, soaking it, beating it against rocks and laying it flat in the sun to dry. The linen fades and weakens over time, and eventually you need new cloth. Making cloth is a lengthy process. First, flax plants have to be grown and harvested. Then they're soaked in water until the fibres can be separated from the stems. The fibres are dried, combed smooth, and spun into thread using a hand spindle. The thread is woven on a simple loom into fabric. Every step takes time and attention. Because of this, you don't waste cloth. When a garment becomes too worn to wear, you cut it into strips and use it for other things. Binding tools, wiping surfaces, patching other items. Fire is essential, and maintaining it is part of daily work. You keep a small hearth area in your home or just outside where you build fires for cooking and warmth on cool evenings. Starting a fire from scratch is tedious. You use a fire drill, a pointed stick rotated quickly against a flat piece of wood, creating friction that eventually produces an ember. You transfer the ember to a bundle of dry tinder and blow gently until it catches flame. Because starting a fire this way takes effort, you try not to let your fire go out completely. You bank the coals at night, covering them with ash to slow their burning, and in the morning you uncover them and add kindling to bring the flames back. If the fire does go out, you can get an ember from a neighbour rather than starting from nothing. Fuel for the fire comes from whatever is available: dried reeds, straw, and animal dung that's been dried into cakes. Wood is less common in this part of the world, so you use it sparingly. You learn to build fires that are just hot enough for what you need: boiling water, baking bread, warming the house, without wasting fuel. Your storage area, whether inside your home or in a small separate structure, holds the things you've gathered and made. Jars of grain, bundles of dried reeds, extra tools, pots that are cracked but might still be useful for something. You organise these items in a way that makes sense to you, though to an outsider it might look like chaos. You check the grain regularly. Insects and mice are constant problems. You set traps, you inspect the storage jars, and you move grain from one container to another if you suspect contamination. Losing grain means going hungry later, so you're vigilant about protecting it. Every object in your home has been made by hand, either yours or someone else's. There's nothing mass-produced, nothing identical to the object in the house next door. Each jar has its own slight irregularities. Each basket is a little different. Each tool fits your hand in its own specific way. This gives your possessions a kind of individuality, though you don't think of it that way. They're just your things, shaped by use and necessity. Repair and maintenance form a constant background rhythm to your life. Something is always wearing out, breaking, or needing attention. You respond to these needs as they arise, and in doing so you keep your household running. It's not dramatic work. It's the steady, repetitive effort that makes survival possible in a world where nothing is permanent and everything requires care. You live in close proximity to your family. Multiple generations often share the same small house or cluster of houses built so near to each other that the walls nearly touch. Your parents, your siblings, your children, your spouse. Everyone's movements and routines overlap with yours. Privacy is not something you expect or even think about. Life is communal by necessity. Children are everywhere in the village, and they belong to everyone in a certain sense. You watch your neighbour's child as readily as your own. You correct behaviour when needed. You offer food if a child seems hungry, and you keep an eye out for danger. Other adults do the same for your children. This shared responsibility means no child is ever truly unsupervised, even when their own parents are busy. When you work, your children are nearby. If they're very young, they stay close to the house while you do tasks that allow you to keep them in sight. As they get older, they follow you to the fields or workshop, not to play but to learn by watching. They see how you hold a tool, how you pace yourself through a long day's work, and how you solve small problems as they arise. You don't teach in the way that involves sitting down and explaining. Instead, you demonstrate. You let the child try. You correct their grip or their technique, not harshly, but matter-of-factly. Over time, they improve. By the time they're old enough to be truly useful, they already know most of what they need to know. Your extended family shares resources. If your household has extra grain after a good harvest, you share it with a brother or cousin whose crop was less abundant. If your neighbour has a tool you need, you borrow it, and you lend yours when asked. This exchange happens fluidly, without formal agreements. You keep track in your mind, and over time things balance out. Elderly members of the family remain part of the household. If they can no longer work in the fields, they do lighter tasks. They watch children, prepare food, weave, mend, or sit in the shade, and offer advice based on decades of experience. You listen to them, not because they have authority in any official sense, but because they've lived through more seasons and floods and harvests than you have. They know things. When someone in your family is sick, the whole household adjusts. You take on their tasks in addition to your own. You bring them water, prepare softer food if they can't chew well, and keep them comfortable. There's no expectation that they'll get better quickly. Illness comes and goes. You accommodate it and continue. Childbirth happens at home with the help of women who have been through it before. Mothers, aunts, neighbours. They gather when labour begins. You're sent away if you're male, or you stay if you're female and old enough to help or learn. The process is familiar to everyone. It's loud, it's messy, and it's long. When the child finally arrives, someone washes it, wraps it, and hands it to the mother. Life continues. You don't celebrate birthdays. You don't know your exact age in the way someone might today. You know roughly how many floods you've lived through, and that's close enough. You measure time by seasons and events, not by numbered years. You remember the flood when your father died, the harvest when your first child was born, and the dry season when the grain ran low and everyone was hungry for weeks. Meals are communal when possible. You prepare food at your hearth, but you often eat it sitting outside with family members nearby. Everyone eats from shared dishes. You tear pieces from a common loaf of bread and dip into the same pot of whatever has been cooked. Children eat when and where they can, sometimes with the adults, sometimes in their own small groups. The food itself is plain. Bread made from emmer wheat or barley, onions, garlic and leeks, beans, fish if someone has caught it. Occasionally a bit of meat, but not often. The taste of your meals doesn't vary much from day to day. You eat what's available and you're grateful when there's enough. Cooking happens over an open fire. You boil things in clay pots, bake bread in a simple oven made from mud brick, and roast fish or vegetables over coals. The methods are basic, and the results are predictable. You've been eating food prepared this way your entire life. It's not exciting, it's nourishment. You grind grain almost daily. You sit on the ground with a saddle quern, a large flat stone with a smaller stone you push back and forth across it. You pour grain onto the lower stone and press and slide the upper stone, crushing the grain into flour. It's hard, repetitive work. Your arms and shoulders ache after a while, but it has to be done, so you do it. Sometimes you grind with another woman from your household. You sit facing each other, both working your own querns, and you talk while you work, or you don't talk. The rhythm of grinding is almost meditative. Push, pull, push, pull. The flour gathers in small piles and you brush it into a basket to keep it clean. Baking bread is another daily task. You mix the flour with water and a bit of leftover dough from the last batch, which helps it rise slightly. You shape it into flat rounds and place them on the hot inside walls of your oven, or directly onto heated stones. The bread bakes quickly. It comes out dense and filling, with a slightly sour taste. You eat it while it's still warm if you can, though it's fine cold as well. Your social world is small. You know everyone in your village, and they know you. You know who is reliable, who is lazy, who has a quick temper, and who is kind to children. You've known most of these people your entire life. Their parents knew your parents. Your children will know their children. The relationships are deep, not because of great affection necessarily, but because of familiarity and mutual dependence. Disputes happen, of course. Someone accuses someone else of taking more than their share of water. A boundary between fields is contested. Two families argue over who should do a particular task. These conflicts are usually resolved through discussion. The people involved sit down, often with older community members present, and talk until an agreement is reached. No one wants ongoing tension in such a small, tight-knit group. Celebrations are modest. When the harvest is good, there might be a meal with slightly more food than usual. When a child is born, people come by to see it and offer small gifts, a basket, a jar, or a piece of cloth. These gestures acknowledge the event but don't disrupt the normal flow of life. You don't have leisure time in the modern sense. When you're not working, you're maintaining your home, caring for children, preparing food, or resting because you're too tired to do anything else. But within that structure, there are moments of ease, sitting with neighbours in the evening, watching your child learn to walk, listening to someone tell a story you've heard many times before. These moments aren't separate from life. They're woven into it. Your sense of identity is tied to your family and your village. You're someone's child, someone's parent, someone's neighbour. You're known by your role and your relationships, not by individual achievement. This isn't limiting. It's simply how identity works in a world where survival depends on everyone doing their part and supporting each other when needed. You learn early that rest is not a luxury, but a necessity. The heat of midday makes it dangerous to continue working in the fields. You feel it in your body, the heaviness in your limbs, the way your thoughts slow, and the pounding in your head if you push too hard. So you stop. Everyone stops. It's not laziness, it's survival. You find shade wherever it's available, sometimes under the sparse branches of an acacia tree, sometimes against the shaded side of a mud brick wall. Sometimes you create shade by draping a piece of cloth between two poles. You sit or lie down in this cooler space and let your body recover. The air is thick and still. Nothing moves except the occasional insect. You can hear your own breathing and the breathing of those around you. No one speaks much during these rest periods. Everyone is too hot and too tired. You close your eyes, not to sleep necessarily, but to shut out the glare of the sun and give yourself a break from the intensity of the light. Sometimes you do fall asleep. It's a light sleep, the kind where you're still aware of your surroundings, but your mind drifts away from the present. You dream about nothing in particular, or you don't dream at all. When you wake, 20 minutes or an hour later, the sun is still high, but you feel slightly restored. Water is important during these breaks. You drink from the communal jar that someone brought from the village. The water is warm and tastes faintly of the clay vessel, but it's wet, and that's what matters. You drink slowly in small sips because drinking too fast when you're overheated can make you feel sick. Sometimes you eat a little something during this midday pause. A piece of bread that's been sitting wrapped in cloth, a few dates, an onion. The food is warm from being carried in the heat, and it's not particularly appealing, but it gives you energy for the afternoon's work. You chew slowly, without much thought. The rest period is not timed precisely. You simply wait until the worst of the heat has passed, and the sun has begun its descent toward evening. You can feel the difference in the air. It's still hot, but the quality of the heat changes. It becomes bearable again. You stand, stretch, pick up your tools, and return to work. At home, rest fits into the spaces between tasks. You've finished grinding grain, and the next thing to do is prepare the evening meal, but there's a gap of time in between. You sit down, you lean against the wall of your house, you watch your children play. You don't think of this as resting because you don't make a formal decision to rest. You just stop moving for a while. Your body tells you when it needs these pauses. Your back aches from bending over the grinding stone. Your legs are tired from walking to the fields and back. Your hands are sore from whatever repetitive task you've been doing all morning. You respond to these signals by sitting down, by changing position, or by closing your eyes for a moment. Sleep at night is deep and necessary. You lie down on your mat, and within minutes you're unconscious. There's no gradual transition. You're awake, and then you're not. Your body has been working all day, and it shuts down completely when given the opportunity. The quality of sleep varies depending on the season. In the cooler months you sleep heavily and wake refreshed. In the hottest months you wake several times during the night, uncomfortable and sweating. You step outside for a moment to catch any moving air, then go back inside and lie down again. You don't worry about interrupted sleep, it's normal. You'll make up for it with a midday rest the next day. Children nap when they're young, dropping off to sleep wherever they happen to be when exhaustion overtakes them. You step around them, or you move them to a more suitable spot, but you don't wake them. They need the sleep, and they'll wake on their own when they're ready. As children grow older, they resist napping. They want to keep up with the older children, to keep playing, and to keep moving. You let them learn the hard way that skipping rest leads to crankiness and exhaustion. Eventually they figure out that sitting down for a while when it's hot makes the rest of the day easier. Elderly members of your household rest more frequently. They sit in the shade and doze off during the day. They sleep longer at night, or they wake very early and lie there quietly until others begin to stir. You don't comment on this. It's understood that as bodies age, they need different amounts of rest. You'll be the same way someday. There's a rhythm to work and rest that becomes internalized. You don't think about it consciously. You work until your body signals that it's time to pause. You rest until you feel ready to continue. You sleep when darkness comes and wake when light returns. This pattern repeats every day, and it aligns with the rhythms of the sun and the river and the seasons. Rest is not guilty or indulgent. It's practical. A person who rests appropriately can work longer and more effectively. A person who pushes through exhaustion makes mistakes, gets hurt or becomes ill. You've seen this happen. You know the signs. So you rest when it's appropriate, and you encourage others to do the same. The village has its own collective rhythm of work and rest. In the early morning, everyone is active. By midday, the whole village quiets down. Smoke from cooking fires diminishes. The sounds of construction and repair fade. Even the children retreat to shaded spots and settle into quieter play. The village breathes in and out with the day, contracting during the heat and expanding again as evening approaches. You don't fight this rhythm. You move with it. You've never known any other way. The idea of working straight through the hottest part of the day would strike you as absurd and dangerous. You work hard, but you work within the limits of what your body and the environment allow. This balance between effort and rest is taught without words. Children watch adults stop working when the sun is high. They see people sitting in the shade, drinking water and waiting out the heat. They absorb this pattern and replicate it as they grow. By the time they're adults themselves, the rhythm is so ingrained they don't question it. Rest is woven into the fabric of daily life, not as an interruption, but as an essential component. It's as important as the work itself, and it makes the work sustainable over a lifetime. Grain is the centre of your diet. Emma wheat and barley grow in the fields that flood and drain with the Nile's cycle. You plant after the waters recede, leaving behind rich silt. You harvest when the stalks are dry and golden. Every meal you eat begins with grain. The grain must be processed before it can become food. You pour it onto a large flat surface and toss it into the air using a shallow basket. The wind carries away the chaff, and the heavier grain falls back into the basket. This is winnowing, and it takes patience. You repeat the process over and over until the grain is clean. Once winnowed, the grain is stored in large jars or in pits lined with clay. You keep it as dry as possible because moisture leads to spoilage. You check the storage regularly, looking for signs of insects or mould. If you find any, you remove the affected portion and use the rest quickly before more is lost. When you need flour, you grind grain using your quern. You pour a small amount of grain onto the lower stone and push the upper stone across it, back and forth, applying steady pressure. The grain cracks and crumbles, gradually turning into coarse flour. You gather the flour and grind more grain until you have enough for the day's bread. The flour is never perfectly smooth. It contains tiny fragments of stone worn away from the quern itself. Over a lifetime, these particles wear down your teeth. Everyone you know has damaged teeth by middle age, ground flat or broken from chewing bread filled with grit. It's simply part of eating. You mix the flour with water to form dough. You add a bit of old dough from the previous batch, which has begun to ferment and will help the new dough rise slightly. You knead it with your hands, pressing and folding until it's smooth and elastic. The dough is sticky and clings to your fingers. You scrape it off and continue working it. Baking happens in a simple oven, a dome-shaped structure made from mud brick with an opening at the front. You build a fire inside and let it burn until the walls are very hot. Then you scrape out most of the coals, leaving just enough heat. You flatten the dough into rounds and slap them against the hot interior walls. They stick there and bake quickly, filling the air with the smell of bread. When the bread is done, you pull it out using a stick or your bare hands if you're quick. The loaves are flat and dense with a slightly charred exterior. You stack them in a basket and cover them with cloth to keep them from drying out too much. They'll be eaten throughout the day, torn into pieces and dipped into whatever else is available. Bread is the foundation, but you eat other things as well. Onions are common. You slice them and eat them raw or cook them in water until they're soft. They add flavour and texture to otherwise plain meals. Garlic and leeks serve the same purpose. They're pungent and strong, and they make simple food more interesting. Beans and lentils grow in the fields alongside grain. You harvest them when the pods are dry. You cook them in water over the fire, boiling them until they're soft enough to eat. They're filling and provide substance when grain alone isn't enough. You season them with a little salt if you have it, or with crushed garlic. Fish is available if you live near the river or if someone in your family fishes. The Nile is full of fish of various sizes. You catch them with nets or simple hooks and lines. Fresh fish are gutted and scaled, then roasted over coals or boiled in water. The flesh is white and flaky and it tastes of the river. Dried fish are more common than fresh because they keep longer. You split the fish open, remove the innards, and lay them in the sun to dry. Once dried, they become stiff and hard and can be stored for months. You soak them in water before cooking to soften them again. They're saltier and stronger tasting than fresh fish, but they're still good. Meat is rare. You might eat it during a festival, or after an animal is slaughtered for a specific reason. Goat, sheep, and sometimes cattle. The animal is butchered, and the meat is divided among many people. You get a small portion, which you roast or boil. It's rich and fatty and unlike anything else you eat. You savour it because you don't know when you'll have meat again. Birds can be trapped or hunted. Ducks and geese live along the river. You catch them using nets or traps, and you roast them whole over the fire. The meat is darker than fish and more flavourful. The bones are brittle, and you're careful not to swallow them. Vegetables grow in small plots near the village. Cucumbers, lettuces, and radishes. You harvest them as they ripen and eat them fresh. They're crisp and watery and provide a contrast to the heavy staples of bread and beans. You don't cook them. You eat them raw, sometimes with a little salt. Fruit comes from trees that grow near the river. Dates are the most common. You pick them when they're ripe and sweet and eat them as a treat. They're sticky and rich, and a few dates can satisfy your hunger for a while. Figs grow in some areas, and you eat them fresh or dried. They're soft and sweet and full of tiny seeds. You drink water most of the time. Beer is also common, though it's not like modern beer. It's thick and nutritious, made from partially baked bread that's crumbled into water and left to ferment. The result is a sour, grainy liquid that provides calories and hydration. You drink it throughout the day, and even children drink it because the fermentation makes it safer than plain river water. Milk is available if your family keeps goats or sheep. You drink it fresh, or let it sour into something like yogurt. It's rich and filling, and you use it sparingly because the animals don't produce large quantities. Honey is rare and precious. If you have access to it, you use it sparingly to sweeten food or as a medicine for sore throats and wounds. It's thick and golden and tastes intensely sweet. You don't waste it. Meals are not elaborate affairs. You prepare food in the simplest way possible and eat it when it's ready. Breakfast might be leftover bread and an onion. Lunch might be bread and beans. Dinner might be bread, fish, and a few vegetables. The meals are repetitive, but they're filling, and they keep you alive. You eat with your hands, you tear bread, scoop beans, and pick up pieces of fish. You wipe your hands on your clothing or rinse them in water when you're done. There are no plates or utensils in the way you might imagine them. You eat from shared bowls or directly from the cooking pot. Food preparation is a constant task. Grinding grain, baking bread, tending the fire, cooking beans, preparing vegetables. It fills much of your day. You do it because it must be done, and because if you don't, your family won't eat. You waste nothing. If bread goes stale, you soak it in water and add it to a soup or stew. If vegetables begin to wilt, you cook them immediately. Bones from fish or meat are boiled to make broth. Scraps are fed to animals or composted. Every bit of food has value. You're aware of hunger as a constant low-level presence. You're rarely stuffed. You're rarely completely satisfied. You eat enough to keep working, and that's what matters. On good days, there's enough for everyone. On bad days, you make do with less. You've been through both, and you know you'll go through them again. As the sun lowers, the quality of light changes. The harsh brightness of midday softens into something gentler. Shadows lengthen across the village. The air cools slightly, though it's still warm. You can feel the day beginning to release its grip. You return from wherever you've been working, fields, workshop, neighbour's house, and you come back to your own small dwelling. You set down your tools in their usual spot. You check the water jar and fill it if it's low. You begin the process of transitioning from work mode to evening mode, though you don't name it that way. The fire needs tending. If it's burned down to coals, you add fuel to bring it back to life. If it's gone out entirely, you restart it, either by coaxing an old ember back to flame, or by getting fire from a neighbour. Once the fire is going, you begin preparing the evening meal. This preparation is similar to what you did in the morning, but there's a different feeling to it. You're tired from the day's work, but you're also settling in. The urgency of the morning is gone. You move more slowly, with less rush. You know the night is coming, and with it, rest. You might boil beans that have been soaking during the day. You might warm leftover bread near the fire. You might cook fish if there's any to cook. The meal comes together gradually, and you're not in a hurry. You stir the pot, add water when needed, and taste to see if it's done. Children drift in and out of the house as the evening progresses. They're drawn to the light of the fire and the smell of cooking food. They're also tired from playing all day. They become quieter, their energy winding down. They sit near you and watch what you're doing, or they lean against a wall and half doze. When the food is ready, you call everyone to eat. You don't use a formal summons. You simply say that the meal is prepared, and people come. You serve the food into shared bowls. Everyone takes what they need. You eat together, sitting on the ground or on low stools, the fire providing warmth and light. The conversation during the meal is low and occasional. People are too busy eating to talk much. When someone does speak, it's about practical things. What needs doing tomorrow? Whether someone saw a particular tool that's gone missing. How a child is recovering from a scraped knee. The talk is easy and unremarkable. After eating, you clean up in a basic way. You rinse the bowls with water. You scrape the cooking pot and set it aside to be washed more thoroughly later. You make sure the fire is at a safe level, not too high, with enough fuel to keep it going for a while, but not so much that it's wasteful. The light continues to fade. Inside the house, it becomes dim. You might light a small oil lamp if you need to see clearly for some task, but more often you simply let your eyes adjust to the darkness. You've lived in this space long enough that you can move through it without seeing every detail. You settle into the final task of the day. Maybe you mend a tear in a piece of clothing. Maybe you check the grain storage one more time. Maybe you prepare tomorrow's bread dough so it can sit overnight. These tasks are small and don't require much concentration. You do them almost automatically. Children are getting sleepy. The youngest ones are already lying down on their mats, eyes closing. Older children resist a bit longer, but their yawns give them away. You don't force them to sleep. You know they'll drop off when they're ready. You make sure they're in a safe spot and let them settle on their own. You might sit outside for a while after the household is quieted. The air is cooler now, sometimes even pleasant. The sky's full of stars, more stars than you can count. You don't know their names or patterns in any formal way, but you recognise the general shapes and movements. You've seen these same stars every clear night of your life. The village around you is winding down as well. You hear the low murmur of voices from other households. You see the faint glow of other fires. You smell smoke and cooking and the earthy scent of the river. Everything is familiar. Everything is as it should be. Sometimes you talk with a family member or neighbour who's also sitting outside. The conversation is slow and interrupted by long pauses. You talk about the day that's ending or the day that's coming. You talk about nothing in particular. The words matter less than the company. Eventually you go inside. You lie down on your mat. Your body's tired in a thorough, complete way. Your muscles ache. Your hands are rough and sore. But this tiredness is expected. It's the natural result of a day spent working. You don't lie awake for long. The darkness and quiet pull you down into sleep. You're not aware of the moment when waking turns into sleeping. It just happens. One moment you're thinking about something, and the next moment you're not thinking at all. The house is dark and still. The fire has burned down to a faint glow. Your family members are asleep around you. They're breathing slow and even. The day is over. Tomorrow will come soon enough, and it will be much like today. But for now, there's only this. The quiet, the dark, the rest. Night in your household is not silent. You hear the breathing of others sleeping near you. You hear the occasional shift and rustle as someone turns over on their mat. You hear the night sounds from outside, insects, the distant movement of animals, and the faint whisper of wind. You sleep deeply most of the time, but you wake sometimes. Maybe you need to relieve yourself. Maybe you're uncomfortable from the heat or from lying too long in one position. Maybe a sound has disturbed you, though not enough to alarm you. You open your eyes, adjust yourself, and settle back down. If you need to go outside, you do so quietly. You step over the other sleepers, careful not to wake them. You go out into the night air and take care of what you need to take care of. The village is dark except for the stars and maybe a sliver of moon. You know the layout well enough that you don't stumble. You finish and go back inside. Children wake during the night more often than adults. A young child might wake crying, unsure of where they are in the darkness. You reach out and touch them, your hand on their back or shoulder. You make a soft sound to let them know you're there. Usually that's enough. They're quiet and go back to sleep. If a child is truly distressed, you sit up and hold them for a while. You rock gently, or you simply sit still with them in your arms. You don't speak much. The quiet and your presence are what's needed. After a few minutes, the child relaxes. You lay them back down and cover them with a light cloth. You return to your own mat. Babies wake frequently. They need to nurse. You feed them while half asleep, barely conscious of the process. It's happened so many times that your body knows what to do without your mind fully engaging. You hold the baby, they nurse, they fall back asleep, and you lower them gently onto their mat. You're asleep again within moments. Nighttime care is matter of fact. You don't resent being woken. You don't feel put upon. This is what happens when you have children. You respond to their needs and then go back to sleep. It's as simple as that. Elderly family members sometimes have trouble sleeping. They wake in the night and stay awake for a while. You might hear them shifting around, getting up and sitting in the doorway. You don't question them or tell them to go back to bed. They'll sleep when they're able. In the meantime, they sit quietly and don't disturb anyone. Occasionally someone in the household is ill and needs attention during the night. You bring them water if they ask for it. You check to see if they have a fever by touching their forehead. You adjust their position if they're uncomfortable. You do what you can, knowing that some illnesses simply have to run their course. The fire usually dies down overnight, but sometimes you bank it carefully so there are still coals in the morning. If you wake in the night and notice the fire has gone out completely, you might restart it, especially if the night is cool. You build a small fire just for warmth, not for cooking. The light is comforting, and the heat makes sleep easier. Dreams happen, though you don't always remember them. Sometimes you wake with a vague sense of having dreamed something, but those details are gone. Other times a dream is vivid enough that it stays with you into the morning. You don't put much stock in dreams. They're just part of sleep, as natural as breathing. If you're woken by a loud noise, an animal outside, a sudden rain shower, someone in another household calling out, you listen for a moment to determine if there's danger. Usually there isn't. You identify the source of the sound, decide it's nothing to worry about, and go back to sleep. In the hottest months you might sleep outside on the roof. It's cooler up there and you can catch any breeze. You carry your mat up and settle in for the night under the open sky. You wake sometimes when the stars are still bright and lie there for a while looking up. You think idle thoughts, or you think nothing at all. Eventually you drift back to sleep. Nighttime is accepted as part of the day's rhythm. It's not something to fear. You've slept in this house or one like it every night of your life. You know the sounds, you know the darkness, you know what's normal and what isn't. The night holds no mysteries for you. Children learn to sleep through most disturbances. When they're very young, any sound wakes them. As they grow, they sleep more soundly. By the time they're adults, they can sleep through the crying of a baby or the movement of someone getting up. They wake only when they need to. The rhythm of sleep is not rigid. You don't go to bed at a precise time every night. You lie down when you're tired, which is usually soon after dark. You wake when light begins to filter in, which is usually around dawn. The exact timing varies with the seasons, but your body adjusts naturally. Sleep is deep and restorative. You wake in the morning feeling ready to work again. Your body has repaired itself overnight. Your mind is clear. You're not thinking about the night that's passed. You're thinking about the day ahead. The household stirs gradually as morning comes. One person wakes and begins to move around. The sounds of their movement wake another. Children wake and start making noise. You open your eyes and see that it's light. You sit up, stretch, and begin the day. The night is over, and you didn't need to struggle against it. It simply happened, as it always does. Your life unfolds in patterns that repeat so regularly, they become invisible. You wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The next day, the same. The day after that, the same again. This repetition is not monotonous in a negative sense. It's the structure that holds everything together. The seasons change, and with them the specific tasks change, but the rhythm remains. When the Nile floods, you work on tasks that don't require dry fields. When the water recedes, you plant. When the crops mature, you harvest. When the dry season comes, you prepare and wait for the cycle to begin again. You've seen this pattern your entire life, and your parents saw it before you, and their parents before them. Your children absorb these rhythms by living them. They don't need formal instruction. They see you waking with the sun, and they do the same. They see you stopping work during the heat, and they learn to rest. They watch you repair a tool or grind grain or build a fire, and eventually they do these things themselves. The knowledge passes seamlessly from one generation to the next. You don't think of yourself as preserving a civilization. You're simply living your life in the way that makes sense given the resources and environment around you. But in doing so, you contribute to something larger. The routines you follow, the skills you practice, and the values you embody, these are what allow your community to persist across centuries. The village you live in has been here for generations. Some of the houses have been standing for decades, patched and repaired and rebuilt in sections, but still fundamentally the same structures. The paths between houses are worn smooth by countless feet, walking the same routes year after year. The fields have been planted and harvested so many times that the soil remembers. New houses are built when families grow. Old houses are abandoned when families shrink or move. The village shifts slightly over time, but it doesn't disappear. It remains rooted in this spot along the Nile because this is where water and fertile land meet. The fundamental logic of the place hasn't changed. You know the history of your family through stories. Your grandmother tells you about her childhood, which was much like yours. Her grandmother told her similar stories. These narratives stretch back further than you can trace, blending into each other until individual people are lost, and only the general shape of life remains. But that shape is consistent. Hard work, dependence on the river, cooperation with neighbours, and respect for the rhythms of nature. You don't have written records. You don't need them. The important knowledge is embedded in your daily practices. You know when to plant because you've seen it done every year. You know how to build a house because you've helped build and repair houses since you were old enough to carry mud. You know how to navigate social relationships because you've been part of this community your whole life. Change happens, but slowly. A new tool design is introduced, or someone discovers a slightly better way to store grain, or a family moves into the village from elsewhere and brings different customs. These changes are integrated gradually. You try the new method, and if it works, you keep using it. If it doesn't, you go back to what you know. There's a conservatism to this way of life, but it's not resistance to change for its own sake. It's caution born from experience. The old ways work. They've been tested across generations. New ways might work better, or they might fail spectacularly. You're willing to experiment, but you don't abandon proven methods without good reason. Your sense of time is cyclical rather than linear. The year begins with a flood and ends with a dry season, and then it begins again. You don't think of time as progressing towards some distant goal. You think of it as a wheel that turns, bringing the same seasons and tasks around again and again. This year's harvest is different from last year's in specific details, but it's fundamentally the same event. Within this cyclical framework, individual lives have a linear progression. You're born, you grow, you work, you age, and you die. But even this progression is seen as part of the larger cycle. Your children will follow the same path, and their children after them. The pattern continues. You don't know how long this has been going on. You don't know that your civilization will endure for thousands of years, or that people in the distant future will study your way of life. You only know that things have been this way for as long as anyone can remember, and there's no reason to think they'll change dramatically. The monuments being built elsewhere in Egypt, the temples, the pyramids, feel distant from your daily reality. You know they exist. You might have even worked on one if labour was required from your village, but they don't define your experience. Your experience is defined by the river, the fields, the village, and the people you know. The skills you practice are ancient. Grinding grain, baking bread, building with mud brick, weaving baskets. These techniques have been refined over countless generations. You're the current practitioner of methods that have proven their worth across millennia. You don't innovate wildly. You perfect what already works. This quiet continuity is what allows a complex society to function without constant upheaval. Everyone knows their role. Everyone knows what's expected. The predictability creates stability, and the stability allows people to focus on the immediate tasks of survival and community rather than on navigating constant change. Your life is small in scope. You never travel far from the village. You never see the sea or the desert beyond the green strip created by the Nile. Your world is measured in walking distances. How far to the fields, how far to the next village, how far upriver to the place where your cousin lives. But within this small world you have everything you need. The relationships you maintain are deep and enduring. You know the same people year after year. You watch them age as they watch you age. You celebrate their successes and mourn their losses. This web of connection is strong because it's built slowly over time, through daily interaction and mutual dependence. When you die, someone else will take up the tasks you've been doing. They'll grind grain in the same way, repair houses with the same materials, and follow the same seasonal rhythms. Your individual contribution will be forgotten, but the collective pattern will continue, and that's enough. You don't need to be remembered by history. You need to make it through today, and tomorrow, and the day after that. You need to feed your family, maintain your home, and fulfill your obligations to your community. These are the things that matter. These are the things that keep civilization running. The sun rises tomorrow, just as it rose this morning. The river continues its cycle, just as it has for longer than anyone can remember. You wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The pattern repeats, and in that repetition there's a kind of peace. You don't question whether this is the best way to live. It's the way you live because it's the way everyone around you lives, and it works well enough to sustain generation after generation. The continuity is quiet but profound. It's the steady pulse beneath everything else, keeping time, keeping rhythm, keeping life moving forward in the only way it knows how. The evening settles in once more. You sit outside your door as the light fades. Another day has ended. Another will begin. The river flows on, dark and steady in the growing night. You close your eyes and breathe the familiar air. This is your world, unchanging in all the ways that matter, shaped by the simple repetition of work and rest, and the slow turning of the seasons. You rise when the sun returns, ready to begin again. The California Gold Rush brought hundreds of thousands of dreamers to the Sierra Nevada between 1848 and the mid-1850s. But the real story wasn't in the headlines about overnight millionaires. It was in the quiet creek beds where solitary panners spent their days knee-deep in cold water, searching for flakes of yellow metal smaller than their fingernails. This is what those slow, patient days actually felt like. You wake before the sun touches the eastern ridge, which means you wake in darkness so complete you can barely see your hand. Your canvas tent fills with the scent of damp wool and wood smoke, permeating every fibre of your bedroll. Outside, the American river mutters to itself the way it does every morning, a constant whisper that becomes the backdrop to everything you do here. You've been listening to that sound for 3 months now, and you've stopped wondering when you'll get used to it because you already have. Your back aches from sleeping on ground that never quite softens, no matter how carefully you arrange the pine needles underneath your blanket. You're 37 years old, which felt young when you left Ohio, but feels considerably less young now that you've been hauling buckets of gravel uphill for 93 days straight. Not that you're counting. The August morning is cold enough that you can see your breath, which seems impossible given how hot it'll be by noon. This is something nobody mentioned back east, that the mountains could freeze you at dawn and bake you by lunch. You pull on your boots without unlacing them fully because you learned that trick from a Danish fellow 2 camps over, and it saves you about 30 seconds every morning. Those seconds add up. Your shirt is still damp from yesterday's sweat, which is unpleasant, but not surprising. Nothing dries completely here. The air is too thin, the night's too cold, and you work too hard to avoid sweating straight through everything you own. You've got 2 shirts total, and they take turns being the less disgusting one. Outside the tent, the camp is beginning its morning ritual without anyone saying much of anything. Miners aren't talkative before breakfast. The fellow whose name you've never learned but who camps about 50 feet downstream is already crouched by his fire ring, feeding small sticks into reluctant flames. His dog, a barrel-shaped mutt that's missing half an ear, watches the fire like it might escape. You've noticed that the dog is significantly better fed than its owner, which says something about the man's priorities that you find oddly reassuring. You build your own fire in the ring of stones you assembled during your first week here, back when you still had energy for unnecessary projects like making things look neat. Now the stones are black with soot, and arranged in a circle that's more suggestion than geometry. Your kindling is dry because you learned to keep it in your tent, wrapped in an old flour sack. The matches you bought in Sacramento, a full box of them, which seemed wildly expensive at the time, are down to 7. You've become religious about extinguishing candles and using coals from the fire to light your pipe, rather than striking a fresh match. The coffee you make is terrible. This isn't self-deprecation. It's objectively bad coffee made from grounds you've already used twice. But it's hot and has caffeine, and that's all you need. You drink it from a tin cup that burns your lip every single morning without fail, because you never remember to wait the extra minute for it to cool. Some lessons refuse to be learned. Breakfast is hardtack and bacon. Always hardtack and bacon. You've developed a technique where you fry the bacon first, then use the grease to soften the hardtack, which makes it marginally less likely to break your teeth. The bacon is so salty that you can feel your heart beat in your temples after eating it, but salt is the only reason it hasn't gone rancid. You should pound the hardtack with a rock before soaking it in the grease. Otherwise, it feels like chewing through roof shingles. A Stella's jay lands on a branch above your head and screams at you with what sounds like personal outrage. The jays here are a vibrant shade of blue and exhibit remarkable fearlessness, which commands your respect even when their behaviour is somewhat bothersome. This particular jay wants your bacon. You don't give it any, but not because you're stingy. You genuinely don't have bacon to spare. The bird screams again, makes a sound exactly like a rusty gate hinge, and then flies off to bother someone else. The sky is turning from black to deep purple, which means you've got maybe 20 minutes before proper dawn. You eat faster. The hardtack grease has made your fingers shiny, and you wipe them on your pants, which are already so filthy that adding bacon grease barely registers. You've learned not to think too hard about the state of your clothing. It's all going to be covered in mud within an hour anyway. Your pan, the only piece of equipment that truly matters, is where you left it last night, turned upside down on a flat rock. You've got a good pan, which is to say it's not cracked, and the bottom is relatively smooth. You bought it in Sacramento for $6, which was somehow both a fortune and a bargain. The merchant said it was genuine Eastern steel, but you doubt it. Still, it works, so you don't care. The walk from your camp to your claim takes about 15 minutes through pines that smell like vanilla when the sun hits them right, but the sun hasn't hit them right yet. The trail is barely a trail, just a slightly clearer path through the undergrowth where other miners have walked before you. You pass 3 abandoned campsites in various states of decay. One has a tent that's collapsed into a sad pile of rotting canvas. Another has a neat stack of firewood that someone apparently decided wasn't worth carrying to their next location. In the third location, a pair of boots with holes in both soles sits by a dead fire ring, a testament to the futility of optimism. These abandoned camps don't depress you the way they did in your first weeks here. Now they're just part of the landscape, like the tree stumps and the scattered piles of tailings. Men come and go, most go. The ones who stay are either making just enough to justify staying or are too broke to afford leaving. You're not entirely sure which category you fall into, and you've stopped asking yourself the question. Your claim is a bend in a smaller creek that feeds into the American River, about 30 yards from where the creek takes a sharp turn around a boulder the size of a hay wagon. You chose this spot because the water slows down at the bend, which means heavier particles, like gold theoretically, might settle in the gravel. This is science you learned from a pamphlet you bought in Sacramento titled The 49er's Guide to Certain Wealth. which turned out to be neither a guide nor certain, but did contain some useful information buried among the wild exaggerations. The creek at this hour is loud with morning runoff. The water comes down from snowmelt higher in the mountains, which means it's absolutely freezing even in August. You've watched men jump into this creek on hot afternoons for a refreshing swim, and you've watched them jump right back out again, yelping. The creek doesn't care about air temperature. The creek is always cold enough to make your feet ache. You've staked your claim with 4 posts and a length of rope that marks off about 30 feet of creek bed. This practice is legal under the loosely defined mining laws that govern these mountains, meaning it is permitted as long as you are actively working the claim, and no one with greater authority decides to take it from you. So far, nobody has. Your claim is not, it must be said, obviously rich. It's not even obviously promising. It's just a patch of creek that nobody else wanted badly enough to fight over. The morning light is starting to filter through the pines now, coming in at that low angle that makes everything look softer than it actually is. The water in your section of creek looks clear and innocent, bubbling over rocks that are gold-coloured from iron oxide but contain not a speck of actual gold, as you've learned through repeated disappointment. Real gold doesn't look like gold when it's in the creek. It looks like a slightly brighter fleck of sand, simple to miss, easier to doubt. Your first job of the day is to move rocks. It's always moving rocks. The technique is to clear the larger stones from a section of creek bed, dig down into the gravel beneath them, and then pan that gravel, hoping it contains something other than more gravel. You've moved approximately 7,000 rocks in your time here, which is not a poetic exaggeration. You actually tried to count once and gave up after 700. The rocks are slippery with algae, cold from the water, and frequently inhabited by angry crayfish who object strenuously to being relocated. Crayfish have pinched you 11 times, and the experience never ceases to be startling. They hide under the rocks with their claws extended, waiting for an unsuspecting finger. You'd find them more charming if they weren't such consistent jerks about the whole situation. You wade into the water, which immediately fills your boots because your boots are not waterproof, despite what the merchant in Sacramento promised. The cold grips your feet like a firm handshake from someone who's trying to prove something. You've learned to keep moving because standing still in this water can make your feet so numb that you might trip over your own ankles while walking back to camp. There's a technique to moving rocks efficiently, which mostly involves rolling, not lifting. The trick is to place your hands under the rock while it is still in the water. Use the water's buoyancy to assist with the initial lift, and then fully commit to moving it to shore, as dropping it halfway is when you're most likely to injure your foot. You dropped a rock on your foot in week 2. Your toenail turned black and fell off. The new one growing in is a weird shape that catches on your sock. By mid-morning you've cleared enough rocks to expose a promising patch of gravel. Promising is a relative term. It looks essentially identical to every other patch of gravel you've excavated, but this reflects the mindset of successful mining. Every pan could potentially contain gold. If you start assuming that the gold isn't present, you might as well pack up and go home to Ohio, where you have $7 in debt and a sister-in-law who said you would return in a month. You fill your pan with gravel, scooping down to the bedrock if you can reach it. Bedrock is where the good stuff settles. Theoretically, it is heavier than the sand and gravel that wash over it. You've reached bedrock exactly 3 times. Usually you just get tired of digging and decide to pan what you have. The gravel goes into the pan along with a healthy amount of water. Your pan is about 15 inches across and maybe 3 inches deep, with a flat bottom and sloped sides. When the pan is full of wet gravel, it becomes heavier than it appears, likely around 15 pounds of material that you will spend the next several minutes shaking as if you were trying to wake it up. The technique for panning is simple in theory and exhausting in practice. You hold the pan with both hands and shake it side to side under the water, using a circular motion that keeps everything submerged but moving. The goal is to make the heavier particles, including gold if there is any, work their way down to the bottom while the lighter sand and gravel wash over the rim. This takes longer than you'd think. Much longer. You shake the pan for what feels like several years but is probably closer to 2 minutes. Your arms start to hurt. Your back, already unimpressed with your life choices, begins a formal complaint. The water is so cold that your hands transition from feeling cold to becoming numb. and then to experiencing a strange burning sensation that could be frostbite, but is likely just your body's way of indicating that this situation is absurd. You tilt the pan slightly, letting the lighter material wash over the edge. The water coming off the pan is murky with sediment, turning the clear creek into a muddy swirl downstream from where you're working. You've basically turned a clean creek into a dirty creek, which seems like a metaphor for something, but you're too focused on the pen to figure out what. More shaking, more swirling. Your arms feel like they're made of warm clay. You're developing muscles in places you didn't know could have muscles. There's a spot between your shoulder blades that's been aching continuously since June. After another minute of shaking, you've washed away about half the material in your pan. What's left is concentrated gravel, black sand, which is heavier than regular sand and therefore annoying. And possibly, somewhere in there, a tiny piece of gold that will justify the last 20 minutes of work. You lift the pan out of the water to inspect it. The surface is still covered with black sand and small pebbles. You're looking for colour, which is what miners call the yellow glint of gold. You're also searching for larger nuggets, but you're not optimistic about finding them. Nuggets are what other people find. You find flakes. The sun is higher now, and the light hitting your pane makes everything sparkle for a moment, which is cruel, because 99% of what sparkles is mica, not gold. Mica is a mineral that attracts attention due to its flashiness and attention-seeking nature, yet it holds no intrinsic value. You've learned to hate mica with a passion usually reserved for people who owe you money. You swirl the pan gently, watching the black sand shift. There, right there, is that colour. You squint. You tilt the pan. It's either a tiny fleck of gold or a tiny fleck of mica catching the light in exactly the wrong way. You dip the pan back in the water and swirl again, more carefully this time. The speck stays put while the black sand moves. Gold is heavier than mica. This is gold. This is actual gold. It's smaller than a pinhead. It's possibly the smallest piece of gold that can still be called gold rather than gold-coloured dust. But it's yours. You feel a small surge of satisfaction that's wildly disproportionate to the value of what you've just found, which is approximately 1/10 of 1 cent. But that's not the point. The point is confirmation. The gold is here. You're in the right place. Your efforts are not entirely in vain. This is what you tell yourself as you carefully tap the fleck into your leather pouch, which contains maybe a teaspoon of gold after 3 months of work. The next pan contains nothing. The one after that contains 3 flecks so small you need to check 3 times to make sure they're actually there, and not just your desperate imagination. The 4th pan contains what might be gold, but might also be a piece of weathered pyrite, and you're not experienced enough to know the difference just by looking, so you save it anyway. This is what gold mining actually is. The long repetitive hours between tiny victories. For every moment of excitement when you spot colour, there are dozens of pans that contain absolutely nothing intriguing. You shake the pan, you wash the gravel, you squint at the results, you find nothing, you refill the pan with new gravel, you do it all again. Your back hurts in a specific way that suggests you're going to regret being 37 when you're 47. Your knees are bruised from kneeling on creek rocks. Your hands have developed calluses on top of calluses, creating a sort of hand armour that makes your fingers less flexible but more durable. You've got a blister on your right thumb that keeps opening up and then healing just enough to convince you it's better, right before you grip the pan again and it splits open. Around noon, the heat becomes genuine. The morning cold is a distant memory. The sun reflects off the water and the rocks, creating a brightness that makes your eyes hurt. You're supposed to be wearing a hat, and you are wearing one, but the hat is mostly decorative at this point. The sun here doesn't negotiate. You take a break, which means you sit on the bank and eat hardtack without bacon, because you're saving the bacon for dinner. You've got a canteen of water that tastes like metal and canvas, but it's wet, and wet is the main requirement. You drink half of it, reminding yourself to refill it from the creek before you head back to camp. Drinking straight from the creek is generally fine, though you've heard stories about men getting sick from it. You've been drinking creek water for 3 months without getting sick, which you consider a victory. A mule deer watches you from across the creek, chewing something with an expression of profound judgment. The deer here are not afraid of humans the way you'd expect. They've learned that miners don't generally shoot them because bullets are expensive, and dragging a dead deer back to camp is more work than most miners want to do. This particular deer seems to be evaluating your technique and finding it wanting. You resist the urge to explain yourself to the deer. After your break, you move to a different section of your claim, hoping that shifting locations will shift your luck. This belief is superstition disguised as strategy, yet the mining industry is rife with superstitions presented as strategies. Some men won't work on Sundays, others won't work without their lucky shirt. One fellow you met won't pan unless he's whistling, which makes him deeply unpopular with the miners on neighbouring claims. The afternoon pans yield a better return than the morning. 7 visible flecks and what might be 2 more if you're generous with your definitions. This is a good day, not a great day. A great day would involve finding something larger than a fleck, but solidly good. You'll add maybe 3 cents worth of gold to your pouch, which doesn't sound like much until you remember that you're finding it in a creek using a pan and your increasingly questionable back. The thing about the Sierra Nevada that nobody warns you about is how quickly the weather can shift from pleasant to actively hostile. You've seen it go from sunny to hailing in the time it takes to smoke a pipe. The clouds gather behind the peaks to the east, accumulating as if they are preparing for something, and then suddenly it starts raining sideways while you scramble to remember where you left anything that shouldn't get wet, which includes everything. Today stays clear, which is a mercy. You've endured rainstorms in the past, and the misery they inflict is indescribable to those who haven't tried prospecting for gold under torrential rain. The creek rises, the visibility drops, and everything becomes a cold, muddy exercise in stubbornness. You keep working because stopping means losing a day of potential income, and you've already lost too many days to afford losing more. The wind picks up around 3, which is normal for this time of year. It comes down the canyon like it's been personally insulted by something at the bottom and is rushing down to file a complaint. The pines sway and creak, dropping pine cones the size of your fist. You've been hit by falling pine cones twice, and while it's not dangerous, it's startling and slightly humiliating to be attacked by a tree you weren't even touching. Summer is the best season for mining, which tells you something about adverse seasons. During the summer, you can work all day without your hands freezing solid. The creek is lower, which means you can reach more of the gravel. The nights are cool but not deadly. You've heard stories about winter mining, about men trying to thaw frozen gravel with fire, about creeks freezing solid, about finding miners in the spring who didn't make it through. You plan to be in Sacramento by November, assuming you've made enough by then to afford leaving. The autumn is supposed to be beautiful here, according to the Danish fellow, who spent last fall in these mountains. He says the aspens turn yellow and the whole canyon glows like it's on fire. He also says that October is when the big storms start, rolling in from the Pacific and dumping snow by the foot. He says that November is when smart men leave, and December is when stubborn men die. You've marked yourself down as smart, though you're aware that most stubborn men probably think of themselves the same way. You finish working when the light gets too low to see colour in the pan, which happens earlier than you'd like because the canyon walls create shadows that arrive before sunset. You've mastered the art of timing your day based on these shadows, observing their leisurely progress across the creek. The walk back to camp feels longer than the walk to your claim, probably because you're worn out and your boots are full of water that squelches with every step. Your socks are incredibly durable. They were beyond saving 2 weeks ago, but you keep wearing them because the alternative is wearing no socks, which leads to blisters that make the sock situation look positively luxurious. At camp, you have a set evening routine because you don't have the energy to think of what to do next. Fire first, using the coals you banked this morning that are hopefully still alive under the ash. The coals are still alive, but barely, which saves you a match. Small kindling, slightly larger sticks, and then pieces of wood you've split from deadfall. The fire catches and holds, producing smoke that smells like pine and accomplishment. Dinner is bacon and beans. The beans have been soaking in creek water since morning in a pot you leave by your tent, covered with a flat rock to keep the jays out. This system works about 70% of the time. The other 30% you return to find jays sitting on the rock, looking pleased with themselves, and half your beans scattered in the dirt. Today the beans are intact, which means tonight you'll have adequate protein. You cook the bacon first in your small pan, not the gold pan, you're not a barbarian, then add the beans to the bacon grease. This is the same cooking technique you use for breakfast, which suggests your culinary skills have not expanded significantly during your time here. The beans absorb the grease and become softer and saltier, which is the best you can hope for under the circumstances. While the beans cook, you count your gold. This is both satisfying and depressing depending on your mood. Tonight you're feeling philosophical, which means you can look at your small leather pouch and think, I'm building towards something, rather than I've been here for 3 months and have approximately $8 worth of gold. The pouch contains mostly flakes, a few slightly larger pieces that might generously be called small nuggets, and a lot of black sand you haven't been able to separate out. Separating gold from black sand is an art form that involves mercury, which you don't have, or tremendous patience, which you have but prefer to use elsewhere. Most miners just sell their gold with the black sand still mixed in, accepting a lower price in exchange for not spending hours trying to clean it. You estimate you've got about a 1/4 ounce total. In Sacramento, the price of gold is $16 per ounce, indicating that you have a total wealth of $4 plus or minus. $4 after 3 months of work would be depressing if you thought about it directly, so you think about it sideways instead. You're learning a trade. You're improving your technique. Tomorrow's pan might be the one that changes everything. These are the lies you tell yourself that might actually be true. Mining attracts a specific type of person, someone comfortable being alone but perhaps not skilled at it. The distinction matters. You spend your days working by yourself, but you're surrounded by other men doing the same thing, all of you existing in this strange state of communal solitude. There's the Danish fellow, whose camp is upstream from yours. He has nodded at you approximately 60 times, but you've never learned his actual name. He's methodical in a way that suggests either previous mining experience or a personality that can't help being methodical. His camp is neat, his tools are organised, and his morning fire starts without the cloud of smoke that yours produces. You find this simultaneously admirable and annoying. Downstream there's a group of 3 Chinese miners who work together in a way that seems both more efficient and more pleasant than working alone. They've built a rocker box, a larger contraption for processing gravel, and they take turns operating it in shifts. You've watched them work and they seem to find more gold than you do, which suggests their technique is better, their claim is richer, or both. They've never been unfriendly, but they keep to themselves, which you respect because you do the same thing. There's a French Canadian who showed up 2 weeks ago and hasn't stopped talking about the nugget he found in his first week, which was apparently the size of a pea. You've seen the nugget. It's legitimately impressive. It's also the only significant gold he's found since, which he mentions less often. He's starting to develop the look that men get when they realise their luck might have run out on day 3. The nearest town, calling it a town is generous, is a 6-hour walk, which means you go there approximately never. The town consists of a trading post, a place that sells whiskey, and a collection of tents that serve various purposes, none of them particularly interesting. You went there once in July to buy supplies and found the prices so inflated that you seriously considered just eating pine bark for the rest of the summer. Mail comes through the town twice a month, carried by a man on a horse who looks like he's reconsidering his life choices every time you see him. You haven't gotten mail because getting mail requires having sent mail first, and sending mail requires either admitting how things are going or lying about it. You've decided that writing home can wait until you have something worth reporting beyond still here, still poor, creek still cold. The thing that keeps you going isn't the dream of striking it rich. That dream died somewhere around week 6. What keeps you going is the small, regular victories that arrive just often enough to feel like progress. A good day of panning, a flake larger than usual. The satisfaction of improving your technique to the point where you can process gravel faster than you could last month. You've gotten better at reading the creek. You've learned to spot places where the water slows down, where obstacles create eddies, where the bedrock comes close to the surface. These are the places gold accumulates, if it accumulates anywhere. You've learned to test a spot with a single pan before committing to hours of digging. You've learned that the gravel right against bedrock is worth checking first, because that's where the heaviest particles settle. Your panning technique has improved to the point where you rarely lose visible gold over the rim of the pan anymore, which used to happen with embarrassing frequency. You've learned the right rhythm of shaking and swirling, the right angle to tilt the pan, and the right amount of water to keep in it. These skills are worthless anywhere except right here in this creek, doing this specific thing, but here they matter. There's a rhythm to the work that becomes almost meditative when you let it. Fill the pan, shake it under the water, tilt and swirl. Watch the lighter material wash away, check for colour, repeat. Your mind wanders during this process, which is good because otherwise you'd go crazy from the repetition. You think about home, you think about the people you left behind, you think about whether you're actually going to make enough money here to justify having left. You think about dinner, you think about gold. The best day you've had was 3 weeks ago, when you found 5 flakes in a single pan. 5 flakes isn't a fortune, it's not even a really good meal, but it was encouraging in a way that made you want to keep going. You've had worse days since then, plenty of them, but that one good day sits in your memory like proof that luck exists, and might occasionally remember you exist too. Your equipment consists of your pan, a shovel, a pick, a blanket, a tent, 1 cooking pot, 1 frying pan, 2 shirts, 1 pair of pants, 1 hat, assorted other items of questionable utility, and a rifle you've fired exactly twice since arriving here. Once was to scare off a bear who was investigating your camp. The bear left, though you're not convinced the rifle had anything to do with it. The bear seemed more annoyed by the noise than threatened by it. The shovel is the most important tool after the pan. You use it to move gravel, dig down to bedrock, create channels in the creek, and occasionally as a seat when you're too tired to stand but the ground is too wet to sit on. The handle is worn smooth where your hands grip it, and the blade is starting to show signs of serious wear along the edge. You'll need a new shovel by next summer, assuming you're still here next summer, which is an assumption you're not ready to examine too closely. The pick breaks up hard-packed gravel and chips away at bedrock when you need to clear a hollow where gold might be hiding. You're not great with the pick. It requires a specific kind of controlled violence that doesn't come naturally to you, but you're better than you were. You've learned to let the weight of the pick do most of the work, rather than trying to muscle it down into the rock. Your shoulders are grateful for this lesson, though they wish you'd learned it sooner. Your tent is canvas, supposedly waterproof, and actually water-resistant at best. When it rains hard, small drips develop in predictable spots, and you've learned to arrange your belongings to avoid them. The tent is tall enough that you can sit up inside it but not stand, which means you spend a lot of time hunched over. Your back has opinions about this arrangement. The blanket you sleep in is wool, which was expensive but worth it. Wool stays warm even when wet, which is important because everything here is always at least slightly wet. The blanket smells like campfire and sweat and pine needles, which is to say it smells like you've been living in the mountains for 3 months. September arrives without ceremony, marked only by the fact that the Danish fellow mentions it's September while walking past your claim one morning. The days are still hot, but the nights are starting to get properly cold, the kind of cold that makes you burrow deeper into your blanket and consider whether you've made good decisions. The creek is lower now than it was in July. The snowmelt has slowed to a trickle, which means you can reach gravel that was underwater a month ago. This is theoretically good news. In practice, it means you're doing the same amount of work to access slightly different gravel that contains the same disappointing amount of gold as the previous gravel. The aspens are starting to turn, just like the Danish fellow said they would. The canyon walls are developing patches of yellow that catch the afternoon light and make everything look like a painting. It's beautiful in a way that would be more enjoyable if you weren't worried about winter coming. Beauty is easier to appreciate when you're not concerned about freezing to death. The birds are changing their patterns. The jays are still around. Jays are apparently immortal. But other birds are starting to move through on their way to somewhere else. You've seen geese flying overhead in V formations, heading south with what seems like excessive enthusiasm. The geese know something you know. Winter in these mountains is not a theoretical problem. You're starting to see other miners pack up and leave. Every few days another tent comes down, another camp gets abandoned and another claim becomes available for whoever's desperate or optimistic enough to take it over. You've watched maybe a dozen men leave in the past 2 weeks. None of them looked happy, but some looked more defeated than others. The French-Canadian left last Tuesday. He stopped by your claim to say goodbye, which was more social interaction than you'd had in weeks. He said he was heading to Sacramento to find work that paid in actual money rather than tiny flecks of hope. He said the nugget he found in week 1 would cover his travel costs, but nothing more. He said he'd learned an important lesson about luck and diminishing returns. He shook your hand and left, and you haven't seen him since. You're now faced with the question that every miner in these mountains faces eventually. When do you leave? The smart money says leave in October, before the first real storms hit. The optimistic money says stay until you've made enough to justify having come here in the first place. The desperate money says stay as long as physically possible because going home empty-handed isn't really an option. You're not sure which category you fall into. You've made approximately $12 worth of gold in 4 months, which works out to $3 per month, which is not a fortune by any definition. On the other hand, you've learnt skills that might actually translate to better returns next season. You've learnt where gold hides. You've learnt how to read a creek. You've learnt how to survive in the mountains with minimal supplies and maximum stubbornness. There's also the question of what you'd be going home to. Ohio feels very far away, both geographically and emotionally. The life you left there, the debts, the obligations, the small-town predictability, doesn't feel like something you're eager to return to. At least here, you're poor but independent. At least here, every plan has the potential to change your circumstances. The Danish fellow is staying through October, possibly November. He told you this while refilling his canteen at the creek, speaking in his careful English that suggests he's translating from Danish in his head, before the words come out. He said he's been mining for 2 years now, in different locations, and that patience is the main requirement. He said that most men leave too early, before they've learned enough to make the work pay off. He said this with the confidence of someone who's either right or has become very good at lying to himself. You decide to stay through September, then reassess in October. This feels like a reasonable compromise between optimism and survival instinct. You mark the date in your head, October 1st. That's when you'll make a real decision about whether to winter here or head to lower elevations. The best part of each day is the hour after dinner, when you're too tired to do anything productive but not yet tired enough to sleep. You sit by your fire, smoke your pipe. Tobacco's expensive, so you mix it with dried bearberry leaves, which is either an authentic frontier technique or something you invented out of desperation, and watch the light fade from the canyon. The evening light in the mountains is different from evening light anywhere else. It's golden in a way that seems almost thick, like you could reach out and touch it. The air cools rapidly once the sun drops behind the western ridge, and the temperature drops 10 or 15 degrees in the space of 20 minutes. You've learned to have your jacket within reach by the time the light starts to turn. The sounds of the evening are the creek, the fire crackling, the wind moving through the pines, and occasionally the far-off sound of someone else's axe biting into wood. There's a rhythm to life here that's slower than anything you experienced in Ohio. Not peaceful exactly. It's too much work to be peaceful, but separate. Removed from the normal pace of the world, you've started noticing small things you wouldn't have noticed 4 months ago. The way certain rocks in the creek have patterns in them that look like writing in a language nobody can read. The way the smoke from your fire sometimes swirls in one direction while the wind is clearly blowing in another. The way the stars up here are so bright, they cast actual shadows, turning the whole forest into a study in silver and black. Some evenings, you hear the sound of a fiddle from one of the camps downstream. Someone has a fiddle and knows about 7 songs, which they play in the same order every time. You've heard this sequence so many times you could probably play it yourself if you had a fiddle and any musical ability whatsoever. The fact that you can hear the fiddle from your camp suggests sound carries farther here than it should, or that everyone is being quieter than you'd expect from a group of men living in the woods. What keeps you panning day after day is the fundamental truth that gold is definitely here. Not hypothetically here, not rumoured to be here, actually documentably present in this creek, in quantities that are small but real. You found it yourself, you've held it in your hand. You know with absolute certainty that if you pan enough gravel, some of that gravel will contain gold. This is different from most gambles. where you're betting on something that might not even exist. Here, you're just trying to find enough of something that definitely exists. It's like fishing, but the fish are tiny and made of metal, and really good at hiding. The biggest piece you've found so far is about the size of a grain of rice. You found it 3 weeks ago, and you keep it separate from your other gold in a small glass vial you bought specifically for this purpose. It's your trophy piece, the evidence that larger pieces exist and that you're capable of finding them. The fact that you haven't found another piece that size since is information you've chosen not to dwell on. You've heard stories about men finding nuggets the size of potatoes. You've heard stories about men becoming rich in a single afternoon. You've heard so many stories that you've stopped believing most of them. But the core truth remains, some men do strike it rich. Not many men, maybe 1 in 1,000. But someone is that 1 in 1,000, and there's no particular reason it can't be you. This is the hope that persists through the long days of finding nothing. This is what makes you pick up the pan each morning despite your aching back and your questionable finances. This is what makes the whole enterprise feel like something other than slow-motion failure. The 1st of October is crisp in a way that suggests summer has officially given up. You wake to frost on your tent, which is new and unwelcome. The creek seems colder, though you're not sure if it's actually colder or if you're just losing your tolerance for cold. Either way, wading in now requires a moment of mental preparation that wasn't necessary in August. You've been here 5 months. Your original plan was 3 months maximum. You've exceeded your plan by 2 months and are now actively ignoring the fact that you made a plan at all. The leather pouch with your gold now contains maybe half an ounce total, $8 worth of work, though you try not to calculate the per day rate because it's depressing. Most of the camps around you are empty now. The Danish fellow is still here, along with the 3 Chinese miners downstream, and maybe 4 or 5 others scattered along the creek. The forest feels emptier, though it's hard to say if that's because people left, or because the changing season makes everything feel more stark. You've made your decision. You'll stay through October, then leave before the first snow. This gives you 1 more month to add to your total, 1 more month to find something significant, 1 more month to convince yourself that this whole adventure wasn't a miscalculation. October feels like the absolute deadline. November feels like death. The work continues as it has for months. Fill the pan, shake it, look for colour, occasionally find colour, mostly find nothing. The rhythm is so familiar now that you could do it in your sleep, which is good because you sometimes feel like you're doing it in your sleep. On October 15th, you find a nugget. Not a huge nugget. Calling it a nugget is technically generous, but definitely larger than a flake. It's about the size of a peppercorn, with a weight you can actually feel when you place it in your palm. This is the best find you've had in 2 months, and you spend a ridiculous amount of time just looking at it, turning it over, feeling the weight of it. This nugget is worth maybe 50 cents. 50 cents is not a fortune. 50 cents will not change your life. But 50 cents found in a single pan is better than the 3 cents per day you've been averaging, and it represents the possibility that other larger pieces might be nearby. This is how mining works. Every small success suggests the possibility of larger success just around the corner. You spend the rest of the day working the same area where you found the nugget, hoping that where there's 1 piece, there might be more. This is sound logic. This is also the same logic that has led you to waste entire days digging in spots that turned out to contain exactly 1 piece of gold and nothing else. By the end of the day, you found 2 more flakes, normal-sized, nothing special, and have convinced yourself that the nugget was probably a solo traveller, not the advanced scout for a major deposit. This is disappointing but not surprising. Most good news in mining turns out to be followed by normal news. The last week of October brings weather that makes it clear that winter is not a metaphor. The temperature drops below freezing at night. There's snow on the highest peaks, visible from your camp as a bright white line against the sky that seems to be creeping lower each day. The creek is painfully cold now, and your hands go numb within minutes of starting work. You've made your final count. You've got approximately 3/4 of an ounce of gold, worth maybe $12. After 5 months of work, you've made $12. This works out to about $2.40 per month, which is less than you could make doing almost any other job. On the other hand, you've had an adventure. You've learned new skills. You've lived in the Sierra Nevada and survived. These things have value, even if they don't have a price tag. The Danish fellow stops by on the 28th to say goodbye. He's staying through winter, which you think is either brave or insane. He says he's built a better shelter and has supplies stored. He says winter mining is difficult but possible, and that most men who die in the winter die because they're unprepared, not because the winter itself is unsurvivable. He wishes you luck. You wish him luck. You shake hands with the warmth of men who've been neighbours without quite being friends. On October 30th, you break camp. You take down your tent, pack your tools, and take a last look at your claim. The creek continues its endless conversation with itself, caring not at all that you've spent 5 months of your life crouched next to it, hoping. The gold is still there, somewhere in the gravel, waiting for the next person desperate or optimistic enough to come looking for it. The walk back to Sacramento takes 3 days. Your gold pouch sits in your pocket, heavier than you expected for something so small. $12 worth of gold is not the fortune you hoped for, but it's real money, earned by your own labour, pulled from a creek one tiny flake at a time. You're not sure if you'll come back next spring. You're not sure if 5 months of work for $12 represents failure or education. You're not sure if you're a miner who's taking a break, or a man who briefly tried mining and is moving on to something else. What you're sure of is this. You know how to read a creek now. You know how to survive in the mountains with minimal supplies. You know what it feels like to find gold, and you know what it feels like to spend hours finding nothing. These are things you didn't know 6 months ago, and they're yours now, worth more than $12 because they can't be taken away. The Sierra Nevada recedes behind you as you walk, the mountains holding their gold close, patient and indifferent, waiting for the next wave of dreamers to arrive with their pans and their hope and their willingness to spend months in cold water for the chance at something better. Your time as a gold panner in the Sierra Nevada is one story among thousands, most of which ended roughly the same way, with modest returns, valuable experience, and the knowledge that sometimes the real discovery is what you learn about yourself in the process. The gold remains where it's always been, waiting in the creeks, a constant invitation to those willing to bend their backs and numb their hands for the slim chance that today's pan might be the one that changes everything. Tonight, we explore the life and contributions of Rosalyn Franklin, the brilliant scientist whose pioneering work in X-ray crystallography was instrumental in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Her dedication to science and her role in one of the most significant breakthroughs of the 20th century continue to inspire generations of researchers today. So before you relax as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if our content helps you. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're always open to requests for stories boring and interesting. If you guys ever have any in mind, let us know. Now get rid of those bright lights, turn on your fan if you have one, and let's begin. Rosalyn Franklin's name often appears as a footnote in the story of DNA, overshadowed by the fame of James Watson and Francis Crick, yet her life was neither trivial nor easily summarised. Born in London in 1920 to a prominent Jewish family, she grew up when few encouraged women to pursue rigorous science. Even as a child, she displayed a fierce hunger for knowledge that defied social norms. Her father, Ellis Franklin, supported her education yet worried about her independent streak. At St Paul's Girls' School, she excelled in math, chemistry and languages, while her peers aimed at more conventional futures. A scholarship to Newnham College, Cambridge, put her among mentors who valued her promise but questioned women's roles in labs. Undeterred, she poured energy into research, proving her place through diligent work. When World War II broke out, Britain needed scientists. She joined the British Coal Utilisation Research Association, studying carbon's microstructures. There, she discovered a passion for methodical experimentation. She also encountered X-ray crystallography, a technique aligning perfectly with her meticulous nature. After the war, a fellowship in Paris brought her to Jacques Méring's lab, where she refined her skill in X-ray diffraction. Her high standards and exacting methods yielded notable papers on carbon structure, establishing her as a rising star in crystallography. By the early 1950s, King's College London offered her a position to study DNA. Maurice Wilkins and his team believed X-ray diffraction could unlock the molecule's secrets. Franklin arrived armed with expertise, determined to implement new protocols and improve equipment. Lab tensions surfaced quickly. Wilkins had expected a collaborator. Franklin insisted on autonomy. Some colleagues admired her precision, while others found her difficult. Still, she pressed on, convinced that careful data could cut through any confusion. Working with her student, Raymond Gosling, she captured a series of images, the most famous labelled Photo 51, revealing a striking helical pattern. She wanted more evidence before announcing a conclusion, preferring thoroughness over speculation. Yet behind the scenes, her data slipped into other hands. Unbeknownst to her, a colleague showed Watson and Crick her diffraction results. Already pursuing a helical model, they seized her findings as key confirmation. Franklin, for the moment, was focused on perfecting her analysis, unaware that her painstaking work was fueling a major discovery elsewhere. Even so, the tension at King's grew. Franklin's direct style clashed with Wilkins's reserved manner. She believed in complete control over her research methods, irritating those accustomed to a more hierarchical lab, but she remained steadfast, adjusting humidity levels and rechecking angles to sharpen her images. Each improvement hinted she was on the brink of a monumental revelation. That revelation, however, would not bear her name alone. While Franklin refined her data, Watson and Crick raced forward, preparing to unveil their model of D. She had no inkling of the behind-the-scenes drama. In the darkroom, her camera captured crystal patterns that would change biology. She trusted her data to speak for itself, unaware that the world soon would hail Watson and Crick as the architects of DNA's double helix. At this stage, Franklin's story was poised between breakthrough and overshadowing. Her rigorous approach had delivered vital clues to life's molecular code, yet social dynamics and academic politics threatened to rob her of due credit. In the realm of science, data does not always guarantee recognition for the one who gathers it. Rosalyn Franklin had produced a priceless glimpse into DNA's form, setting the stage for history to unfold in ways she could not have predicted. She was born into a family of philanthropic tradition, with her uncle serving as the first Jewish mayor of London. From a young age, she was taught the importance of service and intellectual rigour, a combination that would shape her character. In her teenage years, she gained a reputation for sharp wit and an unwavering focus on academic goals. These traits did not always endear her to peers who expected more demure behaviour, but she was undeterred. She had glimpsed a future in which women could stand at the frontier of discovery, and she was determined to claim it. In her journals, she expressed a love for puzzles and a fascination with structure. Whether examining minerals or deciphering abstract problems, she found solace in unravelling complexities. This mindset translated seamlessly into her later work, where precision became both her shield and her compass. It also fueled her tenacity, driving her to pursue every question until she reached its hidden core. Rosalyn Franklin's arrival at King's College London came with grand hopes, but the lab's culture soon tested her resolve. She joined Maurice Wilkins, who believed they would share DNA research duties. Franklin's forthright style, however, clashed with Wilkins' quieter approach. Worse, the leadership chain for the DNA project remained vague, fostering confusion about who was truly in charge. Despite these challenges, Franklin pressed on, exploring how DNA fibres changed under varying humidity. She distinguished between A and B forms of the molecule, and her fastidious X-ray diffraction work produced the famed Photo 51, which showed an unmistakable helical pattern. Franklin acknowledged the significance of the image, yet she refrained from making hasty assumptions. She spent hours perfecting exposures, checking angles, and analysing the precise details etched onto photographic plates. Meanwhile, across town at the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, James Watson and Francis Crick took a contrasting approach. Model builders at heart, they chased the DNA structure by trial and error, fueled by snippets of data gleaned from various sources. When Wilkins revealed Photo 51 to Watson, unbeknownst to Franklin, the evidence dovetailed perfectly with their double helix hunch. By early 1953, Watson and Crick completed a model that would make scientific history. Their publication in Nature was concise yet transformative, announcing a double helical structure that explained DNA's replication mechanism. Wilkins and Franklin each contributed supportive papers, but the spotlight fell squarely on Watson and Crick. Franklin's images and calculations, though pivotal, were presented as secondary confirmations rather than driving forces. She felt the sting of exclusion yet pressed on, finalising her analyses of the molecule's geometry. This period at King's grew more strained. Franklin's rapport with Wilkins had cooled, She seemed unwilling to compromise on rigorous standards, and he resented her independence. The department itself provided limited support, content to bask in the sudden acclaim for the DNA breakthrough. Franklin, meanwhile, was left to grapple with how her painstaking data had been used without her direct consent. Recognizing that her future lay elsewhere, she began seeking a new post where she could direct her research on her terms. Opportunity arose at Birkbeck College, headed by crystallographer John Desmond Burnell. Though the facilities there were humbler, the atmosphere promised greater autonomy. Franklin decided to leave King's, taking with her a wealth of expertise and the resolve to avoid another scientific turf war. She briefly concluded her work by publishing her final observations on the structural nuances of DNA. While Watson, Crick, and Wilkins basked in growing accolades, Franklin exited quietly, determined to reorient her career. She did not wholly abandon DNA. Friends and colleagues occasionally asked for her insights, and she answered candidly, yet she had no desire to entangle herself further in debates about authorship or recognition. The overshadowing she experienced became a cautionary tale. In science, data is currency, and the one who controls its dissemination wields significant power. Franklin preferred to move forward rather than dwell on what might have been done differently. In her last months at King's, she remained cordial but distant, focusing on practical tasks. Her colleagues recognised her departure as a loss. Her techniques had been central to illuminating DNA. Still, few openly acknowledged the imbalance that had allowed others to leap ahead with her findings. Privately, Franklin harboured disappointment at the missed chance for genuine collaboration, yet she rarely indulged in public complaints, believing the project's success should outweigh personal grievances. She fully engaged in planning her new life at Birkbeck by the mid-1953. She aimed to pivot to viruses, which she saw as a logical extension of molecular biology. If DNA held the code, viruses manipulated it for replication. It was a fresh frontier, free of the swirl around the double helix. Some wondered if she might regret turning away from a molecule that had just earned global fame. But Franklin's mind was already set. She craved an environment where precision and exploration mattered more than departmental politics or star power. In this decision, Rosalyn Franklin demonstrated a fierce independence that would define her future endeavours. The DNA story continued to unfold, with Watson, Crick, and Wilkins moving into the scientific limelight. Franklin, meanwhile, headed for new challenges, confident that her diligence and clear-sighted approach would again yield groundbreaking discoveries. The transition set the stage for the next chapter of her life, a chapter in which viruses, not DNA, would become her primary focus. Rosalyn Franklin's move to Birkbeck College in 1953 allowed her to escape the tensions around DNA and forge a fresh path in virus research. Under John Desmond Burnell, she found greater independence for her meticulous approach. While viruses lacked the immediate fame of DNA, Franklin considered them equally vital. If DNA was life's blueprint, viruses were intruders capable of hijacking that plan. Her chosen subject, the tobacco mosaic virus, TMV, presented unique challenges. Franklin painstakingly prepared samples to ensure uniformity, using X-ray diffraction to decode TMV's rod-like structure. She teamed up with Aaron Klug and others, methodically interpreting diffraction patterns. Even as a smaller lab, Birkbeck became a haven where Franklin could shape projects by her exacting standards. She still carried scars from King's College. Some wondered why she had shifted from DNA to viruses, but Franklin pressed forward. Drawing parallels to her earlier work, she again insisted on data-driven analysis, never rushing to publish before confirming every detail. Her lab environment combined intensity with a collaborative spirit, offering trainees an unparalleled education in crystallographic rigour. Between 1954 and 1955, Franklin's group made steady gains. They confirmed TMV's protein subunits arranged in repeating units around the viral RNA. These findings, though less glamorous than the double helix, garnered respect among structural biologists. Unfazed by the overshadowing DNA narrative, Franklin kept expanding her scope. She ventured into spherical viruses, hypothesizing that structural symmetry might unify diverse pathogens. Her reputation grew, and she presented at conferences, describing how the same methods that had illuminated DNA could unpack viral design. Publicly, Watson and Crick dominated headlines, but within crystallography circles, Franklin was acknowledged as a leading figure. She rarely spoke of the DNA controversy, though colleagues sensed unresolved feelings. Instead, she concentrated on perfecting viral data. Believing scientific progress mattered more than personal credit. Outside the lab, Franklin led a quiet life. She enjoyed travel and found respite in the outdoors, but her main passion remained the quest to visualize biological structures. Funding was tight, and she often lobbied for grants to buy better equipment. Each new insight strengthened her conviction that viruses, small yet formidable, merited the same painstaking scrutiny as Ding. By 1956, her work expanded further. Collaborators like Aaron Klug advanced diffraction analysis, revealing intricate protein shells encasing viral RNA. Franklin believed these advances might guide future strategies against viral diseases. The thoroughness she had applied to DNA now propelled virology forward, an accomplishment overshadowed by the double helix's spotlight but crucial to understanding viral replication. Yet signs of illness emerged. She dismissed bouts of pain as stress, unwilling to slow down. Unbeknownst to her, she faced a serious condition that would soon escalate. For the moment, research remained her anchor, and she pressed on, analysing each image that emerged from her diffraction apparatus. Her dedication ignited excitement at Birkbeck, motivating younger scientists to follow in her footsteps. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins gained prizes and public adoration for DNA, Franklin never openly displayed envy. Friends noted she remained courteous about the double helix, maintaining the stance that data, not politics, fueled real progress. In her lab, she was known for forging new ground in virus structure, determined that careful work would eventually earn its acknowledgement. Amid these virus studies, Franklin's commitment to excellence never wavered. She had departed King's to find a more supportive environment, and at Birkbeck, she discovered purpose in unravelling new puzzles. The breakthroughs she spearheaded may not have led to global headlines, but they contributed significantly to the emerging field of molecular virology. All the while, her health concerns simmered beneath the surface. She continued to travel and lecture, sharing insights and forging collaborations. Researchers worldwide adapted her techniques, marvelling at how the same X-ray approach used on DNA could dissect viral architecture. Each success confirmed her choice to abandon the fame of DNA and explore a less explored path. Rosalyn Franklin's years at Birkbeck stand as a testament to her resilience and intellectual drive. Where others saw missed fame, she saw a chance to deepen knowledge on a frontier with vast implications for medicine and agriculture. This period defined her as more than the woman behind Photo 51. She became a leading light in virus crystallography, advancing an entire field through tireless devotion. By late 1956, Rosalyn Franklin could no longer dismiss her discomfort as mere fatigue. Severe abdominal pain sent her to a specialist, where she received a stark diagnosis: ovarian cancer. News of the disease hit hard. She was only in her mid-30s, with a thriving lab at Birkbeck and an unrelenting drive to uncover the secrets of viruses. She tackled the situation with the same unwavering determination that characterized her scientific pursuits. Franklin underwent surgery, followed by radiation treatments that left her exhausted. Remarkably, she insisted on working whenever she felt even a little strength. Her laboratory colleagues witnessed a woman who, despite obvious pain, maintained precise standards and pressed forward with X-ray diffraction experiments. Some urged her to rest, but she believed that meaningful research could serve as a form of hope, both for herself and for the broader scientific quest. Meanwhile, her research group continued its progress on tobacco mosaic virus. Aaron Klug and John Finch helped manage day-to-day tasks, but Franklin remained the intellectual force behind the projects, analysing data from her hospital bed when necessary. She had always been meticulous, but now her instructions became even more methodical, as if every experiment needed to be double-checked due to the uncertainty of time. Medical treatments showed initial promise. Franklin's health rebounded enough for her to attend conferences and deliver lectures with renewed vigour. In early 1957, she travelled to the United States to discuss her virus findings. Colleagues there marvelled at her clarity of thought and appreciated her willingness to share data and techniques. She returned to London with fresh ideas for comparing the structures of different plant viruses, convinced that a unifying principle might exist across various shapes and sizes. Her perseverance garnered admiration from both peers and subordinates. Many had witnessed how overshadowed she'd been in the DNA story, yet here she was, forging new breakthroughs under the most challenging circumstances. In private, Franklin confessed occasional frustration about the slow recognition for her virus work, but she rarely let bitterness creep into daily lab interactions. Instead, she strove to uplift younger researchers, reminding them that quality data was the bedrock of scientific progress. That year, she initiated a project examining the poliovirus structure, though she knew it would be demanding. Polio remained a global health concern, and Franklin hoped that precise diffraction studies might reveal new angles for vaccine development. She collaborated with researchers at other institutions, coordinating sample exchanges and cross-checking results. The effort required significant energy, but Franklin refused to lower her standards. By mid-1957, however, her health took another downturn. Hospital visits became more frequent, and her doctors suggested further treatments. This time, the prognosis was darker. She confided in a few close friends, admitting she feared she might not complete her most ambitious projects. Still, she held on to the lab as her anchor, juggling medical appointments with diffraction sessions that extended late into the night. In August, a sudden improvement sparked renewed optimism. She joked with colleagues about planning a celebratory trip once she fully recovered. Letters to friends abroad show her balancing gratitude for extended life with a scientist's inherent curiosity about her illness. She compared cancer's invasion to a virus infiltrating a cell, determined to observe and fight it with all the tools available. Yet the disease progressed relentlessly. By fall, pain flared again, and even routine tasks became difficult. Franklin's unwavering determination masked its severity to most outsiders. She drafted research notes from her bed, outlining next steps for her team. In an act of foresight, she delegated leadership roles, ensuring that ongoing experiments wouldn't falter if she had to step away. Those around her admired this quiet resilience. Despite her personal struggles, Franklin never overlooked the wider impact of her research. She viewed viruses as intricate pieces of nature, with each discovery serving as a crucial tool for comprehending disease and safeguarding human lives. Observers found her courage extraordinary, though she rarely framed herself as heroic. In her view, she was simply continuing what she had always done, methodically gathering data, refining conclusions, and believing in the power of science to uplift humanity. As 1957 came to an end, Rosalyn Franklin found herself at a pivotal point. Her lab is brimming with fascinating research on viruses that may help unravel biological mysteries. She had a disease that no amount of scientific rigour could cure. Early 1958 brought new waves of uncertainty as Rosalyn Franklin's health deteriorated. Yet within the Birkbeck lab, momentum persisted. She had established a system of shared responsibilities, ensuring that vital experiments continued even if she needed hospitalization. Aaron Klug and others stepped up, organizing data from the tobacco mosaic virus and now the polio virus studies Franklin had launched. Despite her weakened state, she remained mentally sharp, offering guidance from her bedside and carefully written directives. Franklin's presence was palpable during her occasional visits to the lab. Sporting a lab coat over her frail frame, she would scrutinize the latest diffraction photographs, pointing out slight anomalies in symmetry or angle. Colleagues found it both inspiring and heartbreaking. Here was a world-class mind refusing to yield, even as her body faltered. She updated notebooks with unwavering clarity, as though the act of writing itself could keep her tethered to the work she loved. Her medical team advised rest, but Franklin pressed on, citing not mere stubbornness but an ethical drive. In her view, scientific progress was a collective venture. If her findings could improve the understanding of viruses, she owed it to the broader community to see them through. When friends gently questioned whether it was wise to push so hard, she confessed that focusing on data helped stave off despair. The lab was her sanctuary, a place where logic and discovery overshadowed personal anxieties. One highlight came in February 1958. A journal accepted her team's detailed paper on TMV's structural transitions, lauding Franklin's rigorous methodology. She allowed herself a quiet moment of satisfaction, knowing such recognition was hard-won. A few days later, she penned letters to collaborators, proposing further investigations into spherical virus shells. Though physically diminished, her intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. Outside the lab, Franklin's close circle began preparing for the possibility of bad news. Her father, Ellis, had passed away years earlier, but extended family members rallied around her. She maintained stoicism, rarely discussing prognoses. Instead, she inquired about others' well-being, asked about the latest scientific gossip, and meticulously planned the next steps for her virus research. In quieter moments, she reflected on how a woman once overshadowed in the DNA saga had found renewed purpose. She never openly declared regret, though some friends perceived a lingering sadness that she might not see the end of certain viral inquiries. Rumours circulated about potential nominations for significant awards. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins had gained global fame, a few scientific bodies recognised Franklin's independent contributions. Nothing concrete materialised, however, and she expressed little interest in accolades. She believed real achievement lay in the data itself, the patterns, the angles, the consistent results that built a foundation for future work. As spring approached, her symptoms worsened. Sharp pains returned, and another surgery was scheduled. This time, medical intervention offered diminishing returns. Franklin faced the prospect that her life might be cut short, yet she approached this possibility with the same methodical calm she brought to her experiments. She revised her will, setting aside funds for scientific causes and ensuring that certain personal items went to cherished friends. She also took steps to safeguard her research, instructing Klug and others on how to best archive her notebooks and X-ray films. On excellent days, she still made brief appearances at Birkbeck. One morning in April, she examined new images of the polio virus, noting symmetrical patterns that hinted at a uniform protein arrangement. The conversation that followed, held in hushed tones behind a cluttered desk, brimmed with excitement. She encouraged her colleagues to pursue further refining of these samples, convinced the results might be pivotal. Yet by mid-April, her hospital stays grew longer. In a final letter to a mentor in Paris, Franklin described a sense of urgency. She felt every hour counted. She signed off with a mixture of humour and resolve, quipping that illness might slow her body but never her mind. The note ended abruptly, suggesting that even writing had become laborious. Still, the spirit that had guided her from St. Paul's Girls' School through King's College and Birkbeck remained intact. She had consistently emphasised the importance of data over speculation. Now, as life's uncertainties narrowed, she held to that principle more fiercely than ever. Every experiment completed, every photograph taken, was a small triumph over the frailties of the human condition. In that sense, she transformed her final months into a testament to scientific dedication, a brief but shining era when personal adversity bowed before the truth. Rosalyn Franklin passed away on April 16, 1958, at the age of 37. The immediate shock rippled through her colleagues at Birkbeck and beyond. Many had witnessed her stubborn fight against illness, but news of her death still felt sudden, as though a brilliant light had been snuffed out too soon. She had left behind half-finished projects on the structure of viruses, along with meticulously kept notebooks that offered clues for future breakthroughs. Tributes poured in from across the scientific community. John Desmond Bernal lauded her unwavering devotion to exacting research. Aaron Klug, who had worked closely with her, publicly credited Franklin's methods for pushing their studies of TMV and poliovirus forward. Even Maurice Wilkins, whose relationship with Franklin had been tense, expressed regret that they never truly reconciled. In hushed conversations, some recalled how her DNA data had been pivotal to Watson and Crick's success, lamenting that she never saw the global accolades that might have been hers under fairer circumstances. Outside these professional circles, however, the name Rosalyn Franklin barely registered. Watson and Crick's double helix model had claimed the public's imagination, casting other contributors in peripheral roles. Newspapers printed short obituaries, focusing mainly on DNA pioneer dies young, but offered scant detail about her virus research. In one sense, Franklin's passing mirrored her life, vital work overshadowed by a louder narrative. Yet for those who understood her impact, the mourning came with resolve. Aaron Klug led efforts to preserve her virus samples and continue her research lines. He believed that Franklin's legacy deserved more than a fleeting eulogy. Scholars at Birkbeck and elsewhere vowed to finish the task she had begun, analysing the protein shells of various viruses and refining the diffraction methods she had pioneered. In their hands, her notebooks became living documents, guiding new experiments and interpretations. Meanwhile, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins navigated a complex emotional space. The broader public saw them as the DNA triumvirate. Privately, they acknowledged that Franklin's data had accelerated their discoveries. Wilkins, in particular, hinted in letters that he wished circumstances had played out differently. Yet the train of recognition had long since left the station. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine loomed on the horizon. Franklin, no longer alive, was ineligible under the rules of the Nobel Committee, leaving many to debate whether her name would have appeared on that honour had she survived. Franklin's work on viruses started to yield results in a distinct area of science. The structural insights gleaned from her approach informed the eventual creation of vaccines and treatments. Subsequent generations of researchers, delving into polio and other viral pathogens, cited her pioneering methods. Over time, references to Franklin's approach or Franklin's precision surfaced in published papers. In these specialised circles, her influence quietly grew. Yet in the popular imagination, her role in DNA remained a buried footnote. The double helix story, retold in magazines and television specials, typically highlighted the eureka moments of Watson and Crick. Rarely did they emphasise the behind-the-scenes images or the quiet researcher who died young. To her friends, the loss was both painful and unsurprising. They recognised that history often favours the bold personalities who announce breakthroughs, not the meticulous minds working in the shadows. Still, there were flickers of recognition. A handful of articles in scientific periodicals praised her for bridging chemistry and biology. Female scientists, in particular, found in Franklin a model of perseverance. She had, after all, navigated a male-dominated field with unflinching dedication. Her story suggested that brilliance alone does not guarantee acclaim, especially when personal politics and timing intervene. In the months following her funeral, Bernal and Klug compiled her unpublished data, releasing some of it in collaborative papers. These publications helped virology advance gradually, even though they didn't make the front page. Franklin's name appeared on the author lists, a silent reminder that her drive and insight continued to shape new discoveries, even beyond her death. Thus, Rosalyn Franklin's physical presence vanished in the final tally of 1958, but her methods and findings endured. Scientists who encountered her meticulous records spoke of feeling her presence. Each measured angle, each note on humidity, each reference to precise conditions. In that precision lay her enduring signature, a blueprint for doing science with exactitude and grace. The world at large might have moved on, but in small labs scattered across the globe, Franklin's influence quietly persisted, seeding the breakthroughs of tomorrow. In the decades after Rosalyn Franklin's death, her legacy evolved in slow, transformative ways. During the 1960s and 1970s, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins became household names. Culminating in their shared Nobel Prize in 1962, Franklin, omitted from that honour by both death and circumstance, remained largely in the shadows of popular history. Yet among certain scientists, her reputation for precision and perseverance quietly grew. At Birkbeck College, younger researchers carried on the virus studies she had pioneered. Aaron Klug's eventual Nobel Prize in Chemistry recognised his work on protein nucleic acid complexes, a pursuit deeply rooted in Franklin's methodology. In interviews, he pointedly credited her meticulous techniques for guiding his path. References to Franklin's X-ray approach began appearing in virology circles, an acknowledgement that her role extended beyond DNA. Still, mainstream awareness lagged. School textbooks celebrated the double helix as Watson and Crick's triumph. Only a handful of paragraphs, if any, acknowledged Franklin's Photo 51 or the King's College drama. A shifting social climate, however, sparked renewed interest in lesser-known female scientists. Feminist scholars and historians began probing archival materials, determined to uncover the stories of women whose contributions had been eclipsed. By the 1980s, a wave of re-examinations cast a spotlight on Rosalyn Franklin. Journalists and academics scrutinised correspondence, lab notes, and memoirs from her colleagues. They unearthed the reality that Franklin had not just assisted, but been instrumental in unravelling DNA's structure. The evidence showed that her data, shared without her full approval, had crystallised Watson and Crick's thinking. Popular media picked up on the controversy, framing Franklin as the wronged heroine of the DNA saga. While this characterisation sometimes veered into caricature, it revived her name. Simultaneously, interest in her virus research flourished among specialists. A new generation of molecular biologists rediscovered her Birkbeck work, amazed at how she had tackled the complexities of viruses with the same tenacity she brought to dinner. A series of papers analysing her notebooks revealed that her approaches to sample preparation and diffraction analysis were decades ahead of their time. Pharmaceutical researchers aiming to combat viral outbreaks drew inspiration from her methods, demonstrating that her impact reached far beyond a single molecule. By the 1990s, Rosalyn Franklin became a symbol for women in STEM. Universities established fellowships and awards bearing her name, each designed to support female researchers in fields like chemistry, crystallography, and molecular biology. Statues and plaques appeared at King's College London and in her hometown, celebrating her achievements. Though many tributes still focused on DNA, the deeper picture of her broader scientific passion began to take shape. Documentaries and books offered more nuanced portraits. A brilliant scientist who navigated the prejudice of her time, worked herself to exhaustion, and died young, leaving a treasure trove of insights. debates about ethics and credit allocation continued, with some championing Watson and Crick's accomplishments, while also acknowledging the injustice done to Franklin. The complexities of her relationships at King's, her shift to Birkbeck, and her brave fight against cancer found their way into mainstream awareness, painting a portrait of a woman whose intellect defied the era's constraints. Today, Rosalyn Franklin stands as a beacon of unyielding dedication. Her story resonates with those who value precision, resilience, and collaborative respect. Museums showcase her notebooks, featuring the small details that once seemed inconsequential, meticulously labelled film plates, humidity logs, and carefully drawn diagrams. Each artifact testifies to her belief that every scrap of data mattered. In academic circles, Franklin's name now holds genuine weight. She is cited not as a footnote, but as a pioneer who bridged chemistry and biology, advanced crystallography, and helped birth modern virology research. Initiatives encourage young scientists, especially women, to follow her example, embodying curiosity, discipline, and the courage to question norms. The arc of Rosalyn Franklin's reputation thus reveals a broader truth. Recognition in science can be capricious, delayed, or uneven. What was once overshadowed can, through persistent re-examination, rise to its rightful place. Franklin's data lit the path for one of the greatest discoveries in biology, and her virus research paved the way for critical future breakthroughs. Generations after her passing, the full story of her contributions has come into clearer focus, ensuring that her voice, once muffled, now echoes across labs and lecture halls worldwide. And just like that, we've reached the end of our main story tonight about someone who was truly brilliant with science. Hopefully you've already drifted to sleep by now, but if not, I know my insomniacs when I see them. We got your back with stories of different types in case this wasn't something interesting to you. I hope you have a fantastic day and get the best rest that you deserve. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. In the year 1325, a 21-year-old legal scholar from Tangier named Iben Batuta mounted his horse to embark on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. What distinguished this particular journey was not its beginning but its end, or rather, the absence of one. When Iben Batuta finally returned home nearly 3 decades later, he had traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories equivalent to roughly 44 modern countries. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his story is that travelling was never his passion or intention. Unlike Marco Polo, whose mercantile family had prepared him for journeys abroad, or Zheng He, who commanded massive Chinese treasure fleets with imperial backing, Iben Batuta stumbled into exploration almost accidentally. His contemporaries would have considered him bookish and conventional, a devout adherent to the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence who had memorized the Quran and studied legal precedents. His earliest writings reveal a young man more concerned with proper prayer techniques than with adventures in distant lands. I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer nor caravan whose party I might join, he wrote of his departure. His statement was not the romanticised declaration of an intrepid explorer, but the lament of a somewhat anxious young man. The solitude was not by choice. He had missed the pilgrim caravan while attending his sister's funeral. Iben Batuta's first transformative experience came not from natural wonders or architectural marvels, but through an unexpected fever that struck him outside the town of Tunis. Delirious and alone, he fell from his horse and was discovered by a passing traveller who nursed him back to health. This stranger, a Tunisian poet returning from Al-Andalus, shared stories of courts he had visited while Iben Batuta recuperated. The young jurist's world expanded through these second-hand tales before he had even left North Africa. Upon reaching Alexandria, Iben Batuta encountered another pivotal figure, a mystic named Burhan al-Din, who lived in isolation in the city's lighthouse. During their meeting, the holy man made an astonishing prediction. "You will visit my brother Farid in India, my brother Rukn al-Din in Sind, and my brother Burhan al-Din in China. Convey my greetings to them." Iben Batuta would later claim this prophecy guided his extended travels, though historians note these destinations weren't uncommon for medieval Muslim travellers. His early journey revealed a complex tension in his character. While he craved the prestige of scholarly appointments, he repeatedly abandoned secure positions after brief tenures. In Damascus, he secured a respectable judgeship but departed after just days. The same pattern occurred in Delhi years later. This behavioural inconsistency puzzled his contemporaries and continues to challenge modern biographers. The geographic scope of Ibn Battuta's travels exceeded even the expansive Muslim world of his time, yet he maintained a peculiar form of provincialism throughout, often rejecting local customs despite his exposure to them. He travelled through societies with dramatically different norms, but remained committed to judging them by the standards of his Maghrebi upbringing. Unlike many travellers whose horizons broadened through exposure to different cultures, Ibn Battuta frequently hardened his positions when confronted with alternative perspectives. What truly distinguished him was not his openness to new experiences, but his remarkable adaptability within his own rigid framework. He could navigate foreign courts, establish temporary households in distant cities, and integrate himself into trading networks without fundamentally changing his worldview. This paradoxical quality, being simultaneously adaptable and inflexible, defined both his travels and his written account. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his first Hajj in 1326, something had fundamentally shifted in his approach to life. Though he had fulfilled his religious obligation, he chose not to return home, but instead headed north toward Iraq. His explanation was characteristically straightforward. I set out, not knowing to what land my journey would lead me. The reluctant traveller had discovered something unexpected, not a passion for exploration, but a curious restlessness that would propel him across continents for the next 24 years. The greatest misconception about Ibn Battuta's travels concerns the economics that supported his decades of movement across continents. Unlike state-sponsored explorers or wealthy merchants, he funded his extraordinary odyssey through a patchwork of what we might now call gig work, leveraging his credentials in a system that modern travellers would barely recognise. The medieval Islamic world operated on a sophisticated network of patronage that rewarded learned men who crossed borders. This system, known as the Adab culture, valued the cross-pollination of ideas through travelling scholars. Ibn Battuta exploited this economy with remarkable skill, transforming his Maliki legal training into a portable career that functioned across cultural boundaries. In Cairo, he served briefly as an assistant qadi, judge, hearing minor cases relating to commercial disputes. In Damascus, he leveraged recommendations from previous hosts to secure temporary teaching appointments. These positions rarely lasted more than a few months, but they provided critical financial resources and enhanced his credentials for the next destination. When I arrived in any city, he noted, in a particularly candid passage, the first places I visited were the mosques and madrasas, seeking out the renowned scholars of each town. These meetings were not merely scholarly exchanges, but calculated networking opportunities. A favourable impression might result in an invitation to dinner, temporary lodging, or, most valuable of all, a letter of introduction to influential figures in the next city on his route. These most lucrative opportunities came through the system of diplomatic gift exchange. When rulers dispatched envoys to foreign courts, they often included scholars in their delegations. Ibn Battuta secured these appointments multiple times. Most lucratively, when Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi designated him as an envoy to the Yuan dynasty in China. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed, the appointment came with substantial compensation, including 13 bags of gold coins that financed his subsequent travels through Southeast Asia. Ibn Battuta's financial strategies occasionally bordered on exploitation. He became adept at what historians have termed credential inflation, gradually elevating his claimed expertise and authority as he moved farther from North Africa, where his actual qualifications might be verified. By the time he reached the Maldives, he presented himself as a chief legal authority despite having only modest training in his youth. His pattern of accumulating and abandoning wives reveals another dimension of his economic approach to travel. Throughout his journeys, he married at least 10 women across various regions, though some scholars suggest the actual number exceeded 15. These marriages offered him integration into local communities, household management during extended stays, and, crucially, access to dowries and matrimonial gifts. When departing a region, he typically divorced these women, sometimes leaving behind children as well. The material reality of long-distance travel in the 14th century imposed constraints that shaped Ibn Battuta's itinerary. He deliberately followed trade routes where caravanserais offered secure lodging, avoided territories without established Muslim communities, and timed his journeys to coincide with merchant caravans that provided safety in numbers. His account downplays the pragmatic considerations that determined his path, instead emphasizing religious motivations or pure wanderlust. Perhaps most remarkably, Ibn Battuta operated within an economic system that valued his very foreignness. As courts throughout the Islamic world sought to demonstrate their cosmopolitanism, hosting travellers from distant regions became a form of cultural capital. The Moroccan scholar could leverage his exotic background, increasingly embellished as he travelled, into opportunities that local scholars couldn't access. This created a self-reinforcing cycle. The farther he travelled, the more valuable his presence became to subsequent hosts. When resources failed, as they occasionally did, Iben Batuta resorted to more desperate measures. In the steppes north of the Black Sea, he was robbed of nearly all possessions and survived by attaching himself to a passing caravan as an informal religious advisor. In the mountains of Turkey, he worked briefly as a copyist, producing manuscripts for a local madrasa. These episodes of vulnerability rarely appear in his polished narrative, but emerge through inconsistencies in his timeline and oblique references. By the time Iben Batuta returned to Morocco in 1349, he had mastered the economic architecture of medieval travel, transforming his modest legal credentials into a career that spanned continents and cultures. The conventional narrative of Iben Batuta portrays him as a solitary male traveller moving through a world dominated by men. Yet his own account, when read against the grain, reveals dozens of women who profoundly influenced his experiences, provided critical assistance, and occasionally redirected his journey entirely. Their stories, often reduced to brief mentions in his text, illuminate aspects of medieval Islamic society typically obscured in historical accounts. In Damascus, Iben Batuta encountered Zainab bint Ahmad, a scholar who held the prized ijaza, teaching license, for the collected works of hadith scholar al-Bukhari. Despite his own legal training, Iben Batuta lacked this prestigious credential. He studied under her for several months, joining classes that included both male and female students, before receiving his own ijaza. That a male scholar from Morocco would seek instruction from a woman challenges simplified narratives about gender in medieval Islamic education. The most remarkable woman I met, Iben Batuta wrote unexpectedly, was the Turkish princess Bayalun. This daughter of the Byzantine emperor had married the Mongol Khan Özbeg but maintained her Christian faith. When the Khan dispatched her to visit her father in Constantinople, Iben Batuta secured permission to join her entourage, providing him rare access to Byzantine territories typically closed to Muslim travellers. Throughout this journey, Bayalun effectively served as his protector and guide, determining the itinerary and managing diplomatic interactions. In the Maldives, where Iben Batuta served briefly as chief judge, he described a society with striking features of matriarchality, where husbands moved into the households of their wives and women maintained control over their residences even after divorce. He noted with evident discomfort, no man would eat food except what has been prepared in his wife's house, and to eat in one's own house would bring great shame. His attempts to impose stricter gender segregation during his judgeship generated significant resistance from local women, ultimately contributing to his departure from the islands. His most consequential romance occurred in Bukhara with a merchant's daughter named Aisha. Though he mentions her only briefly, contextual evidence suggests she travelled with him for nearly 8 months, including through the dangerous mountain passes of Central Asia. When she fell ill in Samarkand, Iben Batuta faced a pivotal choice: continue his journey or remain with her. He chose to proceed, a decision he later described with uncharacteristic regret. Of all the paths not taken, the road back to Isha remains most vivid in my memory. Iben Batuta's account reveals a pattern in which female slaves frequently served as linguistic and cultural intermediaries. In Bengal, he purchased a slave girl who spoke both Persian and Bengali, relying on her translations during his 6-month stay. Similarly, in Constantinople, he employed a Greek-speaking slave who negotiated his access to various sites, including the Hagia Sophia. These women, unnamed in his text, performed critical functions that made his travel possible, yet received minimal acknowledgement. Perhaps most revealing is Iben Batuta's interaction with Khadija, daughter of the ruler of Mali. During his West African travels, he committed a serious breach of protocol when addressing her father. Rather than having him punished, Khadija intervened, explaining to Iben Batuta the proper court etiquette. She later granted him access to women's quarters of the palace, spaces entirely closed to most male visitors, where he observed and documented female political influence in the Mali Empire that would otherwise remain unrecorded. The pattern of Iben Batuta's marriages reveals a calculated approach to intimacy, in regions where he planned extended stays. He typically married women from politically connected families, providing him with both domestic comfort and valuable social networks. When departing, he usually exercised the Islamic rite of unilateral divorce, though occasionally economic circumstances or family interventions complicated these separations. While his descriptions of women often reflect the prejudices of his time and background, they occasionally contain surprising insights. In describing female religious scholars in Damascus, he observed, "Their knowledge often exceeds that of men, for they devote themselves entirely to study while men are distracted by worldly pursuits." This recognition of how gendered expectations might actually advantage female scholars in specific contexts demonstrates an analytical depth rarely credited to him. Through these fragmentary references, a different understanding of Iben Batuta's journey emerges, not as the adventure of an independent male traveller, but as a complex social endeavour shaped by numerous women whose assistance, knowledge, and relationships made his unprecedented travels possible. In 1335, somewhere between the cities of Astrakhan and Sarai along the Volga River, Iben Batuta experienced what modern psychologists would likely classify as a severe mental health crisis. Though he never names it as such, lacking the vocabulary or conceptual framework, his writing from this period reveals profound psychological distress that nearly terminated his travels entirely. The episode began with physical symptoms, insomnia that lasted weeks, followed by what he described as a heaviness of spirit that prevented even the simplest decisions. He abandoned his planned eastward journey 3 times, each time returning to Astrakhan after travelling just a few miles. Local merchants noted his erratic behaviour, particularly his sudden aversion to crowds and marketplaces that had previously been central to his daily routine. "I found myself unable to recall the first lines of even the most familiar prayers," he wrote in a passage rarely highlighted by historians. "Words I had known since childhood became foreign to me." This cognitive disruption coincided with an unusually harsh winter, during which Iben Batuta remained largely confined to a small room provided by a sympathetic Iranian physician named Al-Tabari. Several factors likely contributed to this psychological collapse. Just months earlier, Iben Batuta had received news of his father's death, delivered by a merchant from Tangier whom he encountered unexpectedly in Damascus. This loss coincided with the 10th anniversary of his departure from home, triggering what his writings suggest was an intense period of grief and regret over his absence during his father's final years. Compounding this emotional strain was a severe case of frostbite that damaged several toes on his right foot. The injury left him temporarily immobile and dependent on strangers for basic needs, a profound vulnerability for a man who had cultivated self-sufficiency throughout his travels. The physical pain, limited mobility and forced dependence created conditions ripe for psychological distress. Iben Batuta's recovery came through an unexpected source, a Sufi sheikh named Noman al-Khawarizmi who practiced an unconventional form of therapy. Rather than offering religious counsel, the sheikh prescribed daily immersion in hot springs outside the city, followed by structured conversations focusing not on spiritual matters but on concrete memories. Each day he asked me to describe a single street or building from my hometown with complete precision, Iben Batuta noted. Through these recollections, my mind began to clear. The crisis transformed Iben Batuta's approach to his travels. Before this episode, his writing displays an almost clinical detachment when describing various cultures. Afterward, his observations become more empathetic, particularly regarding individuals experiencing forms of suffering or displacement. He began seeking hospitals and charitable institutions in each city he visited, spaces he had previously ignored. During this period, he also abandoned a project he had carried for years, an ambitious legal treatise comparing judicial systems across different Islamic territories. His notes for this work, which he occasionally references in his later travelogue, were left with a scholar in Sarai. This abandonment of scholarly ambition suggests a fundamental re-evaluation of priorities following his psychological crisis. Most significantly, Iben Batuta emerged from this period with an altered relationship to home. Before his breakdown, his writings reveal an assumption that he would eventually return to Morocco to occupy a prestigious judicial position. Afterward, he began conceptualizing himself as permanently transient, an identity shift that allowed him to engage more deeply with each location, rather than viewing it instrumentally as material for future scholarly work. The psychological vulnerability Iben Batuta experienced contrasts sharply with the confident persona he cultivates through most of his narrative. This tension between public performance and private struggle characterized much of his journey. In Delhi, Constantinople, and later in Mali, he presented himself as a composed, authoritative figure while privately grappling with recurring episodes of what he called the darkness of spirit. Iben Batuta's mental health crisis provides a rare window into the psychological dimension of medieval travel, the cognitive and emotional toll of sustained displacement, identity disruption, and cultural dissonance. His experience challenges romanticized notions of pre-modern exploration, revealing the profound personal cost that accompanied his geographic mobility. By spring 1336, Iben Batuta had recovered sufficiently to resume his eastward journey. Yet the psychological patterns established during this crisis, including periodic withdrawals into isolation and recurring battles with what appears to be situational depression, would resurface throughout his subsequent travels, particularly during his difficult final years in Mali and Spain. Among Ibn Battuta's most valuable contributions to historical knowledge is his detailed account of Kilwa, a prosperous East African coastal sultanate that dominated Indian Ocean trade networks for centuries yet remains largely absent from Western historical awareness. His documentation provides one of the few contemporary descriptions of this sophisticated commercial power before its eventual disruption by Portuguese forces in the early 16th century. Ibn Batuta arrived in Kilwa, in modern Tanzania, in 1331, having travelled down the East African coast from Mogadishu. What he encountered defied his expectations and challenges persistent misconceptions about pre-colonial African states. "I have seen no more beautiful city in all my travels," he wrote with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Its buildings are constructed entirely of wood, expertly joined without nails or pegs, and roofed with panels of red mangrove that shine like polished metal under the sun." The Kilwa he described was the centre of a commercial network that stretched from the interior goldfields of Zimbabwe to the northern ports of India. Its harbour accommodated hundreds of vessels ranging from coastal dhows to deep-water merchant ships from Gujarat and China. Ibn Batuta noted with particular interest the standardised system of commercial documentation used in Kilwa's customs houses, a sophisticated predecessor to modern bills of lading that facilitated complex commercial arrangements across linguistic boundaries. The ruler Ibn Batuta encountered, Sultan al-Hassan ibn Sulaiman, represented the culmination of a dynastic tradition that traced its origins to Persian settlers who had intermarried with local Bantu populations. The resulting cultural synthesis had produced a distinctive Swahili civilization that Ibn Batuta recognised as neither purely African nor Middle Eastern, but something uniquely integrated. The Sultan himself maintained a court protocol that combined elements from Abbasid, Fatimid, and indigenous African traditions. Kilwa's economic foundation rested on its control of gold trade from the interior, particularly from what Ibn Batuta called the land of Yufi, likely the Zimbabwe plateau. This gold travelled along protected trade routes maintained by the Sultanate, through a series of inland administrative centres. Ibn Batuta observed one caravan's arrival, noting the elaborate security measures that protected the precious cargo and the sophisticated weighing and assay techniques used to verify the gold's purity. The religious life of Kilwa particularly impressed Ibn Batuta, who counted more than 40 substantial mosques within the city walls. The Grand Mosque, portions of which still stand today, featured innovative architectural elements including sailing-derived tensioning systems that allowed its dome to span a greater distance than typical Islamic structures of the period. Ibn Batuta specifically commented on the mosque's distinctive octagonal minaret, which incorporated acoustic enhancements that carried the muezzin's call across the entire harbour. Most remarkable was Kilwa's monetary system, which utilised standardised gold coins known as mitkal that circulated alongside copper tokens for smaller transactions. Ibn Batuta noted that these coins were accepted without question throughout the trading networks extending to India, a testament to Kilwa's reputation for commercial integrity. He recorded watching court metallurgists testing incoming gold shipments and striking new coins under the Sultan's direct supervision. The social structure of Kilwa revealed complex stratifications that defied Ibn Battuta's attempts at simple categorization. The urban population included indigenous Africans, Arab and Persian descendants, and mixed heritage individuals who occupied various social positions without rigid racial boundaries. He observed that key administrative positions were filled based on merit and familial connections rather than ethnic background, creating a meritocratic system that contrasted with more hereditary structures he had encountered elsewhere. Women in Kilwa occupied positions of significant economic independence, particularly in the textile sector. Ibn Batuta described workshops where women controlled the production of the finely woven cotton cloth that served as a major export. The mistresses of these establishments, he noted, maintain their own accounts and negotiate directly with foreign merchants, requiring no male intermediaries. This economic autonomy extended to property ownership, with Ibn Batuta recording his surprise at learning that nearly a third of Kilwa's urban real estate was held by women. When Ibn Batuta departed Kilwa after a 3-month stay, He carried with him documentation that would later prove invaluable to historians, precise observations of a sophisticated African urban centre that operated as an equal participant in Indian Ocean trade networks. His account contradicts persistent narratives that portray pre-colonial African societies as isolated or technologically primitive, instead revealing Kilwa as an innovative commercial power that combined multiple cultural traditions into a distinctive and successful synthesis. The final destination in Iben Batuta's epic journey, China during the Yuan dynasty, represents his most controversial claim and his most significant failure. Unlike his detailed accounts of other regions, his description of China contains geographical inconsistencies, implausible timelines, and passages that appear borrowed from other travellers' reports. For centuries, historians have debated whether Iben Batuta actually reached China or fabricated this portion of his narrative. Recent scholarship suggests a more nuanced possibility, that Iben Batuta did indeed enter Yuan territory but experienced a series of setbacks that prevented him from accessing the cultural and political centres he had intended to visit. His subsequent account represents an attempt to salvage reputation from failure through a combination of borrowed details and strategic omissions. Iben Batuta's China troubles began before he even reached its borders. In 1345, while in Calicut, modern Kerala, India, he boarded a Chinese treasure ship bound for Quanzhou with most of his accumulated possessions, including gifts intended for the Yuan emperor. When a storm forced the ship to anchor near Calicut overnight, Iben Batuta went ashore to attend prayers. During his absence, a violent storm drove the ship out to sea. "All my possessions remained on board," he wrote, including the slave girls and gifts that the Sultan of Delhi had sent with me to the Emperor of China. This catastrophic loss left Iben Batuta in a precarious position, expected to continue his diplomatic mission without the gifts that would secure proper reception. After several months attempting to rebuild his resources in southern India, he embarked again on a different vessel. This ship was attacked by pirates in the Strait of Malacca, and Iben Batuta narrowly escaped with his life, losing what remained of his possessions. When he finally reached what appears to have been Fujian province in late 1346, Iben Batuta encountered a political situation he was unprepared to navigate. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquerors, maintained a rigid classification system that placed foreign Muslims in specific administrative categories with limited privileges. Without proper diplomatic credentials and gifts, Iben Batuta could not secure the status necessary to access the imperial court or major cultural centres. His writings suggest he spent approximately 4 months in Chinese territory, primarily in coastal regions with established Muslim merchant communities. These enclaves, while technically within China, functioned as cultural islands where Arabic and Persian were commonly spoken and Islamic customs maintained. From these limited vantage points, Iben Batuta glimpsed Chinese society but never experienced the immersive engagement that characterized his travels elsewhere. The Yuan China section of his narrative contains telling gaps. Unlike his accounts of India or Mali, where he names specific individuals who hosted him, his Chinese interactions remain strikingly anonymous. He describes no extended conversations with Chinese scholars or officials, suggesting very limited contact beyond merchant intermediaries. His observations focus predominantly on material culture, ceramics, paper currency, shipbuilding techniques, rather than social or political systems he could only have understood through sustained interaction. Most revealing is Iben Batuta's omission of any mention of the Grand Canal, China's most impressive infrastructure project that connected Beijing to Hangzhou. This absence is particularly striking given his pattern of documenting major engineering works throughout his travels. Similarly, he fails to mention the distinctive Chinese examination system for civil service, a unique administrative innovation that would have fascinated a trained jurist. These gaps strongly suggest limited access to China's interior regions and administrative centres. What Iben Batuta experienced, essentially, was maritime China, the coastal interface where foreign merchants conducted heavily regulated trade under Yuan supervision. When he realised he could not penetrate beyond this periphery without proper credentials, he appears to have supplemented his limited first-hand observations with accounts from Persian and Arab merchants who had better access. This experience of failure was not unique to China in Iben Batuta's travels. Throughout his nearly 3 decades of journeying, he experienced numerous setbacks, redirections, and outright disasters. What distinguishes the China episode is his unwillingness to acknowledge these limitations in his subsequent account, likely because China represented the easternmost extent of his travels and therefore held symbolic importance to his overall narrative. Iben Batuta's partially invented China becomes a fascinating case study in travel literature's complex relationship with truth. Rather than viewing his account as either factual or fraudulent, we might understand it as a negotiation between experience, expectation, and reputation management. His China narrative reveals how medieval travellers constructed authoritative accounts, even when their actual experiences fell short of their ambitions. By early 1347, Iben Batuta had abandoned his Chinese aspirations and begun the long journey that would eventually return him to Morocco. The China episode, with its blend of limited observation and borrowed detail, represents not just geographic terrain, but the boundaries of Iben Batuta's remarkable adaptability as a traveller. The conventional narrative of Iben Batuta concludes with his return to Morocco in 1349 and the subsequent dictation of his travels to Ibn Juzay, who compiled the famous Relo journey that secured Ibn Battuta's historical legacy. Yet this account omits a significant final chapter, his journey through Muslim Spain and the North African interior, that occupied the last decade of his life and revealed a man transformed by his earlier travels in 1350. Just months after completing the initial dictation of his epic travelogue, Ibn Battuta embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Granada, the last remaining Muslim state in Iberia. His motivations for this trip differed markedly from his earlier travels. Rather than seeking adventure or career advancement, he travelled as a cultural ambassador, concerned with the erosion of Islamic governance in territories being steadily reconquered by Christian kingdoms. "I found in Granada a people clinging to traditions they scarcely remembered," he wrote in passages excluded from the standard Rihla. "They maintain the forms of Muslim practice while forgetting their substance." This critical perspective reflects Ibn Battuta's evolution from an observer of cultural differences to an active advocate for religious authenticity as he defined it. The Granada journey initiated a period of what Ibn Battuta called purposeful travel, journeys undertaken not for exploration, but for specific cultural interventions. Between 1352 and 1355, he traversed the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, visiting remote Berber communities where Islamic practices had blended with indigenous traditions. Unlike his earlier descriptive approach to cultural difference, these accounts reveal active efforts to modify local practices he deemed inconsistent with Orthodox Islam. This late-life transformation from traveller to reformer culminated in his most overlooked journey, an expedition to the Mali Empire in 1352. This West African kingdom had already embraced Islam, but Ibn Battuta approached it with missionary zeal nonetheless. His account of Mali differs strikingly from his earlier writings, focusing almost exclusively on religious practices, rather than the commercial and political systems that had previously captured his attention. In Mali, Ibn Battuta experienced his most significant rejection. After attempting to implement stricter religious interpretations at the court of Mansa Suleiman, he was effectively sidelined, assigned comfortable but inconsequential duties that limited his influence. After 6 months of frustration, he departed northward, leaving behind a rare written record of his failure. "I found myself unable to bend this kingdom toward the practices I had witnessed in Mecca, for their Islam has taken root in forms adapted to their circumstances." The final years of Ibn Battuta's life reveal a pattern common to many long-term travellers: the complicated experience of returning home after transformative journeys. Following his Mali expedition, he accepted a modest judicial position in Fez, where colleagues regarded him with a mixture of respect for his travels and suspicion of the foreign influences he had absorbed. Court records from this period show him frequently being overruled in his legal opinions, especially when he referenced practices from distant Islamic territories. Ibn Battuta's last recorded journey came in 1359, when he travelled to Taflal in southeastern Morocco, a remote oasis region experiencing religious revival movements. His written observations from this period reveal a man attempting to reconcile his global experiences with local realities, seeking to apply lessons from distant Islamic societies to his home region. This final journey produced no spectacular discoveries but represented his mature integration of decades of cross-cultural experience. When Ibn Battuta died around 1368, the exact date remains uncertain, he had come full circle, from a young man embarking on a standard pilgrimage to a seasoned cultural intermediary attempting to connect disparate parts of the Islamic world he had experienced firsthand. Contemporary accounts of his funeral mention only a modest attendance, suggesting that despite his extraordinary travels, his immediate impact on Moroccan society remained limited. The enduring paradox of Ibn Battuta is that his most significant legacy came not through his intended religious and legal contributions, but through the travelogue he initially considered secondary. While his attempts at cultural reform faded quickly after his death, his geographic and ethnographic observations preserved in the Rihla provided invaluable documentation of societies across Africa and Asia during a pivotal historical period. In the centuries following his death, Iben Batuta's account circulated primarily among scholars in North Africa, never achieving the wider recognition in the medieval period that it deserved. Only in the mid-19th century, when French colonial officials discovered manuscripts of the Rihla, did his extraordinary journey begin receiving global acknowledgement. The traveller, who once sought to change the world through religious reform, instead left his mark by simply bearing witness to the remarkable diversity of medieval civilization. Imagine spending the night in that ideal position where your mattress has adapted to your unique shape over the years, pulling your covers up to your chin. You sigh with satisfaction after stretching out and possibly wriggling a little to find a cool spot on your pillow. Isn't this nightly routine as instinctive as breathing? Here's something that might literally make you sit up in bed. For the majority of human history, people would have assumed you were either dead or insane based on your horizontal sleeping position. You heard correctly. For centuries, our ancestors slept upright, leaning against headboards, walls, or specially made sleep chairs that resembled medieval torture devices more than furniture. Imagine attempting to explain your memory foam pillow and California King mattress to a person from the 1600s. They would most likely start organising your funeral by calling the local physician. Now, before you start to feel proud of your contemporary sleeping arrangements, keep in mind that these were not primitive people who had not yet mastered the art of lying down. The issues they were facing would make your worst Monday morning seem like a day at the spa. When you realise what they had to contend with, you may come to value their resourcefulness. They had good reasons for staying up all night. It wasn't an overnight change from sitting to lying down. Superstitions, medical theories that would make a fortune teller blush, and social customs so deeply embedded that shifting sleep positions was practically revolutionary were all part of this slow, centuries-long shift. Consider it the slowest rebellion in history, waged one pillow at a time. You see, back then, sleep was more than just rest. It was linked to beliefs about health, religion, social standing, and even survival. Depending on where you slept, you might be viewed as wealthy or impoverished, healthy or ill, or virtuous or sinful. It was similar to social media, except that instead of sharing photos of your breakfast, people were making snap judgments about how you spent your unconscious hours. The rules that governed the medieval world were entirely different from those that govern us today. Plague, infection, starvation, or even just your neighbour's goat running loose and trampling on your turnip garden were all potential causes of death. Every choice, including how you positioned your body for those valuable few hours of rest, carried weight in such a precarious world. They were being realistic in ways we can hardly fathom now, not being dramatic. The interesting part is that sleeping upright wasn't a peculiarity of Europeans. Similar customs were independently developed by cultures in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This implies that the difficulties our ancestors encountered were universal, which is why sitting up at night seemed like the sensible option. It was adaptation to conditions that we are grateful to have left behind, not ignorance. You're taking part in a relatively new human experiment as you lie there tonight, horizontal and comfortable. As a result of centuries of incremental change, medical progress, and social evolution, your sleeping habits are truly revolutionary. You're living the kind of luxury that ancient kings and queens could only imagine every time you turn your pillow to the cool side or change your blanket. Indeed, sweet dreams. Let's take a moment to explore the medieval mind. Suppose you lived in a world where the only thing you knew about medicine was how to balance your humours, not the kind that make you laugh, but the enigmatic bodily fluids that were supposed to regulate your health. The four horsemen of medieval medicine, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, were more difficult to balance than putting together IKEA furniture without the manual. The learned physicians of the day believed that lying flat dangerously disturbed these humours. They held that horizontal stretching caused blood to pool in the wrong places, causing imbalances that could cause disease or even death. It was similar to the medieval game of Operation, except that you might actually die in place of a buzzer going off. According to the doctors, sitting upright maintained the delicate balance required for life by allowing your humours to flow correctly. However, the medical issues extended beyond the enigmatic fluid management. Medical professionals actually thought that lying flat exposed one to night vapours, which were poisonous gases that were said to rise from the earth and enter houses through floor cracks. Since these vapours were believed to be heavier than air, they gathered close to the ground. Like a human periscope avoiding toxic clouds, sleeping upright literally lifted you above the danger zone. Not that this was all superstition. Homes from the Middle Ages weren't exactly ventilation marvels. Imagine sharing your living space with animals for warmth in a building that is a combination of a house and a barn. With fumes from animal feces, smoke from poorly ventilated fires, and the general mustiness of damp stone walls, the air quality was likely suspect. Even though the justification for sitting up was wildly incorrect, it's possible that it improved breathing and air circulation. The implications for religion were just as strong. According to medieval Christianity, the dead lay flat, and imitating death while you slept was a sign of tempting fate. By implying that you were prepared for eternal rest, you were effectively inviting the Grim Reaper. According to church doctrine, the righteous should always be on guard, even when they are sleeping, prepared to pray or run at any time. Lying down was regarded as spiritually hazardous because it suggested a state of vulnerability and relaxation. Additionally, think about the practicality, or lack thereof, of medieval bedrooms. Unlike you, most people did not have private sleeping quarters. Guests, servants, and families shared a room and frequently a bed. Only the very wealthy could afford privacy, and even then it was a luxury. Sitting up in such crowded conditions was a matter of space management, not merely health or religion. If everyone slept upright, leaned against walls, or shared big chairs made for several people, you could fit more people in a room. Additionally, the fear of unexpected death while sleeping was incredibly useful. People died suddenly and often in a time before modern medicine. The sick and dying, those too weak to sit up, were thought to lie down. By sleeping upright, healthy individuals showed that they were still strong enough to keep their posture while they were unconscious, demonstrating their vitality. It served as a nightly affirmation that I'm still here, still fighting, still ready for whatever dawn might bring. As you unconsciously sink into your horizontal position tonight, keep in mind that you are doing something that your forefathers would have regarded as either courageous or foolish, or perhaps both. Your readiness to lie down demonstrates how much we've learned about safety, health, and the basic art of getting a decent night's sleep. You may be asking yourself, what exactly were they sitting on if everyone was sleeping upright? Depending on your stance on comfort versus functionality, the medieval furniture industry had to get inventive in ways that would make contemporary ergonomic designers cry with envy, or horror. The sleep chair is the equivalent of a recliner in medieval Europe, but it lacks the cup holders, the reclining feature, and pretty much every other feature that makes modern furniture bearable. These devices had the appearance of someone marketing them as bedroom furniture after crossing a church pew with a torture device. A high, straight back, armrests at precisely uncomfortable angles, and occasionally a tiny ledge or platform to place your feet on were all features of the basic design. Obviously comfort was not the main issue. Of course, fancier versions were owned by the wealthy. In addition to being upholstered with fabrics that cost more than the average person's yearly income, their sleep chairs were carved from pricey woods and occasionally had tiny storage spaces for personal belongings. Consider them the luxury vehicles of the world of sitting sleep. They are still essentially uncomfortable, but they do so in a stylish way. In a time when one-size-fits-all was the norm, some had adjustable backs that could tilt slightly, providing what amounted to customization. The interesting part, though, is that these chairs served as status symbols in addition to being useful pieces of furniture. Your sleep chair's design and quality made your social standing as obvious as driving a Ferrari today. Nobility displayed ornate pieces that looked more like thrones than sleeping furniture, while wealthy merchants might have chairs with modest carving and comfortable padding. The impoverished, on the other hand, used crude wooden stools or simply leaned against walls, transforming any level surface into a makeshift bed. The extremely wealthy slept in rooms made especially for standing. Imagine hallways with built-in benches, walls with tapestries and cushions for leaning against, and unique alcoves carved into the stone that would allow several people to sit and sleep comfortably. They resembled human parking garages, made to hold bodies in their vertical resting position, rather than bedrooms as we know them. Some clever furniture makers made communal sleep benches, which are long, church pew-style seats that can hold whole families or groups of tourists. Picture yourself arriving at a medieval inn, finding yourself seated on a bench beside total strangers, and spending the night together like birds on a wire. It was obvious that personal space was an unimagined luxury. In fact, these pieces were incredibly well crafted. In the absence of power tools or contemporary methods, medieval woodworkers produced elaborate supports, precisely measured angles, and joints that could sustain human bodies for decades at a time. They had a deeper understanding of structural integrity, balance, and weight distribution than some contemporary furniture. Even though they slept on pieces made to last for centuries, your ancestors may have slept upright. It's interesting to note that some sleep chairs had clever features that contemporary furniture designers might find appealing. Detachable cushions allowed for seasonal comfort adjustments, adjustable footrests accommodated varying leg lengths, and hidden compartments protected valuables while you slept. Some even had little tables attached so that you could easily access prayer books, candles, or water at night. The wealthy, who could afford to try out new sleeping arrangements, were the first to gradually move away from sleep chairs. Sleep chairs did not vanish overnight as lying down beds gained popularity. Some families kept them as emergency furniture for visitors or in case of illness, and many were repurposed as everyday seating. Relics of an alien civilization that somehow managed to sleep while simultaneously defying comfort and gravity can be found in museums today. You may be horrified to learn that for the majority of human history, privacy while sleeping was practically unheard of. Your ancestors lived in a world where sleeping was a social activity, similar to eating dinner or going to church, except that everyone was unconscious. This contrasts with your own luxury of having your own room, bed, and space to sprawl however you like. Imagine a normal medieval home. In addition to sharing houses, families also shared sleeping quarters with apprentices, servants, extended family, and frequently overnight travellers. Every evening, the great hall of a manor house would be transformed into a human dormitory, with people lining up along benches and walls in a manner reminiscent of medieval airport seating during flight delays. However, the delay persisted each and every night. Sitting upright was not only morally or medically right in these crowded sleeping arrangements, but it was also practically required. You'll see why lying down wasn't an option if you try to picture cramming 15 people into an area meant for 8. Everyone had to make the most of their vertical space, which made sleeping a human geometry exercise. Like knowing how to fix clothes or preserve meat, the ability to sleep while seated evolved into a survival skill. The social dynamics of sharing a bed were intriguing and intricate. Unwritten rules dictated who was allowed to lean against which walls, who was given priority near the fire, and who was forced to make do with the drafty spots by windows. The nightly seating arrangements were influenced by physical condition, age, and social standing. It was similar to musical chairs in the Middle Ages, except that no one won, and everyone had to sleep where they ended up. Taverns and inns elevated communal sleeping to a whole new level. People from various towns, social classes, and backgrounds would spend the night next to each other, sharing body heat and likely more germs than anyone would want to consider. It was simply good business to pack as many upright sleepers as possible into each room, because innkeepers charged by the space rather than the person. You didn't pay for privacy or comfort. You paid for a place on a bench or against a wall. In fact, this system produced its own social mores and manners. Rules about snoring, changing positions, and what to do if your sleeping neighbour began talking in their sleep or having nightmares were developed. Protocols for sharing blankets, keeping modest in close quarters, and handling the inevitable personality conflicts that occur when strangers are compelled to spend night after night in close quarters were all in place. Even though their sleeping arrangements were far more comfortable, the wealthy were not completely immune to communal sleeping either. For convenience and security reasons, noble households continued to have servants sleep in the same rooms as their masters. Even affluent families frequently shared sleeping quarters, with parents, kids, and occasionally grandparents each finding a place in the family sleeping chamber. These arrangements were made even more complex by seasonal variations. People naturally huddled closer together in the winter to stay warm, but in the summer they positioned themselves strategically close to windows and doors to take advantage of any breezes. Most people had to make do with the same space year-round, changing their positions and arrangements according to weather and temperature, while the wealthy might have had the luxury of seasonal sleeping chambers, different rooms for different times of the year. Although germ theory was not yet sufficiently understood for people to be concerned about it, disease transmission in these settings must have been spectacular. Everyone in the sleeping chamber was likely to get a cold after someone else did. Although people blamed illness on bad air or divine punishment rather than the obvious problem of dozens of people breathing on each other all night, plague outbreaks most likely spread through communal sleeping arrangements like wildfire. The wealthy were the first to gradually transition to private sleeping. Families started to divide sleeping arrangements by generation, then by gender, and finally by personal preference as wealth and homes grew. The fact that you can sleep by yourself, in your own room, and in your own bed is a testament to centuries of economic and social advancement that your forefathers could hardly have dreamed of. How then did people go from sleeping upright for centuries to the horizontal free-for-all you see today? Everyone deciding to roll over and try lying down at the same time wasn't a sudden revelation. The gradual change from a communal survival strategy to the private, comfortable experience you know today was fueled by advancements in architecture, medicine, and social attitudes. Like most revolutions, this one started with the rich. Some aristocrats and rich merchants had started experimenting with lying down sleep by the late medieval era, though at first it was considered a luxury rather than a common practice. These early adopters, who were prepared to forego the purported spiritual and medical risks in favour of comfort and novelty, were essentially the beta testers of horizontal sleeping. Think of them like the original smartphone buyers, who were initially viewed as crazy until everyone wanted one. The ancient theories of humours and night vapours were gradually disproved by new concepts about medicine and the human body that emerged during the Renaissance. When doctors noticed that wealthy people who slept on their backs weren't dying in frightening numbers, they started to wonder if sitting up straight was really necessary for good health. Medical texts began to imply that lying flat might be helpful for some ailments, especially for those with back pain or respiratory issues. It took decades for the radical idea to become widely accepted. This transition was made possible in large part by architecture. Families could now afford to use entire rooms for sleeping, as homes grew bigger and more upscale. People no longer had to share sleeping quarters with strangers, servants, and extended families thanks to the invention of separate bedchambers. Experimenting with various sleeping positions without social scrutiny or space constraints was made possible by privacy. At last, you were able to extend your body without pushing your neighbour in the ribs. Equally significant was the development and enhancement of appropriate beds. When there were beds in the Middle Ages, they were frequently just mattresses with straw on wooden frames. The fact that these were not very comfortable for lying down likely contributed to the preference for sleeping upright. However, lying down became more and more desirable as mattress technology developed. Yes, there was such a thing as mattress technology in the pre-industrial world. Horizontal sleeping became not only feasible, but also enjoyable thanks to feather beds, better textiles, and enhanced frame construction. During this time, religious views also changed. Many medieval Catholic teachings, including some of the superstitions surrounding sleeping positions, were contested by the Protestant Reformation. Protestant theologians were more interested in the pragmatic issues of rest and health than they were in the symbolic meaning of lying flat. This change in religion allowed people to try different sleeping positions without worrying about endangering their eternal souls. These changes were hastened by the printing press, which disseminated novel concepts regarding health and sleep more rapidly than in the past. Advice regarding appropriate sleep positioning started to appear in medical texts, home management manuals, and even popular literature. For the first time in history, written information about bedroom layout, sleep hygiene, and the advantages of various sleeping positions was available to the general public. Information that had previously only been accessible to academics and doctors became widely accessible. During this time, social perceptions of rest and vulnerability also changed. New perspectives on the significance of adequate sleep for well-being and productivity started to replace the medieval emphasis on ongoing alertness and preparedness. Over time, lying down, once interpreted as a sign of spiritual laxity or weakness, became linked to wisdom and self-care. People started to realise that getting enough sleep was not a luxury or an indulgence, but rather necessary for both physical and mental well-being. Not every social class or geographical area experienced the shift in the same way. Compared to rural farmers or the urban poor, wealthy urban populations adopted horizontal sleeping much earlier. Because they lacked the resources to alter their sleeping habits, some remote communities continued to practice upright sleeping well into the modern era, not because they liked it. Sleeping positions have changed over time, reflecting larger trends in social and economic development that still influence our way of life today. Horizontal sleeping had become so commonplace by the time your grandparents were born that most people had forgotten it had ever been a topic of debate. The medieval world's communal sleeping arrangements and sleep chairs appeared as antiquated as any other historical oddity, fascinating but unrelated to contemporary living. Given that, for the majority of history, owning a bed was equivalent to owning a luxury car, something that unmistakably indicated that you were not struggling to survive, the evolution of beds from basic sleeping platforms into the ornate kingdoms of comfort you know today is a tale worth telling. The development of bed technology reflects the larger changes in privacy, comfort, and our evolving relationship with sleep in general. When there were early beds at all, they were basically raised platforms made to keep people off of damp, cold floors and away from different animals that like to live on the ground. These were useful answers to environmental problems, not the comfortable havens you hide away to every night. A wooden frame, any available stuffing material, straw, feathers if you were lucky, or just extra blankets folded for padding, and some rope or leather strapping for support. Comfort wasn't a design objective, it was a happy accident. Naturally, long before beds were comfortable, the wealthy used them as status symbols. With intricately carved posts, pricey fabrics, and curtains that could outstrip the cost of most people's homes, medieval noble beds were symbols of craftsmanship and wealth. These beds were furniture pieces intended to both rest and impress guests. The curtains, also known as bed hangings, had several uses. They kept body heat during chilly evenings, offered seclusion in shared sleeping quarters, and showcased the owner's wealth through their design and quality. The interesting thing is that even these ornate beds weren't made with lying down in mind. Assuming that people would sleep sitting up, or at least somewhat upright, supported by pillows and bolsters, many medieval beds were built. Compared to more recent models, the mattresses were frequently fairly firm, and the pillows were smaller and less flexible. Although technically feasible, lying flat on these early beds would have been uninviting, akin to camping on a wooden platform with little padding. A key factor in the lying down revolution was the advancement of mattress technology. From basic sacks filled with straw, medieval mattresses developed into increasingly complex structures made of feathers, down, and even early spring systems. A single bed in a wealthy home may have several layers of mattresses on it, providing a sleeping surface that is sufficiently soft to allow for truly comfortable horizontal rest. In reality, the term sleep tight refers to the practice of tightening the rope supports beneath mattresses in order to maintain the right firmness. Imagine having to tune your bed like a guitar every night before bed. The first private sleeping areas in history were made possible by privacy curtains surrounding beds, which served as more than just decorative accents. Couples and families could finally enjoy the luxury of sleeping in privacy inside these curtained beds, free from the prying eyes of guests, servants, and extended family. Because of this privacy, people could try out various sleeping positions, including the radical idea of lying down, without worrying about being judged by others. Beds turned into private realms where people could disregard the norms of social conduct. The Renaissance introduced fresh concepts for designing bedrooms that prioritized privacy and comfort. Instead of serving several purposes, bedrooms started to be designed with sleep in mind, and beds took center stage in these spaces. With better proportions, enhanced support systems, and accessories made especially for horizontal sleep, furniture manufacturers created specialty bed designs that were optimized for lying down. The entire sleeping environment was redesigned around the idea of cozy, private rest, and pillows got bigger and softer. Blankets also got more elegant. The art of making beds was turned into a mass production industry during the Industrial Revolution. For the first time in history, middle-class families could afford comfortable beds thanks to springs, metal frames, and standardized sizes. The modern bedroom as you know it started to take shape as what had been luxury items turned into necessities for the home. For the first time, people could afford beds made especially for sleeping on their backs, complete with cozy surfaces and appropriate support systems. To your ancestors, modern mattress technology would have seemed like magic. Beds are now highly engineered comfort devices thanks to memory foam, temperature control, adjustable firmness, and specialized support systems. It's likely that your mattress has more technology than whole medieval homes. Medieval kings could never have dreamed of the degree of personal luxury that comes with being able to alter the temperature and firmness of your sleeping surface to suit your own tastes. You're savouring the result of centuries of human ingenuity in the quest for better sleep when you get into your bed tonight, with its precisely calibrated firmness, climate-controlled comfort, and private sanctuary atmosphere. Your bedroom is more than just a place to sleep. It's a private haven furnished with extravagances that no king or queen has had access to for the majority of human history. And now, at the conclusion of our exploration of the strange history of human sleeping positions, you are lying comfortably horizontal and learning about ancestors who would have viewed your current position as either morally dubious or medically dangerous. Isn't that quite a change? The modern marvel of sprawling across a king-size mattress without giving a thought to humours, night vapours, or spiritual vulnerability has replaced centuries of sleeping upright. When you consider the irony of our current sleeping conditions, it's delicious. The majority of the issues that necessitated upright sleeping have been resolved. We have comfortable mattresses, clean air, private bedrooms, and medical knowledge that would have amazed medieval doctors. But we have also created completely new sleep problems. While your ancestors were concerned about spiritual threats and night vapours, you're concerned about screen time, caffeine consumption, the ideal temperature of your room, and whether the final episode of your favourite show will keep you up with plot twists. Additionally, we've developed sleep issues that would have completely perplexed medieval people. Millions of people who have access to the most comfortable sleeping conditions in history suffer from sleep disorders like sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, and chronic insomnia. The hardware issues of sleep, such as furniture, privacy, and safety, seem to have been resolved, but new software issues relating to stress, lifestyle, and the fast-paced nature of contemporary life have been introduced. You might be lying awake wondering whether you remembered to set your alarm, or whether that work email was important enough to reply to right away, just as your ancestors fell asleep from physical exhaustion. The economic power of the sleep industry today would have astounded medieval furniture makers. We've transformed rest into a consumer category, with countless subcategories, including memory foam, adjustable bases, sleep tracking devices, customized pillows for all possible needs, white noise machines, blackout curtains, and even apps that optimize your sleep cycles. While medieval people only had one sleep chair, you now have hundreds of mattress options to choose from, all of which promise to transform your sleeping experience. Some medieval practices have been validated by modern sleep science, while others have been refuted. It turns out that some conditions, especially acid reflux and sleep apnea, can benefit from sleeping a little higher. For some people, sleeping in adjustable beds or recliners relieves back pain or breathing issues. Your ancestors were not wholly incorrect about the advantages of sleeping upright. They simply lacked the medical knowledge to comprehend why it occasionally worked, or the alternatives that would have made lying down more secure and comfortable. Intriguingly, the social dimensions of sleep have also resurfaced. Even though we now have privacy and separate sleeping areas, loneliness and isolation related to sleep are still problems for many people. Medieval communal sleeping arrangements automatically met the human need for comfort and connection during sleep, which is reflected in co-sleeping with partners, pets, or even weighted blankets. Although we now have more control over where we sleep, we occasionally miss the social aspects of sharing a bed. Our sleeping habits are still being altered by technology in ways that medieval observers would find enchanted. A level of individualized sleep optimization never before seen in human history is represented by smart mattresses that automatically change their firmness, sleep tracking devices that keep an eye on everything from heart rate to room temperature, and apps that wake you up during the best times to sleep. You are interacting with an advanced technological ecosystem that is intended to improve your quality of sleep, not just lying down to sleep. Think about the amazing journey that led humanity from upright, communal sleeping to your own private, horizontal luxury as you get ready for bed tonight. Your private bedroom, your cozy mattress, and your freedom to lie down without worrying about dying or receiving a punishment from God are all symbols of centuries of human development, invention, and shifting societal perceptions of leisure, privacy, and comfort. In fact, one of the most revolutionary human behaviours of the last millennium is the simple act of falling asleep, something you do without thinking. Your horizontal position symbolises freedom from social restraints, freedom from medieval anxieties, and access to comforts that have been out of reach for the wealthiest people for the majority of human history. Dreams, sweet dreams, sleeper of revolution. Your ancestors would undoubtedly be impressed by your mattress, jealous, and perhaps a little concerned about your soul.